Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome into the finale of the 2024 Race Factory Gaming National Championship live here on Start Your Systems TV. I am Kellen Brower, joined by Andrew Wood for the Ironman National in MX Simulator, 11 rounds in, and we are finally at the finale of this championship. 4 people still alive across the 2 titles. It is going to be a fantastic night of racing here.
Yeah, excited to bring closure to some title races tonight and see some good racing. One of my favorite tracks of the year. So it's been a long season, 28 races, but we made it. We're almost done here. So excited about that.
Obviously, like I said, 2 championships still alive. There is a little bit more of a closer championship in the 250 class, but they are still long shots for both titles. Do we see drama tonight? What's the drama scale coming into this one?
I think you're more open to seeing drama in the 250 class, maybe a little bit more immaturity maybe in some of the racers. Some of them haven't been around as long. There are a lot of veterans in that class, but 18 points is 18 points, and that's going to be pretty close. You know, if someone ends up going down off the start and there's any way to benefit yourself, I think we might see something happening, but hopefully some good clean racing, and we can see these titles get wrapped up nicely.
Absolutely. We hope that it's clean racing all night. That's the real key point here, because we've seen many titles go down to the very end and then be kind of spoiled by some rather lackluster antics from the teams. All right, let's talk about qualifying, because this is a bit of a storyline with our championship contenders. Seth Carr just broke an MX Simulator record. He is the first person ever to qualify P1 at every single round of nationals. He just did it again tonight with a 138.625, just tipping his teammate Braden Tharp. But we do have the tip that a lot of these qualifying times, they're not realistic. We're not going to see 138s. We're not going to see 135s in the 450 class. A lot of guys taking kind of a line over the finish that we all know is possible to get around some stuff and all that, but they're going to crack down on it during the races. Either way, if everybody's doing it, we still get a good indication on where everyone's going fast, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, normally when you have something like that, you'll see 1 or 2 guys at the front, maybe 3 that kind of stand out. So, I mean, these times still look pretty close and normal, so it'll be interesting to see if the whole top 10 was doing it. Then, you know, that's just the way things go. But we'll see it kind of figured out on the rest of the track. I think you can get a pretty good analysis of what's going to happen here with Carr, Tharp always qualifying fast, and Cade right there in third. Kind of everyone where I expected them to be, at least in the 250 class so far.
Yeah, and of course Matherly and Carr, the 2 men going for a championship here this evening at Ironman. Looks like we have a pretty decent amount of guys, 49 still running lap times. It's rare that we get this deep into the season and still have consies, but everyone's been riled up about this series. In the 450 class, like I said, we got 136s, Austin Parlow, 136.6, Jake Speeds, Killian Ortiz. So I think this time it maybe allows a couple unfamiliar faces to get up there. Not that these guys are way off the pace, but normally we see the Paysons, the Seth Shirleys, those guys qualify P1. Parlow goes to the top, but honestly, last week showed us that that's maybe not a surprise. He was very good at Budds Creek.
Yeah, Parlow does have the speed. Killian Ortiz as well has qualified within the top 5. Pretty sure top 3 the last 2 rounds. So a lot of these names kind of there. Jake Speece, maybe the only one that's a little bit surprising, and Cocroft if he had something to do with that. But we've seen these guys up there. I don't want to call anyone out for being a cheater right now, but we'll see where you guys end up and what lap times you are running in the races. And then I might be name dropping a couple people, but good for all these guys. And what's weird is in this top 8 we see right now, no Payson Johnson. He is right there in 9th. So maybe he was doing a realistic line, and that's something that he'll be able to run race pace. That'll be interesting to see once we get into races.
Well, this is the storyline right here. Payson Johnson and Tyler Lang. There's 29 points between them. We'll get to that in a second, but they qualified 9th and 10th right together, snuggled up. They'll be probably next to each other on the gate, actually, when we drop it in the first moto. Looks like in this class as well, we got 44 people, so they may back row some of those guys. We'll see. Let's talk about these championships, and the 250 class has come down to this. Seth Carr, Cade Matherly, 18 points between them and an absolute cliff behind them. They have been the class of the field all season long. Logan Leitzel hasn't even raced the 250 class for the last 4 weeks, and he's still P3 in the standings. So yeah, Carr versus Matherly, and they've kind of proven that they'll find ways onto the podium almost every single moto. So Matherly needs a lot of help, but 18 points is still close enough that things could get a little bit weird.
It's pretty bad. I didn't know it was that big of a gap. What is you doing, baby, to everyone outside of that top 2? But Seth Carr and Cade Matherly have been the class of the field so far this year. So I mean, that just kind of shows it, everyone else with some inconsistencies, people jumping back and forth, different classes, Parlo, and maybe just not showing up. But yeah, those two have been battling, and maybe something happens. Hopefully, we get some spoilers and we get to see some fireworks and see some action here tonight between these two.
Yeah, and for the second year in a row, Cade Matherly comes in with a shot at winning this 250 national title. It didn't go his way last time, and he came in as the championship leader. This time, he will try to right the ship and leave with that red plate and the championship trophy. In the 450 class, two men remained. Payson Johnson and Tyler Lang, 29 points between them. Colby Eaglin was eliminated from championship contention last week. He cannot win it from 51 down at the finale. Again, a bit of a long shot, but another cool tidbit about this is it's two guys that have one championship on their mantles in terms of a 450 championship in this game. They're both going for number 2 tonight, and whichever one comes out on top gets to, I guess, hold a little bit victor over the spoils and be only the third, I think, 2-time champion in national gaming history here in RF competition.
Yeah, really cool to see these two that are looking for their second. To be a 2-time champion is a lot different than, maybe squeaking it out one year. It shows the longevity that you've had in your career in the game, as well as just some of the dominance that they have. Tyler Lang has been around forever and still able to run at this high level is just a crazy feat in its own right. So shout out to Tyler Lang and Payson Johnson for everything they've done so far this year. Seth Shirley is rookie year. Colby Eaglin just missing out. But great riding from all these guys we see on the screen, and consistency kills, and that's what those two have been doing all year long. And Tyler Lang may come up just a little bit short, but anything can happen in this racing, so we'll find out here tonight.
And of course, a lot of single-time champions because Alexis Leclerc 5 times and Jesse Mullins 3 times took up the better part of a decade in the 2010s. So we've seen a lot of single-time champions over the years in the national competition. All right, let's jump in the server and get ready to drop the gate here soon on racing action. Looks like we are going to have a 250 consi, but no 450 consi. So just a 250 consi here tonight. Adam Holm, Jack Gatlin, Tyler Blowers, Seth Devers, Timmy Briscoe, Brett Powers, Jared Gummison, Cody Branson, Harrison Gafford, Matteo Brucinelli, and Nick Carvalho go into the gate. Right now, we're going to kick things off and get a first look at this track at Ironman. A couple changes to it this year. Most notably, of course, the switchbacks before the Goliath jump, I think is what they call the big tabletop in the center now, is different. And one thing I'm surprised that they did with the track this year in Race Factory competition is they eliminated that switchbacks, but in real life, the 3 turns before the finish after that back straightaway that Hayden Deegan crashed on as a rookie, he basically goes over that tabletop and turns in real life now and just does a chicane. They left that straightaway long. I don't know. Does it make a difference? Maybe a little bit more time to set up a pass. We've definitely seen the championship fight won or lost on those couple straightaways over the years. Adam Holm and Alexis Leclerc come to mind. But what do you think of this track, A-Wood, for a championship showdown?
Yeah, you got to watch out for that last corner, as we've seen before. I like it. I think it's fun, and also got some big jumps, but also, a lot of braking bumps and ruts and stuff. Hopefully, I'm hoping that these guys can move around a little bit more and maybe some more usable lines than we saw last week. Which kind of lended itself to be a little bit one line, and it's crazy because watch the race the weekend after and you see, oh, there's really 2 lines, right? And they're really balanced, and it's kind of tricky when these track creators are trying to balance 4 or 5 ruts in each corner. You'll see them favor one certain line. So hopefully we see some good racing, and I love this track. This is such a good race track. It's fun. I feel like everyone really likes it, and we get to see some big old whips. So
big ones.
Big old.
Which of these jumps do you like the best? Do you like this jump back out into the gully? Do you like the Goliath jump at the top of the hill, or the Godzilla it's called, I guess? Or do you like this big tabletop in the center? What's your favorite?
I missed the triple step up. I think the jump down the hill as far as when I was racing, because it seemed a little bit more consistent. The speed wasn't hard to judge. The huge one up the hill is really tricky to judge. The one in the middle, though, is awesome for whips as well. And so we get a good show, 3 turns back to back.
All right, here we go. It's time to go 250 consolation racing as we have got the 30 cart sideways. Gate is down at Ironman. 4 laps with 4 riders going through to the motos, and everyone's jockeying for those positions. As pushing out wide is Harrison Gafford. He is not quite going to get the whole shot. That's Timmy Briscoe that takes it over, but only 4 spots available for the final race of 2024, at least for the national competition. We believe SMX, of course, coming after this, still a couple rounds of GPs, but I think all these guys would really like to end the season on a high. Whether you make the motos and score points is another thing, but just get into the motos and at least have a couple shots here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, ending up in the Consi is not where you want to be, but 4 spots going to 11 racers right now is pretty good odds for these guys. It would feel good for all of them to go out and, get into this final set of motos and finish off their season strong, try to score some points as, Timmy Briscoe gets passed right up the inside. Look at these guys just throwing big old whips over this thing. Not perfect dualies, but we'll see some more. There's a lot more whip jumps on this. Look at that, 2 different inside lines there. And yeah, some good racing we're going to see from this track here tonight. One thing that really surprised me was them having to go over those ruts onto the start straight. The way that they were built didn't look very smooth, and I think we might see some crashes more than normal off the start before they even get to the first corner here today once we get to the 40-man gates.
Down this back straightaway, first time of asking at Ironman Raceway, and Jack Gatlin takes over the point on his TM Factory Racing backed by Unity number 29 machine. He's leading the way from Timmy Briscoe, Harrison Gafford. It's like Brett Powers, everyone's favorite Donut MX, has got up into the mix. He's battling, and as I say that, looks like he just went down, so the Wildside Designs rider is backwards in the wrong spot of the racetrack here. He's going to get going behind all these guys. Good little battles brewing here, though. Final transfer spots. It's Adam Holm, who has seen his championship dreams almost realized on this racetrack, who is in the 4th and final transfer spot right now. Holm racing a 250F. I can't remember the last time I saw Adam on a 250. Can you?
No, and I think it's been a long time because I'm thinking back to 2014, maybe even 14, 15. I feel like he was already in the 450 class. It's been a long time. Maybe some of these guys just want to switch it up, do something different, as Adam Holm gets a free spot there, as that rider Harrison Gafford goes a little bit wide, able to hold on to the position that he's in now. But this group right here, a little bit off of, some of them, backflip from Holm. A little bit off of this front group, though, if they want to move themselves up a little bit safer. And then these 250s struggling, still getting a couple whips right there, but not going to be as easily makeable on that table down the hill. Oh, Gafford!
Yikes! Exit stage right, somehow doesn't go off the track. I think the worst thing that Gafford's got going for him is not only is he going to apparently lose his ride after this, because he says, rest in peace, my carer, doesn't know how to spell career. So we'll work on that. Got that education dialed in here as Jack Gatlin, our early leader, goes down. He's going to slide all the way back to 5th place now, get going in front of Gafford in 6th behind him. So Gummison moves up. Matteo Brusinelli on the BFSA Factory Racing, BSFA. What is he, driving a train around here or something? What's going on? Adam Holm moves up into 2nd, and taking over our lead now is Timmy Briscoe. So everyone's trying to figure this out on these opening couple laps, but what's cool about this so far is everyone stayed pretty close together too. 6 riders within a shot at making these motos. We might have a little bit of an LCQ showdown coming up here.
Yeah, and I mean, this with these LCQs and these riders kind of on the bubble, there's a lot of, it's very hectic. There's a lot of action going down. So even if you're a couple seconds out and you're in 7th place or whatever, Cody Branson 10 seconds back, I think 5 from the transfer spot, still has a pretty good chance here. These guys not the most consistent out there on the racetrack compared to our title contenders. So just got to keep fighting, stay strong, and try to keep it on 2 wheels, and maybe the door will open for you. But really cool to see Matteo Brusinelli up there. Not familiar with his game, but holding it down the transfer spot in 3rd right now. But Gummison trying to work his way up. Oh, Matteo makes a pass right there. Might have actually lost the spot and then got it back.
Well, he went around Briscoe because Briscoe coughed up the lead to Adam Holm, and now Brusinelli or whatever his name is, some sort of spaghetti up there, battling with Holm for the race lead as Holm jumps off the top of the hill. Have to imagine Brusinelli is Italian, right? Oh, yard sale. That's not going to go well with his linguini as he lays on the deck on the side of the track there. He's going to pick it up in the 6th spot now. He's got to try to catch back up to this man, Jack Gatlin, who just moved back into the bubble position.
Yeah, Gatlin with goes down and then able to just keep it steady and capitalize on these guys making mistakes. Yeah, bummer for Brusinelli going down there in a tricky spot, kind of high-speed section. He was kind of sending it, but just maybe a little bit too hard, but still close enough to work his way back up here. Gatlin, though, wants to work his way back, doesn't want to sit in 4th place here for long if he doesn't have to. So we see, I like this shot right here. You can see everyone coming down. A little bit of gap right after this 4th position, but top 4 is anyone's game as Jack Gatlin trying to make a move here.
Look at this, outside of Jared Gummison moving into 3rd. No, Gummison shuts the door. Says, not today, you little British punk. Gonna move you out of the way. But look at this. Around the outside, Gatlin's trying to get there. This is really tight between those two. And if they get together, Harrison Gafford is hanging out in the background waiting for his golden opportunity to get up there and battle. So final lap underway here in the Consi. Briscoe lays it down and then loops out and crashes. Very odd crash, and he's just laying there in the corner still. Goes from in a transfer spot all the way back to 6th and way out. So now it's up to Brusinelli to try to close up on Gafford on this final lap. Gafford moves up into P4. It's Holm leading from Gummison, Gatlin, and Gafford. We got a lot of g-g-g-g's in here over the Gummison, Gatlin, Gafford clan. Cubed up in here right now as they are battling 2, 3, 4 on the racetrack. I mean, that jump maybe sets you up for the best whips. The middle jump is sweet, but that one floats you up there real nice.
If you can find a gear that kind of clears it perfectly, it's fun. I think my problem was I used to like to do some brake slide like oppo things, but if you just throw a nice big normal whip, these are pretty easy as long as you've kind of got your gearing set up to where it's just like 2nd wide or 3rd wide, something like that. As Gafford's trying to move up and make some passes here. But I mean, it's so fun. As long as you just throw a big, nice normal whip, it's easy. But once you start throwing backflips, front flips, brake slides, all that stuff, that's when it starts to get crazy. And that was normally my problem. Ooh, look at that. Gafford almost hopping over that line. Got some speed right now. Going around the outside, clips a bail, holds on to it barely. Hold on to that, buddy. At the last spot, right?
He does, and he's going to watch out because Brusinelli's going to throw his linguine out and catch him up in a little pasta sandwich up there if he can. Final couple of corners up front. Adam Holm is going to bring us down to win this consolation race. Next up, it's Gummison with Gatlin right there. Gafford and Brusinelli came so close, only missed out by 2 seconds at the end. The top 5 positions all separated by 5.5 seconds at the flag. They kept it close, and it was a great battle all the way to the end. Brett Powers, Timmy Briscoe, Tyler Blowers, Nick Carvalho, Cody Branson. It kind of makes it look like he made it that far off the gate, but he must have went down on a couple laps in. Still got Carvalho. Looks like Seth Devers did not make it either. And rest in peace, Nick Carvalho's career. Looks like he's retiring after this one as well. A lot of guys hanging up the boots after this one, apparently.
I don't know. They got their team names here. Maybe they're over it. They're getting old. They don't have the time for it anymore. Bless you. And they're over it and been there before. Still think about it, come back every once in a while and try to ride the tracks and realize that is not going to happen. So this game is out of my league these days.
Yeah.
Unless there's no Consi, we'll get in there, but we won't do much. 38th or worse.
All right. It is just about time, folks, to decide some championships in Race Factory Gaming competition. 250 Moto 1 is about to head to the gate. And there is at least a shot in this one if things go completely the way Seth Carr hopes, that the championship could be over after this upcoming moto. What's your prediction on that, Awood? Do you think we go all the way to the final moto of the year?
I didn't even realize that. So is it if he gets 4th?
Well, if Seth wins and Cade gets 4th, yeah, then Seth is the champion.
Then it's done. So it's possible, but honestly, I think either of those guys can kind of get 3rd on command, 3rd or better on command without, tragedy happening. But, you never know what's going to happen in racing. I would say Carr's more likely to... The bummer thing is I would say Carr is more likely to work his way up into 3rd, even if he starts last. And Cade, it's just one more spot, though. It's possible either way. And if it goes either way, that's gonna be huge, because then that puts a lot of pressure. If Cade gains a lot of points here on Carr, then he's going to be confident and Carr's going to be really nervous. And if it goes the other way, Cade can just be defeated and try to put too much effort into it and may just end his hopes one moto early. So going to really have to see what happens off the start and if these guys play it safe, and then we'll have to go from there.
Yeah, so this is... I want to ask you about this as well. We talked a little bit about in the past some shady things have gone on. Team dynamics, whatever you want to call it. I mean, last year, Cade Matherly, it wasn't even teammates. It was just random people taking him out off the start. Seth Carr does have some teammates. He has a little bit of help out here. So if anything, I don't want to say it's that they're going to go after Cade, because I don't think they will. But it does give Seth the opportunity that if he needs points and his teammates are in front of him, they'll give him probably a position or two to help him out. Cade doesn't really have that. I know Cade has a lot of friends, but there's not an actual Twizy teammate out there. Do you think that that's a disadvantage that he's at here?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, sometimes they're not on the same team, but you got some friends depending on, who they know and who they hang out with in the class. But yeah, if Carr's in 7th, and Cade's winning on the last lap, maybe he gets gifted a spot or two, and that could really help his championship things. But it could also go the other way. I want to ask you this, and this is maybe hot take. That was almost so sick. I honestly think if you get in the way of a championship battle like today, if there's any funny business, as far as taking people out, gifting a spot, maybe I don't care about. But if you're going to go and, take someone out, I honestly think it should be a permanent ban for life. Like, I don't know. I think there's too much at stake for these guys. It's been going on too long. And I think that the hammer has just been a little bit too soft on some of these people. And it's like, give the spot away, cool, right? Your friends, your teammates, the same thing has happened in real life. But if you go out and you're purposefully targeting someone, I honestly think there should be a zero tolerance policy. Can't even race next moto, like get out of here. But I mean, so I'm really hoping we don't see any of that. We've seen it happen before in the past years, and we want to give the best coverage here, and we want to see the best racing. Everyone else does, if someone's got a bad start, we want to see it come down to everything, not, oh, his teammate took him out and now this race is over from the start. So hopefully it's clean, but yeah, I'm all for harsher punishments.
I agree. I think if we have a championship decided tonight by malice or whatever that is, because look, we've seen it many times over the years, and I'll be straight up honest with you guys before this moto starts. When the thing happened to Leclerc in 2021, and granted Tyler Lang is a deserving champion, but when that happened to Leclerc in 2021, I almost called it. I was almost done. Like, I can't do these streams anymore if this is the malice in which people bring, if this is the way that people treat this championship, because there's a lot of people that try to do very well in this game, and for people to show up last minute and try to change the fact of who should or should not be the champion, it's just dumb. It really is. Like, and what I always hate is the go-to is like, oh, it's just a video game, who cares? Well, you care.
Yeah,
you showed
here,
up to fuck up
money.
A championship, so clearly you're the moron that just cared enough to come and do it.
Even if you run one session and the races, you spent almost 2 hours playing this game. More than that, if you watch the motos in between, that for one day. So multiply that by 28 rounds. It's just, yeah, we've seen it before, and I've been there with you before when we almost just called it. Right? You're like, why do we even show up next week? Like, there's almost no point. So hopefully it's clean, everyone's smart, and yeah, that's why I do think if there's anything, right, there should be people watching the race mid-race. You see someone going off track to do something, get them before they get the guy, right? Just end it right there. Hopefully we keep it clean, we see some good action, and we don't deflate our happy balloons, because I want to see some crazy stuff. We're going to see some crazy stuff off the start here. This is a bad change. I hate it.
I don't like it either. The old start, though, wasn't very good either. So
it was a little bit better. At least they should have rounded the ruts for the inside lines. Dude, that's crazy. I didn't know it was that sharp of a turn until we watched the first race.
Yeah, I think it could be better, a little bit rounded off, but like, I don't know. Like, I think that they should just rethink the whole start here. Like, try to do something completely different and shake it up. Like, I would almost consider, instead of having it be a right 90, be like a left 180, and it just joins with the track there going up, like up towards
add the
Godzilla,
rest of it after the finish.
Or like, where it switches back before the sand section, have it come down into the valley for a minute, then back up towards the finish or something like that. I don't know, whatever, just rethink it. Because even being there in real life, like, I've stood in the first turn now and seen the chaos that is generated from that turn. It's not good. Like, everybody that's inside, because of the angle of attack that they have going to that corner, just pushes straight. Like, there is no way to get turned if you're hugging the inside line there,
Yeah. There's so much. I honestly, dude, looking at this though too, there's so much you could change with that, and spots you could add it into the racetrack. I miss the triple uphill. I love a good speed check jump where you got to crush it on a 250. 450s can almost get it anywhere, but it's still not perfect. And I just like that into that fast right sweeper. Like, that was always one of my favorite spots on the track. But we would lose that big table kind of triple thing in the middle. So who knows? But yeah, definitely some things you could do as far as safety and in the game and in real life for sure. It's Feels like a little bit of lack of thought into the track design here.
Yeah, I agree. But, I don't design the tracks. I do know one thing that they're going to do or
I'll tell him.
thinking about this year that I also don't like. They did it on amateur day and for press day. They had them go up into the trees in the bottom left corner of your screen. Not very good either.
Like
Super
after the
one-line.
thing to the left?
So you go right over the tunnel. You know how like there's a tunnel jumping into the rollers? You go over that tunnel, but you don't jump. You just roll it and turn hard left, cross
Like
over
this?
a bridge, and then you go down into the trees and you do like this crazy thing. Like it's like a GNCC course, but they want to add it.
So left step up into like the Godzilla?
No, I'm
or
talking,
where the
so
where
you
the
see
thing?
where that roller is, like, yep, yeah, pretty much.
Was it not like the first year?
I don't remember it being there.
I
the first
swear
year, but
the first year had some weird stuff going on, or they had it like that and they did like press day or amateur day
yeah.
before the race, and then they changed it because I could swear there was some weird stuff like that.
yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
just
100%
bad news,
sure.
dude. You can't be doing that. Like,
You can't do that, dude.
can't do that, dude.
All right, it is time to go racing for 250 Moto number 1. Before we do that, big thank you to Gucci111 in chat. Says, thanks for the coverage and content this year, Kellen and Awood. Looking forward to the off season, and used his Prime sub for the 5th month on a 2-month streak, crushing it. Thank you so much for the support. Thanks to everybody that tunes in on Twitch and on YouTube. It's been a very fun season, and we are almost at the end of Nationals. Like I've mentioned, though, we still have 2 GP races left to go. That is, of course, next Monday and the following Monday after that. And then that Wednesday after the GPs are done, I believe, I'm not 100% sure because I haven't been told the full details of the series yet, but I believe that is when SMX will be starting. So we got 3 SMX races back to back to back to end the season, and we'll be done in late September for racing in 2024. So this is going to be our final national, but we still got some races going up the road that you guys won't want to miss out for. Shout out Jacob Arnbrister, his pro debut tonight. Wood, you got a Design Lab Co. hole shot pick for us.
I do. I don't want to sound cheap, but I think this is going to show the confidence after coming off of a GP title. I think Seth Carr means business. Got it number 1 in qualifying. Like he's been. I honestly, that gear is so sick.
They brought out all the stops to try to win this title.
Lit kit already. Don't even have to see anyone else. I think Seth Carr comes out under pressure. He says, I got 1 championship. I'm going to lock up the other one, and I'm going to try to make it a very easy second moto for me. I think he hole shots, and I think he pulls away fast.
All right. Noted. Noted indeed. I don't know what Tharp just...
I also thought about Braden Tharp.
Luke Chef in chat says that he forgot numbers on the bikes. I don't know who that is. I'm guessing that's with Nexus?
Yeah.
Not too sure. All right. Here we go, folks. It is time to drop the gate and potentially see a championship clinched in this first moto. Seth Carr needs a win with Cade Matherly finishing 4th or worse for it to fall his way and not go all the way to the final moto of the year. Who have you got? I don't know, but I am certainly excited to see what is about to transpire on the racetrack and who gets out of the gate first, gets to that first turn first, and picks up our Design Lab Co. hole shot. Man, these guys, let's see, Matherly and Tharp right next to each other. I don't know where they're going to be actually lined up on the gate because it's going to take a minute to load in. Not sure who we're waiting on. There we go. All right.
Ooh, side by side?
Here we go. It looks like, yeah, a couple
BT.
of them are side by side. It looks like Tharp is right next to Matherly. Looks like Carr's maybe gate 10 or so. A lot of those Yamahas up the inside. Here we go. 250 Moto 1 from Ironman is off and running. Matherly's trying to get that good start, leaning off the back of the bike. He's going to watch all these guys push out. He actually comes out half decent with a lot of guys going down in turn number 1. It's a Yamaha that gets there first for the Design Lab Co. hole shot. It's Maverick Snyder on the Takatoji Yamaha. He's trying to go for P3 in the championship here tonight, and he's off with a good one. Out front and leading, Jax Lindsay. Seth Carr is up there in 3rd, trying to move his way forward. I don't see Cade Matherly. He is, looks like he got buried out a little bit. He's 13th now. So Carr trying to go up into a position where he could clinch this title early, moving into 2nd place on lap 1.
Yeah, honestly, wow, Maverick Snyder, great start right there. And he had a great start last week, too. Ran up front for a long time, so good to see him up here. He's coming in hot right now. Oh, look at that.
Lead.
Huge mistake right there, going too far outside. Seth Carr going to make the pass in the lead, and he's trying to check out. We're going to watch this jump, maybe for some whips, and also maybe looking for where Cade Matherly comes across. I think he went down in that first left-hander, so the second turn off the start. Still do not see him here. As we're looking, unless I missed him, Kellen. No, he's
right there
in the red and black on that Honda. So could be a gas. Don't
timing
even
and
know.
Scoring still has him 13th, but I don't think that's right. I think we got to update our timing and scoring. And I'm going to try to do that right now. I don't know why it hasn't been working, but Seth Carr has a huge advantage at the front of the field while Matherly is doing all the work behind him, trying to work his way forward. This is exactly what Carr wanted and absolutely not what Matherly wanted.
Yeah, it's a worst case scenario for Cade right now. Seth Carr gonna maybe be coasting to a title here, or at least a very comfortable lead going into the second moto. I want to point out later on, once we see Carr, we got a long time in this race, but running some very nice lines, some smooth lines near the edges of the track, just really using a lot of his racecraft, a couple low lines on some jumps that he's really doing unique things around the track that are just maybe making him be a little bit smoother, a little bit faster out there, and showing us as he's dropping the hammer on Maverick Snyder, and we are now seeing that gap. Kellen, if you can go back just one spot right here, we'll see Seth Carr, now Maverick Snyder, and then another decent gap back to third. So that's Caden Speck right there. So these two up front and Caden already pulling pretty good leads, and that's just going to make it that much harder when Cade has to move through the field. And then all these guys have gotten clean air and been able to separate themselves. Cade Matherly just came across the screen in 21st place.
Yeah, let's actually go back and find Matherly. It might be a good idea to just see his progress moving forward through the field. I mean, he is in a world of hurt pushing guys out of the way right there, trying to work his way forward. This is what he's seeing right now, and he's another thing as well. We talked about it. He's going to have to pass a lot of those Panini Motorsport Fantics. He just got by one for free. I think that may have been Jeremy Siebold, up to 17th now, but just watching that green dot that he needs to go get out front disappear into the distance.
Yeah, I mean, on this onboard, you guys can see the top right track map with all those dots, and he's chasing that green one that's really far away and getting separated with that top three. He is in front of a huge pack behind him that are all really close, so I do think he has some clear air to get himself up there. But the thing is, right, we said if he gets fourth or worse, he loses the championship, so he's got to work himself into that top three. And that's still a long way to go, and that's just to stay alive and pray that Seth Carr doesn't score any points in the second moto. So a lot of work here to be done by Cade going into this next as he finishes his second lap here.
Well, if there's one thing that Cade has proven all year long is that he does not have any problems with coming from deep in the field and getting into a position where he can fight for a moto win or a potential podium. So I don't think at the moment he's all that worried about not getting into P3 because he's only a couple straightaways behind that. But I think you're right. I think the bigger problem is he was really hoping to at least get this thing an earshot where he maybe wins or battles for a win in the first moto and puts a few points on Seth Carr, because then that puts the pressure on Carr. Look, you got to go out. You got to perform. You got to try to get inside, let's say, the top 10 or so to still clinch the championship if Cade goes out and wins the second one. Now it's all for naught because he's going to need some serious help in that second moto, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really want it to, I don't wish anything bad on any of these guys, but my ideal situation would be like Cade winning this moto and Seth Carr, as he makes another nice move right there. Seth Carr getting like 5th, right? And bringing it down to like 8, 9 points, because then that's pressure, right? I got to get top 5, top 6. If you have one crash off the start, that is like crazy comeback to win the championship. And like, we love, like, watching a good comeback is awesome. So, oh, look at this. And Cade gets 2 spots as there's some cowies piled up in that corner there. These are all gifts that are being given to him. But, man, if he just gets 3rd and all Seth Carr has to do is get 20th in the next moto, like, it's pretty much wrapped up. So we're going to need to see a downfall from Carr and the ride of a lifetime from Cade here to keep this thing alive.
I mean, it's honestly going pretty damn well for Cade so far. Like you said, he got a couple freebie spots right there. He's up into 11th now, trying to get around Ryan Swanson. Actually, Swanson holds a position, but Matherly's looking all kinds of directions. Look at that line around the outside, ripping by him. Next target for him is top 10. It would be Adam Holmes, fresh out of the Consi, who's made his way all the way up here, as our leader continues to be Seth Carr, now 12.6 seconds out front for Seth Carr. But But I guess the good news with that is that everybody else is still pretty close. You got Carr here, then you got Snyder coming through the switchbacks right here. So that's a pretty big gap back to second, and it looks like might even a pass being made by Max Wilczek trying to get into P2, going up to Godzilla side by side. No.
Oh my dude, I took the deepest breath I've ever taken.
Dang it.
For that.
We didn't get it. Wilczek just moves up into P2.
Oh my God, Snyder with Boner Air Leclerc over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Jax Lindsay, Jack Mark, Caden Speck, Alec Horn, Hayden Stevenson, Evan Vanderkoy, Adam Holm, and then Cade Matherly in the 11th position now as he continues to fight his way forward. But what that just kind of showed is how close everyone still is. We basically stayed in the same camera frame, switching through guys, never really had to change, as 1 or 2 seconds kind of separates everybody. And I think Matherly probably can even breathe a bit of a sigh of relief knowing that, look, we're 6.5 minutes into this thing. Everyone's still pretty close together. Gets into the top 10 right here on Adam Holm with a nice move. He's riding very well right now, and I would not put it past him to get all the way to at least second in this moto still.
I'm hoping not to commentator's curse, but Cade looks insane right now. He's pulling out some crazy lines. Honestly, riding a lot like Payson Johnson, jumping into things, using some really stiff suspension to just slam into them and carry some speed, which some weird way works that Payson found out about that in the last 2 years. But Cade is shredding right now. He is on a mission. He wants to get up in that huge gap by Seth in first. Oh, a small mistake right there as he blows going into that corner. Just makes a small mistake, unable or doesn't let Adam Holm get by him. But I honestly think he can get up in the second, so that will keep him alive. But that points gap is still going to be huge unless we see Carr make a lot of mistakes because of his already really big lead.
Yeah, so it's a 16-second lead now for Seth Carr, and then from Wilczek in second back to Matherly is only 13 seconds as Matherly now makes it back into the top 10 around Adam Holm. He's working on Evan Vanderkoy. Evmove putting it in the top 10 right now on his EVP Yamaha, but here comes Matherly charging up the inside on Godzilla. Is this going to be dualies? Oh, Matherly gives him the dirty shitty
is
booty
getting
right there.
Shit talked later on Discord.
Yeah, absolutely. But Matherly moves up into 9th now and puts his eyes focused forward on Hayden Stevenson, who's still battling Alec Horn. These two in 8th and 7th respectively. Then 6th place for Jack Mark, 5th for Caden Speck, battling it out with Jax Lindsay. Jax Lindsay's biggest fan, can't speak today, Jax Houston 92 in the chat, all riled up right now. He's probably got himself a nice beverage cheering on his buddy as Lindsay's just absolutely sending right now, but he's doing pretty good up in 4th place. He's a couple seconds off a podium position, but he's got his eyes focused forward trying to go after it. Feeling the heat from Caden Speck. Oh, and Speck gets in the back of him.
Dunked on.
Lays it down, and going by is Jack Mark into 5th place. And then here comes that battle with Matherly right behind Stevenson. Matherly, gosh, he's just catching these guys so fast. I didn't think he was even that close, but after half a lap, he's already right on all 3 of them. And there goes, that was Caden Speck, I think, that just went down. So now up into P8 for Caden Matherly as the Ascension goes another spot forward as he focuses on Hayden Stevenson now trying to get into 7th.
Yeah, these guys better move out of the way. Cade is coming right now, and he is going fast. Oh, my God, and he goes down. Cade trying to make a move around the outside there, just loses some traction. Going to get passed back up the inside right there. Is that by Speck? Wow, that's already a pretty big gap right there. Still holding on to it, though, trying to work his way up. He's just got to get through a couple of these guys, then he'll have some clear air, but trying to use different lines as Speck goes down, I think, right there. And so he's in 8th, right? And these guys, you can see them on the screen. They're not too far away. They're basically all in the next section right here coming up. So just got to put together a couple clean laps, and Cade will be in 2nd, honestly, I think, in the next 5-6 minutes right here. Just has to keep it on 2 and be careful with using those different lines.
Oh, it looks like a rider was down. I think that was Maverick Snyder that was off the track. As these guys are literally just edging us trying to get these dualies out right now, but we can't quite get there as Alec Horn,
so close.
Alec Horn moves up another position. Matherly's trying to split the difference. He's trying to get up the inside and go by Maverick Snyder. Horn to the outside. Let's see if Matherly just can't quite get a nose down in there, but he's up to 7th now, and he has 6th and 5th right in front of him. So still at the moment, Seth Carr would clinch the championship as it runs.
Oh my God!
Jeez!
Oh!
And that was Hayden Stevenson who went down. He did. He just pirouetted and kept going. So he only lost 1 position, but he actually kind of evened out. Maverick Snyder went by him. He went by Hayden Stevenson. So So Snyder now up into 6th, Alec Horn in 5th. These two are battling each other as Stevenson slides way on back. Looks like Jack Mark and Jax Lindsay are pushing each other. They are 3rd and 4th now as they go over the wall jump together. And then Max Wilczek is quietly all by himself in 2nd place, 20 seconds off of the lead. Man, I'll tell you what, Seth Carr, kudos to him, because with all the pressure on him, on his back, he has shown up and maybe had the best 10 minutes of his career thus far, because he has not hit the ground once, and he's put 20 seconds on the field in 11 minutes of racing. He is absolutely flying. I think he wants his championship badly.
Yeah, I mean, when I told you he was going to come out, get the whole shot, and blow these guys away, he basically did all of that 2nd place start after being a little bit buried. Pretty much 2nd place within a couple turns, gets into the lead and is just checking out on all of these dudes, looking like Hayden Demon, just trying to dominate everyone and just ruin their life by winning by 30 seconds. And I think he's going to do that unless he keeps missing timing gates, cutting some bails. But he is trying to do, that's where I said he was doing some nice low lines on the edge of the track. Definitely can get a little hairy sometimes, but Carr keeping it together and just absolutely laying the wood to all these dudes right here and looking good. Look at that wheelie through all those sand rollers, keeping the front wheel up. He came to play, man. He came to clinch another championship. First the GPs, now the motocross championship, and he's hoping to get it done but by the end of this moto here.
Lands on the rear tire through the mechanics area and checks in once again, running some very good lap times. 1:42.421, the best lap of the race on the track, and that was on lap 4 that he was able to lay that down. So Wilczek, Jack Mark, Snyder, and then Jax Lindsay, the top 5. Horn 6th, Holmes 7th. Matherly has actually slipped back to 8th. I saw him move up as high as into the top 5, so I'm not sure what's going on right now, but maybe a mistake or two has pushed him back to 8th, and he has got to get on a move. He's got to get all the way up to at least Maverick Snyder, who is still 5 seconds up the track of him, as we've got lots of racing left to go. But Matherly, he was making progress, but now it's stalled out a little bit.
Yeah, just almost makes a big mistake right there. Had to hold my breath for a second. He's pushing, but maybe he's pushing a little bit too hard, unable to catch these guys the way that he would like to. Adam Holm we saw come through, maybe didn't get a lot of qualifying, but had to come through the consi, and he's still been ahead of Cade, and Cade's been really, really close to him. Just needs to get a little bit more, stay a little bit smoother. That's another, I think that's a position right there. Not sure who just went down, but Cade's going to get one more spot. Still working his way up, close to Dooley's, but not yet. Just a little baby one, so that's why we got to talk to him like that. But Cade working his way right now. He's gained a lot this lap on Adam Holm, and I think he's going to make something happen. Maybe not in this this corner, the next one, but I think the right-hander going into the long section, he's got something going.
Dooley's! There it is, finally, in oppo directions too as well. Adam Holm and Cade Matherly coming through for us as Matherly gets to the inside. Holm fights back and then goes down, so Matherly's able to sneak up into the 6th position now. Got a big gap up ahead to Jax Lindsay, Maverick Snyder. These two still going at it coming out of the tunnel. Lindsay is definitely flying right now, man. He's putting some heat on Snyder. Went a little bit long right there. Let's see if this outside line works on entry. Snyder's going to tuck to the inside. Oh, no! Down he goes. Push the front end over. That's going to be a free spot for Cade Matherly, who should be going by. Oh, no. Never mind. What happened? Matherly down again? Oh, no, and it's coming unglued.
It's Jover.
He has lost a lot of time as there's several riders going down in front of him. He's got to repass Ryan Swanson. Hayden Stevenson is right here in the mix, and he's off the track on the outside right here, as that is also Dylan Dallaire up in the mix as well, so he has got to get a move on and try to make his way forward. That's not going to help. He gets hung up a little bit. 2 spots right there, but time loss as well. Dylan Dallaire in 7th now. Matherly is over a minute behind halfway through this moto of Seth Carr. Not what he was hoping for, and he has got to try to figure this thing out in a hurry. So let's check in with our race leader again, Seth Carr. 32-second lead, 15 minutes into this moto, still 15 minutes and 2 laps to go. But I will say one thing that Carr is opening himself up to is we've heard about some potential hitmen who are on the track here tonight, maybe going after Seth. And he's going so fast, he's going to hit these lappers probably twice. So if he's hitting the back of the lead group right now, he might run into that problem once or twice and then have to do it all over again late in the moto because he's going that fast.
Yeah, all the guys in the back of the pack that suck too much and they're too slow and they have to try to take out the leader, they're going to get 2 chances at it. But honestly, Carr might be too smart and too fast for these guys to make something happen without cutting the track. So go and get, honestly, at this point, go try and get him. Hopefully you get banned for life. And Seth Carr will still win by 40 seconds with the way things are going right now. He is on an absolute roll. Cade, yeah, straight up not having a good time right now. Way back there, and yeah, 14th, man. This is Seth Carr. I think we're going to see a clinch right here after the first moto, and honestly, he deserves it. He's putting in some great rides, and under pressure, been able to hold it together.
Yeah, this is coming unglued very quickly for the 25. Looks like he went down again, as you mentioned. He is back here and just dealing with all kinds of pressure. Jeremy Siebold back here as well, so another teammate as Matherly jumps flying by Evan Vanderkoy. Vanderkoy is now seeing too much of Matherly. Doesn't want to see him once again as they try to work their way forward. So Matherly now up into 11th. I mean, look, it's not over till the checkered flag waves. He's got to get all the way to 4th, which is Maverick Snyder. And at the moment, he's only 22 seconds behind P4 on the racetrack. So I know it's a long shot, but we still have, what, 14 minutes of racing left to go? Could happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a chance he gets up, especially if he goes, okay, dude, like, just get it together. At least don't let him clinch early, right? Let's bring this thing down to the final moto. I think if he just kind of calms himself with the gaps at the top of the field, oh, my God, a minute back to 4th is crazy. I think Cade definitely still has a chance to get up inside that top 4, keep this thing alive, really pray on Carr's downfall, but it'll just be a good little confidence thing. He has gotten beat by Carr twice in a row now, so it's really difficult in these championships to keep getting second, but hey, it happens. I mean, imagine being Kevin Windham out there and just perpetual second place guy. But yeah, hopefully he can do it and just keep it alive. Just to, you know, I want the best for both these guys. Cade to keep it alive, but also Carr, man, that would be awesome if he can clinch it one moto early. Payson did not do it a full round early, but so these guys, yeah, both have a chance after one moto to keep it alive.
Well, Matherly is starting to reel in that group in front of him once again on P11 on the racetrack, but he can see all the way up to 8th. Colin Holden is just at the front of this group in 8th place. It is Lucas Brune. It is Ryan Swanson on that Suzuki, the 137 machine, and then Colin Holden exiting the tunnel just up the track as well. So Matherly, I think, has the speed to just straight run these guys down, but I think now he's afforded himself no favors. If he crashes again, I think that might be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I mean, what's the gap to 3rd? I want to see him get 3rd, not 4th.
Well, 3rd is 50 seconds down. Matherly's a minute and 16 seconds down, so 26 seconds back of P3.
Yeah, he's gonna need a ride great, not make too many of even those mistakes, because that's gonna cost him half a second to a second for each one of those there. That he needs to be gaining, not losing on these guys at the front of the field. That even though Carr is going crazy, they're still running really good, really respectable lap times. So. Honestly, right now, I think I'm out. I think I'm out on it. I don't think Cade can do it. I think he's too in his head, too nervous, too frustrated, too whatever you want to call it. And it's just too little too late, right? He got off to that bad start, you know, went down early and then has made mistakes of his own and gotten into people, which is just kind of the way things go, being back in the pack. And I don't think there's enough time. 11 minutes plus 2 laps to go in this race. If he does, color me shocked, but 4th doesn't even get him there, right? He needs to get 3rd.
Yeah.
So, and that's just to keep yourself alive. I think we might have to call it, but I would love to see Cade go balls to the wall here, try to keep things alive.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as Ryan Swanson goes for a bit of a ride, and another rider going the other direction has one as well. Matherly's up into 10th. I think really, like you said, what we're looking at here is whether or not there's going to be any problems with Max Wilczek and Jack Mark, who are going at it for 2nd place right now. This is Wilczek on the 105 Allied Yamaha. Jack Mark, the Silky, doing too much, number 100 KTM back there in 3rd. They're battling each other, and if they start messing with each other and fall back into the group, that could be the best thing that could happen for Matherly. And look, we've seen it before. 10 minutes left in this race. Yeah, 26 seconds sounds like, oh, that's insurmountable. No way. And then you have 2 crashes back-to-back, and Matherly runs 2 laps that are 3 seconds quicker than those guys as Jack Mark goes for a little bit of a slide out right there. And suddenly it's a whole different ball game. So we'll see if these guys can hold on at the front of the field, because that's also a pressure cooker situation for these guys. I think this is Wilczek's personal best moto result, and I don't think Jack Mark's ever hit the podium. So for these guys, they also might start getting a little bit nervous and anxious of even being in this position.
Yeah, definitely for these guys. And falling back, as you said, you can easily go from, okay, second is, 26 up. They both have crashes. Third, fourth place have crashes. Now that mark to get there is way back and closer to where Cade was just kind of cruising along, even if he wasn't gaining. So interesting to see kind of how this works and if these guys can hold on to some of their best finishes they've had in a while. And Jack Mark, I want to know, Jack and Jack's, all the 3 digits maybe inside the top 10 right now, or around there, are all of them rookies?
Jack Mark, no. He's been around for a little bit. Snyder is still a rookie in the class. Same for Jax Lindsay, Dylan Delaire, Colin Holden. Yeah, all those guys. I think Wilczek, I don't know the story, but I feel like he's been around, but like kind of not. It's been very weird. Not too sure what the deal is with that. My lovely wife is the best person on planet Earth. I asked for a coffee, and it arrives in less than 5 minutes. It's like better than Domino's, I swear. It's amazing.
How hot is it? Don't hurt yourself.
I know. I got to not burn my tongue. Thanks, love. Appreciate you.
Don't drop it on the money maker there. Baby maker, at least.
Oh, my God.
I was going to say, so Jack Mark, he's not a rookie. Maverick Snyder, if he is, definitely Rookie of the Year vibes. But I do want to say, shout out to, he's got a fan in chat as well. I love my boy Jax Lindsay. He's a legend. Dylan Delaire has had some great rides the last couple weeks, but Jax Lindsay has just, I've been a fan the last couple weeks. I like what he's putting on the table. Right now, though, we got a little battle. Look at this, side to side, by side, bar to bar. Almost goes down. Dylan Delaire in a vicious battle right here. Alec Horn trying to make a move. Let's see if he dives this up the inside. Who's going to carry more speed? Delaire gets a big kick, goes outside, loses that spot to Horn as he carries the speed around the inside and makes that thing work on what should be the rougher line, but it looked a lot smoother the way he hit it right there.
Yeah, that was a good move by Alec Horn, taking advantage of that mistake from Delaire. Moves up a position. There's Holden. There's Jax Lindsay. And here is Cade Matherly. So Matherly can see all the way up in front of him to, basically top 5 to get to Alec Horn. Those are only 6 seconds separating him and Alec Horn. So if he can get up into the top 5, dualies. No, you're good. We will see at least the opportunity for him to maybe push this thing another moto as he gets sideways with Jax Lindsay. Sheesh. That was really close, but crosses over and makes that pass into 8th. Next up for him, he's trying to run down Colin Holden. Holden's right behind Dylan Delaire. Then Alec Horn. He has got to get all the way up to this man, though, Jack Mark, who is still in 3rd, exiting the tunnel. And this will give us an indication of the gap. So there goes Lapped Rider. And then we just wait and wait. There is Maverick Snyder, I believe, that just went by. And then that should be Alec Horn that just went by right there. Dylan Delaire going over. And Colin Holden. And Jax Lindsay. Oh, no, he went down again. So Matherly, another mistake. And, yeah, I think you have to put the nail in the coffin at this point. I mean, to get all the way up to 3rd now would be a miracle. I think there would be way too much crashing that isn't happening that would have to go on for him to get all the way up to this man who is 4 straightaways ahead of him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Mark has had a couple mistakes, but Snyder's been cruising out front. And, or these guys, Snyder's in 2nd, right?
No, Max Wilczek.
Max Wilczek, I'm sorry. Max Wilczek and Jack Mark, they were in a battle. Mark dropped back a little bit, but man, Wilczek is still crushing it right now, and Mark didn't fall too far back, as you can see him just about 4 or 5 seconds behind here, cruising in 3rd. It's just not, the gap's not tightening up like it needed to happen, and I do think that we're going to see him come up just short, Cade, in this championship, and it's going to be clinched here after this. Wilczek having a great ride, and even though these guys are having a good ride, Cade has not been able to come up through the pack like we've seen a lot of times this year. Max Wilczek is still a minute off of our leader, Seth Carr, who is just absolutely dominating. Hayden Deegan could never. Seth Carr is the GOAT. He's doing it for Deegan.
Is
not
he?
the young one.
Is it in his
He's
his
doing it.
tag
He's
or
doing it
something?
for the dad.
So who is he lapping right now? I'm
Subtle
curious.
flexing on Instagram with a PJ, just like, oh, in the background of all my stories.
Okay, so he is. He's already lapped F move, and
That's
Race
crazy.
Hobble would be next. I think. No, wait. Where is he? He was just
You
in
gotta
this
look backwards.
group. I am looking
Oh,
backwards.
you're looking. There he is.
There he is. He's going that way. So he is already ahead of Race Cobble. He just went by him. He's in this lapping 17th place. Now, I'm only looking back here because I'm actually curious. He might lap Cade Matherly. That would be something else as well.
No.
Matherly
It's not that far.
It's not.
It's like 2 turns. We have 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps. So you're looking at, quick math, 9.5 minutes, a little bit less. Cade ran a 158 last lap, 144. I think cars up front running like 146s. Also, what was their qualifying times? 38s?
Yeah, 138 something.
Cheaters. All of them. But if everyone cheats, it don't matter. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I'm a fan of it. Screw qualifying. It's on the track crew.
Well,
Look at cars shredding.
People in chat right now are saying if he laps Cade, that Cade's got to uninstall. I don't know. I think that's a little harsh for the only guy that kept Seth honest all year. Little harsh.
People have already said that he should quit if he loses his title because he's lost
God.
back-to-back against Carr getting second, which is a little crazy, but hey, maybe Cade is... dude, this is impressive. This is a ride. This is things that you tell your grandchildren about. Back in my day, Seth Carr went out and lapped the field and the guy who was trying to win the championship. Look at this guy, Seth Carr, just shredding.
Yeah,
Dude, his lead is crazy.
Our kids, when MX Simulator is still a thing in like 15 years, will be like, dude, our dads literally called this race. That was sick.
Why are you talking about video games and I can't play them? Why do I suck at sim? Oh, you got my genes. I don't know, brother.
Yeah. All right, so
Just
let's see. Ooh, Jack
Southwick.
Mark just went down, and Maverick Snyder is going to close that gap down.
Be on
Could you
his
imagine?
cornhole.
Could you imagine if he laps Cade and Cade still keeps the championship alive?
And because if he gets fourth, I mean,
If
maybe
he gets
that's
third,
crazy.
these guys are only like that back straightaway ahead of him now.
That
third
would be
place,
crazy. You know what I would love to see, just because it's a foregone conclusion? Yeah, Cade is pretty close. But these guys aren't making mistakes. This track is breaking down a lot, but the only person I've seen make a lot of mistakes is really Cade, not the guys up in front of him. It would be awesome if Carr goes to pass Cade to lap him, and Cade just like cleans his front wheel and just like, I don't think so, brother.
Not this time, sir.
That would be awesome. I don't even care. You'd still win by a minute and a half, but that would just be so funny to see Cade be like, no, you're not lapping me. You're winning the championship, but you're not beating me down that much.
Yeah, not giving you this. So his teammate Braden Tharp is the next person to be lapped. 2 minutes still remain on the clock. I think he's actually going to get just back to the line again. So I think we're looking at 4 laps to go right now. And of course, that means that everyone that's basically in the Cade Matherly range actually has maybe 5 laps to go. But of course, Seth is going to just try to lap as far up as he possibly can. Gatlin, Nerona, Lindsay, Horn, Matherly up into 8th now. Brune 7th, Colin Holden 6th, Dallaire 5th, 4th. Look at, so yeah, Snyder is right here going up into this tree turn right here, right?
Okay.
Then we got Jack Mark, Dallaire, Holden, Brune. Matherly's hitting the Goliath jump in the middle right here.
Maybe
He's like 2
12.
turns. He's 2 turns behind 3rd place on the track right now.
Yeah, maybe like 8 to 12 seconds back. It's going to be, I mean, you could do the math. You have the timing closer, but I'm a man of the people, Kellen. I live with the chat, not the timing. Dude, this would be crazy. So where is from here? Where is Seth?
I think Seth maybe just went down. Oh no, he's like a couple.
Oh,
turns
he's
back.
so he's a little too far, maybe, unless some crazy stuff happens. But Cade can keep it alive. I thought it was done, but there's. You're telling me there's a chance. I am
telling me there's a chance. Well, look at Jack Mark right here.
What a
Up
legend.
in the 3rd, just got around Maverick Snyder once again, so it's now 3rd and 4th for them. But they're going over the finish line, jumping into this roller right now, battling it out for 3rd. Then Dylan Dallaire right here in 5th. Colin Holden 6th. And then here comes Matherly side by side with Lucas Brune, jumping out into 7th place over that roller. I think he could do this. I think he could somehow keep this championship alive all the way down to the final moto of the year, which is crazy given the circumstances that have transpired throughout this race. Lucas Brune is making him work for it right now.
Yeah, he is.
But, man, this could be something else because let's see, did Seth make it across the line? He did. We still have 3 laps to go from Seth Carr's point of view, and that's not even talking
pretty
about
much 4.
where those guys are coming up Godzilla right now. So Matherly now sees Colin Holden up ahead of him. So he's got to get to right here. Jack Mark.
Yeah, I want him. He can do it.
Oh, and I think that's
Jax
Lindsay going down.
I mean,
Dylan Dallaire.
it might be a little out of reach, but it's close enough, and I love the fact that Cade has kept it alive, kept his hopes alive. He has not given up. He has not rolled over. He has been out here just throwing down lap times after having a really rough early to mid section of the race. He has been putting it down. He looks like he's overriding the track at times, and I hope that doesn't come to bite him. He is pushing every single spot he can for every extra tenth, getting that so cleanly, and he goes down. He is not off the bike, but I do think where that is, that's going to be 4 or 5 seconds. I do think that might do it, Kellen.
Oh, he said that 3 or 4 times this moto already.
That's true. Maybe we just wait till the last lap, but it's gonna be really, really tough to do with the consistency that Jack Mark, Wilczek, and Snyder have had up here at the front of the pack.
Well, let's see. These guys are going to have 3 laps to go right there this time by. Snyder, Holden, Brune, and then Matherly into the corner before the finish line jump. I mean, goodness gracious. This could come down to the very last lap to decide this thing. And right now, 9th place has been lapped, I think. Let's see. The 9th place is Alec Horn. Yes. No, he is getting lapped right now. Gatlin has been lapped. So where Matherly is on the track is basically 2 turns ahead of Seth Carr, who just got the 2-lap board. Seth is right there going through the first turn complex
crazy.
The other way. So he still has a shot at lapping Matherly, who in himself has a shot at holding on to a potential to win this championship by getting into a podium spot on this moto. As Jack Mark is down in 3rd at the top of the hill, Maverick Snyder takes it over, and Jack Mark picks it up still in 4th. Brune and then Matherly. Oh, dude, this is
crazy.
This could actually come all the way down to it. And this is just to keep the championship alive. I know we're probably overhyping it, but this is crazy that this is even happening, because look at how far Seth is lapped up. He's got a 1:15 lead on Max Wilczek right now. He's so far out in front. All the drama's unfolding back here.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy what's going on, because if something happens, Cade might not even have the chance to get there, because we'll have a lap eliminated if Seth Carr gets to him before then, or he might get right on his rear wheel and just miss it, but these guys still got to do 1 whole lap. So we'll have to see. Cade is definitely pushing as much as physically possible. You see him still pulling out all the stops. There's Brune, there's Jack Mark, and just in front is Maverick Snyder on that blue blue, white, and black gear right here. A shot of all 4 of these guys coming through the sand. Cade is pushing 1 lapper in between these guys as he yeets himself off the track. Cade Matherly is gonna make it. Ooh, almost gets clipped right there. So 2 laps to go with all these guys within 1 section. Cade Matherly has a chance to keep his title hopes alive.
Snyder down out of 3rd place. Jack Mark in front of him is in 3rd place up the road. Who's that? I thought it was Wilczek maybe down. It's not. So now Matherly, this lapper is giving him all kinds of hell. I don't know who it is. The 42 machine just not letting him have it. Matherly is closing up on Brune, trying to get into 4th place. That would tie him, or at least put him on 25 points, I should say, back of Seth Carr. Carr has the tiebreaker, so it doesn't necessarily matter in that sense. But let's see. Can Matherly get up there and pass Jack Mark? He's trying to get Brune.
Oh my
White
goodness.
flag is out for our race leader. Matherly whips down the hill alongside Brune, trying to get into 4th place to the outside, crossing back over. Let's see what happens going up the Goliath jump. Brune down, slides out of 4th place. Matherly has climbed all the way up to 4th. He's got 1 person to get to push this thing all the way to the final moto of the year. And let's see if he can do it. How close is Seth Carr? Let's find out. Green dot is about, man, it's close. If he goes down, it's probably over from that sense and from the fact that he'd get lapped. Jack Mark, a little bit of a mistake up in front of him. Matherly doesn't go for the big line coming down the hill. They are going to have 1 more lap to go and figure this thing out. What's crazy about this is Carr is going to win the race right behind them, and then we got to wait a minute and a half to decide if he's even the champion, because these guys are still going to be battling all the way to the checkered flag. Wilczek 74 seconds down of the race lead, and these guys are about to see the white flag wave right in front of them. Matherly is trying to go get Jack Mark and keep it alive 1 more moto. Jack Mark, a mistake. Matherly alongside of him for 3rd place in the moto to keep the championship alive. He's still there. He's got him over the wall jump. Meanwhile, final corner. Will it happen? We don't know just yet, but he's done everything he needed to do. Seth Carr wins Moto 1 here at Ironman. Will it be the championship? Matherly is trying to stop at this moto and push it to the end. It's a 23-point gap, I should say, as it runs right now. It would go down to the final moto, but Matherly's got to hold on.
Yeah, Jack Mark seems to not be able to run the same pace that Cade has had. He is just freaking locked in these last couple laps here and made this charge. It's really up to Cade. Can he keep it on two wheels and keep this thing? He's been shredding. He almost doesn't look like he's let off the gas. I feel like he's just in a flow state right now, going as fast as he possibly can. Keeps it on two wheels, and he keeps the championship hopes alive. At least doesn't let Carr clinch it going into Moto 2. But one mistake lets Jack Mark by, and he's going to be back to fourth and lose this championship right here, right now. Can he keep it on two wheels? We got about half a lap to go, Kellen. What do you think?
I think he's got it, but he's been so wild at times too that the mistakes just come shining through. Please don't double this right here. You'd be stupid to do it. Yeah, I know he checks up and doesn't go for it, but he has got one more long back straightaway to make it through. A couple more corners to go. Max Wilczek finally brings it home in second place, 73 seconds down. Seventh place in this moto was lapped by Seth Carr. That is the hurting he put on the rest of the field. So let's see. 2 turns left to go. Matherly avoiding some lap traffic right there. And look at this, folks. He is going to do it. He's going to keep it alive all the way to the bitter end. Cade Matherly gets third in the moto to make sure the championship goes down to the final moto of the year. He has got a win with a Seth Carr DNF in Moto 2 for him to win the title, but at least he got it to the end, because otherwise it was about to be over right here and now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got to be praying that Seth Carr has some sort of disaster happen to his computer. Something gets fried. Better plug that bad boy into a UPS and pray the power does not go out. Man, what an outstanding ride by Seth Carr after cuts. Wins by 74.6 seconds over second place. That is crazy. Just absolute domination by Seth Carr. And if he is able to take this championship home, which we think there's a pretty good chance of, man, he has deserved it, and he has fought down all the way to the final motos, and he really has been impressive this year. And what a great ride by him. Can't shadow on that enough. And Cade, man, Cade, that was a balls to the wall ride as well to keep this thing alive.
I mean, what's crazy about Seth is it seems as though he arguably kept his best for the very end of the season. That might have been the most dominant moto win of the year, and he was slicing through lappers like it was nobody's business. So that was a massive, massive first moto win and puts him on the doorstep of winning this championship. Unbelievable how this has transpired here, and now we get to see whether or not a 450 championship is about to be clinched as 450 Moto 1 comes rolling to the gate. Carr coming across the line with 5 seconds on the clock cost him from clinching early. That's actually fair. If he had checked up and waited for the timing and scoring to cross over 30, Matherly would have had one less lap to make that pass.
He didn't make that pass. He made it right after the finish. Wow, that would have been crazy, or he would have had to push even harder. Crazy things that are changing right here. Moving into 450s after that. Shout out Chase B in chat, our boy. One quali sesh going into send it for the OGs.
Yeet.
Me and you. Like a little Shaggy coming out right there. Didn't know my voice could go that way, but
oh yeah,
I go a lot of ways.
All right, let's set you guys up for 450 Moto number 1 coming to the gate. 29 points separates Payson Johnson and Tyler Lang. So this one, it's pretty simple. If Tyler Lang can't beat Payson Johnson by 5 points or more, because Johnson has the tiebreaker in this moto, it's over at this very point in time. So Johnson, if he can basically just get up on the podium, I think we'll walk away with the championship. Obviously, Tyler Lang has been hitting his stride of late, but what do we think, A-Wood? Does it stop right here, or are we going all the way to the final moto on this one, too?
I want to say Tyler Lang because I feel like can keep it alive. Because I do feel like that this track, we saw Seth Carr, even Cade near the end. You can enter like a flow state, these ruts. This track I've always kind of jived with. Once it breaks in, you're just kind of cruising. The ruts ride really nice. It's very flowy. But then the top of the track that you're seeing on your screen right now, that long section where they were sending jumps long and doing crazy big lines, jumping over walls, that really lends itself to Payson Johnson. And that could be a second or 2 or 3 a lap just from him pushing a little bit harder, launching the walls a little bit further. So I'm back and forth. In my head, I've instantly thought Lang, but Payson Johnson might be able to pull out enough crazy stuff to just go out there and beat him. I'm going to root for Tyler Lang. I don't have my Design Lab Co. Whole Shot Award is going to be Alexis Leclerc's racing. Alexis Leclerc, the spoiler, the legend, the veteran. We don't know if he's in this race. It's okay. But if not him, who else we got? I'm just trying to think. Don't want to be a homer and pick the same dudes.
Yeah, it is Leclerc.
Oh, there's Leclerc. See that number 1 out front early.
I don't know if Hubbard's racing this one or not.
He hasn't raced in a while,
so.
I feel like.
Well, he keeps just doing only whole shots and then DNFing.
Still hasn't even been getting those.
How's he been getting whole shots?
No, we still haven't. What the hell was I saying?
Are you okay?
He still hasn't been getting those. I think I just had a stroke. I mean, Brent Larson has been throwing down some good starts.
Yeah, Larson's been off the gate very well, but I don't know. It feels like kind of a mixed bag as well because I don't think it's cut and dry that if it's not Leclerc, it's Larson. You know what I mean? Like, I think it kind of can be all over the board. You know what? I think T-Lane comes out fired up and the number 5 machine gets off the line first here. Tries to get a lead established and put the onus on Payson Johnson to do the hard work. So I'm going to pick Tyler Lang just for the fun of it, just to see if we got ourselves a little bit of a sneaky hole shot for the 2021 champion there.
I was going to pick Lang first, but I didn't want to just be like, these are the title guys. This is what's going to happen. Even though I picked Seth Carr. So you got Lang. I got my man, Boner Air Leclerc. And we got a battle to the death for the Design Lab Co. Whole Shot Award.
Oh, shot. All right, let's find out who gets off the gate first and whether or not we are going to see a championship get wrapped up right here. Let's see what these boys look like out on the track. The Panini boys all running that same yellow stuff. What is Payson Johnson in tonight? What is our current points leader rolling to the line with?
I mean, if you're looking at Seth Carr, you see that look good, feel good, win good, go fast.
Win good. There's Leclerc.
Look pro, go slow was always my motto. Ooh, someone's got like spiders on there. That guy's got a weird back brace. What's
that Miss Payson? Where is he?
Little PJ action.
That'd be a freaking curveball. There he is.
Saru said I put my face too close to the microwave when I was younger. Right you are, Kenny. Payson Johnson with the pinstripes. Got a little Southside City Connects going on. Looking fresh. Not a lit kit, though. I don't know. I didn't see the combo. We'll get a lit kit. Seth Carr already won that, and almost the title. Ooh.
Here we go, folks. 450, moto number 1, Colby Eaglin, Devin Davis up the inside. B-Lars, we know he gets out of the gate pretty well. I think we might hang on to him here and see what happens with the 76 ride going into the first turn. We're still waiting on somebody. People have been loading in long lately. I don't know what's going on with that. All right, here we go, folks. Well, didn't happen in 250 Moto 1, but it certainly could in 450 Moto number 1. Will a championship be crowned? Payson Johnson, this is his time to shine. Here we go from Ironman. Off and running. T-Lang doesn't get the best jump, but he's going to hop over, try to get to the inside. That rut really screws with them. Johnson, when he needs it the most, Leclerc doesn't get there, but he pushes him out. Payson Johnson grabs the Design Lab Co. Whole shot. Leclerc into the race lead right away. Seth Shirley up the inside. He takes over the lead as well. Johnson mixing it back up in the mid group right there. I'm trying to figure out what happened to Tyler Lang. Where is the number 5 machine? Looks like he's in about 12th place as Shirley leads up the hill on lap number 1.
Yeah, man, what a great start by those guys. Seth Shirley really coming on lately as he's been getting good starts and good finishes here in the 450 class. These last few rounds starting to show us what we may be watching out for. Oh, look at that. Made a mistake. That rut's just not there early. We saw that in 250 Moto 1, and Leclerc able to make the move in a little bit better line up the inside. And now we're looking through the field to see who we got. Do we got big whips? Do we got Tyler Lang? What do we got going on here?
Yeah, Lang already went by. He's top 10. We got guys throwing
Senders.
Love and the whips. All the other
honestly,
dualies deep in the field.
Don't know if that's like, I don't know if that's the best whip jump. on the 450. I don't know.
It's tough because you hit it so fast. You have to check
Yeah.
up.
The other one, they're too stacked, and the other one, I don't know.
I'll tell you what, though, that certainly tosses my salad. I like
I'll
it.
toss your salad any day, Kellen.
Okay, goddamn. All right, Leclerc into the race lead to bring us down to complete lap number 1 through the sand section. He and Seth Surly getting away, and I love the symmetry. I know that this doesn't matter for most people, but I love the symmetry when number 1 and number 2 are 1 and 2 on the racetrack.
Same.
I think it's sick. Now, where is number 3? Logan Leitzel, not here tonight. Sad. So
sad.
Leclerc leads lap number 1. Seth Surly in second. Devin Davis off to a good start in third. He was hanging out in our chat a little bit earlier on, just getting his mojo ready to go racing here tonight. What happened to PJ? Where is Payson Johnson? He's pushed his way back into, looks like, the 10 position. Whoa, and he's getting kind of tossed around a little bit right there. Brandon Cocroft going at it with him, and then there's a Nany Motorsports ride. I think that's Parlow on the 52 right there. Lang is 14th, so he's a little bit behind him going through the rollers right here. But we've seen this. I mean, even Bud's last week. Remember, Johnson's so fast, but kind of crashed a lot. It was very up and down, and made it so he couldn't clinch the championship around early. But maybe that will work in his favor today. We're not quite sure just yet.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because he's so hit or miss with that. And, yeah, I think you didn't see it. Him and Cocroft coming into that corner, they were side by side, just touched tips a little bit and barely stayed on both wheels, but they were able to keep it on two. Look at Payson, so fast, tried to jump up the inside to that very inside rut, missed it, blows it, and now loses 2 spots there as he's going to be back in a battle between Cocroft, and that is number 52 of
Parlow
right
behind him, yeah.
As he has been shredding on this 450. But look at this. This is Payson's section right here. Jumps over that, sends it deep, lands on the rear wheel, sends it deep in this, lands on the rear wheel, scrub-a-dub-a-lub-a-dub. And just like that, boom, I just got like 4 bike links on you.
And boom goes the dynamite as he moves up another position. We got ourselves a cheeky little battle for the lead coming up as Shirley is putting the heat on Leclerc. I think Leclerc's back. And it took a,
but it's the last race.
Took a rough day at Unadilla. But you know what? If he goes out with a moto win here, or even an overall win, that would be pretty badass for the 5-time champion. When we thought maybe his career was over, we don't know where he went. No one had any tips on where he'd gone. And then he comes back out here and is immediately fast once again. Surely a bit of a mistake. So let's go back and find Payson. Lang has gotten by Payson Johnson. Did Johnson go down? Ooh, look at this. Drama. 14th place now for PJ Payson Johnson, laying up into the top 10. So there could be some point swings going on here if it doesn't fall the way of Payson Johnson. He had a golden opportunity at the front of the field, and it has not gone his way whatsoever.
Does Payson Johnson fall apart? Does he score a point this moto?
Nico Rosberg, is his career over?
Tune in to see now. Payson Johnson struggling, though. This is what we've seen. He can hole shot, win by a mile, like Seth Carr did. He can hole shot, just wad because he's trying to go fast and be cool. He can start last, blow his way through the field, and he can start last and just, suck. Like go fast. Oh, I'm 3 seconds faster, fall. 3 seconds faster, fall. I think we might be closer to that, and I don't think it's nerves. Maybe he's just, even more ID gaff mode, which is kind of his style.
Tharp in chat says that he tried to do the Deegan line on the finish line jump and landed on someone.
Sick. So we should stay on here.
I mean, he's going for it. He's trying to pass these guys. Look at the scrub. Actually surprised that he didn't get that pass done just yet as he's side by side with Bodie Parker. Parker's making him work for it, though, trying to get into 11th place. Lang is up into 8th now as Johnson swoops the outside, trying to get Parker. Look at Parker, man, fighting him. I don't care what kind of the color plates your number plate is right there, so just going by him. Giving him the business. You okay over there, anyone?
What color plate's number? Yeah, I swear.
Whoa! And then a little cheeky pass from Jason Stubbs up the inside. Man, Johnson's getting kind of tossed around back here. What's going on?
I don't know. I thought that was Maverick Snyder for a second. That's the only gear I know right there. With that Takatoji ride. Payson Johnson, though, makes that move back quickly. Just get some crazy power to the ground that you never see anyone else able to, get that acceleration. But Payson Johnson does it week in and week out. Bobby Big Lines over here showing us what he can do. He's sending it, but it's weird. I almost feel like some of these are a little one line, and he's able to carry the speed. Look at this around the outside. Do they whip? Oh, jeez. He's going to send it long because he didn't scrub.
No,
and
he
landed
on the wall. Transfer.
Perfect spot on the wall. He might have been off the bike. Wow,
Goodness,
these guys
how
are
did they not touch, as that was Stubbs almost getting into the back fender,
crazy.
jumping down the hill. So Johnson up to 11th now. He's trying to go get Kyle Boardman, as T-Lang has made it all the way up to 7th. He's right behind Cocroft for 6th, just leaving the corner up ahead of these guys, and Boardman misses the inside rut. Doesn't matter. Very weird how those ruts are established at the top of that hill, because no one likes the way that they're designed, either pushing out or crossing back over. So everyone almost comes to a dead stop at the top of the hill right there. Works out for some, not for everyone, as Johnson pulls up alongside Boardman. Parlo off the side of the track. Who else might be down in this section? No, nobody else is down. Boardman looks like he's going to let Payson go by, get up into the top 10. Next up is Schiabro, Partolo, then Davis. T-Lang has passed Devin Davis. He's focused up on Cocroft, Caleb Hall, Frank Jackson. They're all battling into the final corner right here. And this is your battle for third place on the track, because these two are just laying pipe and hoping that they survive at the front of the field right now. Leclerc and Shirley are gone. 17-second lead on the rest of the field. And, yeah, no one's even in the same zip code right now. Look at how far out front they are.
Yeah, I mean, these two both got a great start and put the hammer down early, and they're just kind of going after it. Helps when you have someone like Payson making some mistakes, but you had other guys starting up there up front, Partolo and a couple other guys that we saw early just making small mistakes, and these guys really separating themselves. Frank Jackson having a great ride right now in third. We haven't seen him in a while. It seemed like all year early on he was top 4 type of dude. That's just where he was comfortable. Having a great ride here in this Moto 1, cruising around in third. And, man, Seth Shirley really impressing me on the 450. We saw what he could do in Supercross early on. He has the speed. Will definitely be a contender. Looked out of it for most of the races so far, maybe 8 rounds. In the last 2 or 3 rounds, he has come into his own on the 450 in outdoors. And I'm really excited for what we're going to see next year. And hopefully if Leclerc is back, hopefully he keeps this rolling through offseason and is able to battle for some titles, because I love when we just have more guys up front racing for titles.
I mean, honestly, I hope both of these guys bring this type of game to SMX, because you add that to what Payson Johnson's been able to do, Tyler Lang. We know Eaglin's really good at Supercross as well. He'll certainly factor in. Yeah, these guys are going to be very, very feisty at SMX in a couple weeks, so I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. Shirley sliding the rear end out a little bit right there. Frank Jackson 3rd, Partolo 4th, Cocroft 5th, Lang now 6th. He'd actually gotten into 5th, and then he still hasn't passed Brandon Cocroft just yet. Caleb Hall, Devin Davis, Kyle Boardman, and then Payson Johnson. So Johnson still in 10th, 149.2 last time by. Leclerc goes 141.492 out front, so he is definitely flying as Boardman and Johnson find each other on the track again. Devin Davis looks like he just went, a couple people went down. Caleb Hall and D. Davis, I think both down on the start straight. Yep.
Going down together right there. That's crazy. Payson Johnson, I mean, I think he's figured it out. I think he might have gotten stuck behind a few guys that were just too close to running the same speed. Maybe bad starts as well, but was just unable to figure out the track. And I think as the track breaks in, that does allow different ruts to be viable for him. To carry his mind-blowing speed that he has around the racetrack.
Wait, we got to change for the lead. Sorry to cut you off,
No,
but
you're
Seth
fine.
Shirley has taken it over from Alexis Leclerc. Didn't see where that happened, but timing and scoring just refreshed and showed us Shirley out front to the tune of 4 seconds or so. So, I mean, they were so close. That can't be a fall-off, right? Leclerc must have just tipped over or something like that.
I think so. Probably blew his front wheel over, right? Maybe he didn't push a little bit too hard going into a corner or something.
Yeah, not too sure, but now it is Shirley leading here on lap number 6, and Leclerc's going to settle back into second. Still a big gap, but then we've got some funsies going on back here. Frank Jackson dealing with heat from Austin Partolo. Cocroft pretty much right behind them, and then T-Lang, that red bike you see in the background of these shots, also coming into the picture. Not there, that's Cocroft, but then Lang jumping into the sand rollers. He is trying to get away because he's only got 4 seconds on Payson Johnson, and he had some buffer with riders in between him as Jackson jumps over Partolo to get back into third, but those riders are no longer there. So Lang has got to get moving and try to pass some of these guys to have a bit more of a buffer between himself and Johnson.
Yeah, sneaky little lines from Frank Jackson we're seeing right here on the racetrack, but Tyler Lang for sure. Look at him trying to make some moves. Cocroft, Partolo, and then Jackson up ahead of him, trying to get some breathing room because this is to keep his championship hopes alive. We saw it before. This is really just stay in front of him and you're going to be safe. And he's doing it so far. Payson Johnson has worked his way up through the pack, so I do think Tyler Lang is going to need to settle in as well and start putting down some heaters and just hoping, maybe praying a little bit on the downfall of Payson Johnson behind him and that he does not gain up, because we do have a lot of time left in this moto. We're only 11 and a half minutes in. A lot of people going down behind him, but none of them Payson Johnson.
So Johnson just went 1:41.421 in the background of this battle. He is just laid in the fastest lap of the race, starting to get the ball rolling a little bit. We know that Johnson, when he figures out the fast way around this racetrack, really can put down some absolute steamers, and that one was no exception. Now the question is, I wonder if he just runs down T-Lang and straight passes him and kind of says, yeah, man, this title's mine. You may be going fast, but I'm going faster.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got it, right? 141.4 is absolutely insane. These guys are pulling off some really, really cool lines through that section and the finish line section. These 450s able to do things when they get the power to the ground. I think they have a little bit more finesse too. We saw a little bit of the low lines and stuff, just riding the edges of the track, using their smarts. Ooh, look at that rider. I think that was that Lapper and then Cocroft.
Lapper,
so
yep.
He was almost got into Cocroft, who got into the Lapper, able to get by cleanly. Now he's in 6th, only 3.1 seconds back, trying to keep putting the pressure on. It had a 142.1 there last time around. So yeah, these guys are definitely not going the speed that Payson is.
Yeah, Johnson is flying right now, 42.1 like you said. 3.2 seconds back of Lang. So Lang is trying to run away as fast as he possibly can. 3 seconds up ahead. He went 143.5. I mean, that's not slow either. But Johnson's just got that little extra push in him right now. Like I said, I feel like this is almost like a pride thing, right? Like he can win the title right here. Just sit right behind Tyler Lang, and the championship will be his after this moto. But it almost seems to me like he's like, nah, I can go get him.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Payson knows he can, and he wants to. I think he wants to win in dominating fashion every time he hits the racetrack. He purposefully has said before he doesn't want to go for smooth races where he just wins everything, because I do think a lot of times he could if he went into it with that mindset. He only wants to run hot laps and just like be impressive and do crazy stuff on the racetrack. So I think right now he's saying, oh my god,
jeez,
he's saying, yeah, hot laps, I'm gonna have fastest lap of the race, but I want to win. I need to clinch early. He already extended it to this round. Let me go out there and let me just not only clinch, but let me beat him and try to beat him kind of badly, right? he wants to go these 2 spots in front of him. He doesn't care about. I think he wants to get up there and try to even get close to a win if he can.
Well, T-Lang just put a buffer between himself and Johnson. He just got around Frank Jackson, so he's got a little bit of a buffer, like I said, between him, and he's trying to go after Partolo to get into 3rd. It's still pretty big lead for Seth Shirley, 10 seconds up on Leclerc, and another 7 seconds back to this fight on our screen right now. But, I mean, kudos to Lang here, because not laying over whatsoever and at least giving himself a shot, putting himself in some positions where if Johnson has a couple falls and he keeps making these passes as Lang does, yeah, he might still be able to take this thing down to the final moto. I don't know. Johnson's going so damn fast. He's close right up to Frank Jackson. You can see T-Lang in front of him. Gonna try this outside line, cut back down the hill. Ooh, coming together, but jumps across, and they'll split lines here at the bottom. Jackson to the inside, Johnson to the outside. Gonna rip this middle rut, trying to get up to Goliath together. Oh man, big
Come
layover.
on, Frank.
Many dualies? Is that you, Frank? Just laying a turd on the ground right now. Oh, Lang's down with Partolo, and Johnson squeaks right by, no problem. He is up into 3rd, and Frank Jackson scoots by into 4th. Lang back to 5th.
Yeah, wow, what a gift he was just given there. Bummer for Lang. Getting into another rider is not how you want to lose the spot when you're fighting for your life this whole race. But, I mean, it almost seems like it was bound to happen. Just bummer to see it happen in that way. Look at these guys. Partolo going down, gets kicked sideways back there. Oh, and Frank Jackson might have gotten into him. So now it is like a mano-a-mano out in front. If Lang can work his way back up, Cocroft was able to get through. Now we're looking at Lang and Payson Johnson coming ahead of him through the sand right there. Yeah, it wasn't. It was close. Close to being bad, but wasn't. Sometimes I come close too, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, goddamn. Tyler Lang, though, does he have the ability to fight back, or is Payson Johnson like, haha, got him, gonna keep dropping hot laps?
Got him. points. It dying over here.
I'm just in such a good mood today, and I've been giggly.
Seth Shirley has got himself an 11-second lead now over Leclerc. So now I'm kind of also curious as well, as we've crested the halfway point of this race. Does Johnson just start running down Leclerc next and maybe even get up into second? As we run, he obviously clinches the championship one moto early. Would gain another 2 points on Tyler Lang, go from 29 to 31 point advantage. Just needs to be 25 points up after this moto. So Lang really needs some help at this point. He needs to hope that these guys either start crashing or, I don't know, changing the tides or something. Maybe Johnson has a few crashes in him still. But it's looking like it is going to end right here, right now in this moto, unless something big changes.
Yeah, Lang is going to need something big to happen to Payson. Honestly, I was just looking at the times. I feel like Payson can still go out there and, if not get second, still win this moto.
Jeez.
All you need is, I love the cameras just placing like,
down. He's
Later
down on
Whisker
the top
Biscuit.
of his tabletop, and Lang's going to go back by. So that will turn 4 points back in his favor because he was losing 2, but now gains 2 instead of the losing 2. So 27 points back as it runs. Needs to be 24 or less back because Payson does own the tiebreaker as lap traffic gets in the way there. Cocroft and Frank Jackson are the biggest problem areas for Payson here to kind of hang close with him. And if there's a mistake, then he would take advantage of it. That is a lapped rider off the track down to the outside. Leclerc's already long and gone scot-free out front. So the dynamic changes just ever so slightly. And I don't know, is this pressure put on Payson? Do you think he even cares? Like, I feel like, yeah, he's still got the championship locked up as is. I think, like I said, it was a pride thing going to beat T-Lang, but he doesn't need it.
It's still totally possible. We have 12 minutes plus 2 laps. I think he's not slowing down. You can just watch the way he's riding on the track right now. Just absolutely putting down crazy heaters and doing what he does best. It's so fun to watch. It's crazy. It's almost cool when he falls because you're like, we get to see him throw down hot laps and see how fast he can catch that gap. It's only 3 seconds back to Tyler Lang, so he's got that he can easily go back and pass T-Lang again and get it. It's just going to be, I thought he had a chance to win the race, and honestly, he still might. Seth Shirley and Leclerc have to be perfect from here on out if Payson Johnson is, and he's running the speed that he is right now.
Yeah, he's going to start winding it back up and trying to run down T-Lang up ahead of him. It's just, actually, you know what? I think Seth went down because that gap is now only 4 seconds, so I'm curious. Oh, Lang was stuck on top of the tabletop. Johnson jumps over him. And now the two Johnson's down, gets into the back of a lapped rider right there. And that's going to allow, I think that's not even Frank Jackson going by. He is somehow going to remain 4th place.
In front of
Cocroft and Frank Jackson could not get there. So that's another kind of flip of the coin with this. Johnson might be going fast enough. It doesn't even matter. He might just get up and still be ahead of these guys every time he goes down.
Yeah, I mean, he goes down a lot too when he's running this pace. So he's got to watch out. But I think, honestly, it's just going to be who wins, right? Now, I think I'm out on him getting the win. Crazy things can happen, but I think he still wants to go out and he wants to beat T-Lang. He's not going to slow down. We see that he gets near lappers and he's like, I'll just blow by you. Oh, crap, I got into you. Guess what? I'll get back up. I'll throw down heaters and I'll make the pass again. Yeah, it's pretty much clinched. Is it clinched right here, even if he loses to T-Lang? So
yeah,
he's got the title. Why not just go and try to beat Tyler Lang? And I don't think he cares. He's just going fast, and whatever he gets, he'll get. But he's still going to throw big whips. He's still going to ride crazy lines and try to put down the fastest lap of the race every time he's out there.
Yep. So now just settle into 4th place. He's got a bit of a gap back to Frank Jackson. Then Partolo comes on into the picture. Cocroft, I think, just went down. He was pretty much right behind Johnson. Mm-hmm. Now there's a bit of a gap, and then
D. Davis.
Very big gap. Yeah, D. Davis. Really good ride here in P8, but he's 20 seconds behind 7th. So these are, some of those positions, especially if T-Lang can only finish 3rd. He really needs Johnson to finish like 6th or 7th if he finishes 3rd to keep this title fight alive. Seemingly pretty unlikely at this point, but you never know. Frank Jackson, he just went down. Whoa! Johnson jumping into your living room here, side by side with a lapped rider. I thought for sure he was on his way down and just kind of pulled it back together, landed off track, no problem. Still about 7 seconds behind T-Lang in 4th, and just keeping tabs on him, just making sure that he knows where he's at. And then back to our leaders again. Seth Shirley still up about 3.5 seconds on Alexis Leclerc.
Yeah, Leclerc not letting him get away right now. Just clicked over 4 seconds. Small mistake by Leclerc, but we see him in the same camera shot a lot right here. He's right behind him. Small mistakes. These guys have been battling since the gate dropped. Oh, Seth Shirley goes down hard on that timing kind of through the rollers. There goes Leclerc. It wasn't the first rider. It was the second rider. It's okay. Shirley in a really bad spot, though. Look at this slow crawl up the hill. That's going to lose him probably 12, 13 seconds there.
But look, this helps T-Lang a lot because if he can get up here and maybe get Seth and Leclerc, that would keep the title fight alive because that would be 7 points that he would gain over Johnson, potentially finishing 4th. Bring it down to, wouldn't you know it, 22 points. We have 23 points separating Seth Carr and Cade Matherly with a moto to go. And I don't know, it's not over just yet. We still have 8 minutes and 2 laps left to go on the racetrack. But I think you're right. I think Johnson's winding it back up again, starting to reel in Tyler Lang because it's down to 5 seconds now, was out to 7, and he went almost a full second faster than him last time by.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that off-track excursion in the times that he's made mistakes and gone down, blows that rut there, almost goes down again in first person. We almost saw it right there. Still running crazy lines, still running crazy speed. Look at this, jumping over the wall. Gonna come here, low line scrub right there. Land deep on the rear wheel, land deep on the rear wheel again, and then scrub again. This is just the little things that he's found that give him 1/100th of a second here, 1/10th of a second there, and that's what makes him so fast. Also with his unreal corner speed, but when you're running lines like that, it really opens you up to going down. So P4 right now, 4.3 seconds back though. Got a couple lappers and actually lost a little bit. So look at that, tripling right there. That's easy for him. That's not even
easy, dude.
Easy peasy, beautiful.
Remember when Leclerc's race team name was IZI Racing?
Hashtag easy.
Hashtag easy.
That's why he made it look easy doing all those championships right there. 5-time championship winner Alexis Leclerc. Hopefully come back and give these guys a run. Braden Carter maybe be a little bit better in outdoors. Oh,
Johnson
and he is down and off the bike, and there she blows. Not going to lose the spot to Partlow, but going to lose a lot of time to Tyler Lang and all the rest of the leaders.
Yep, so now he has got to really not have another fall-off crash here because that would not be ideal with Partlow hanging out back there. Looks like worst he could do is 5th, though. Oh, Lang down out of 3rd place. He's going to pick it up still in 3rd, but that will likely blow his shot at getting up there and battling Leclerc for the win. Still not out of the question. He could maybe go get Shirley, but Leclerc's got a big gap, though he's enduro manning, Mitch Butlering his way off the track right there. Joins back in and has himself a 12-second lead now over Seth Shirley, trying to just cruise it. And, yeah.
Yeah, this battle up front went from a great battle for 18, 20 minutes between Leclerc and Shirley from the very beginning of the race, right off the start. And it's kind of fizzled away. The gaps are way too big, but a great ride by him coming back. We would expect to see from him. He missed some races, then came back again. It seems like now he's really more focused and putting in some more time, and the results have shown. So kudos to Leclerc out front here, but yeah, big gaps back to everyone. Shirley in 2nd, and I think the race right now is just going to be that 3-4 battle and see where that yo-yo happens between Tyler Lang and Payson Johnson.
Here's the thing, Imoto, whether you think it was pronounced easy or izzy, think of how a French person would say the word easy in English. Oh, so easy. Got him.
It's so easy.
So easy.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's the fact that was just his whole vibe. He would win races and just be like, hashtag easy, because that's how I did it.
GG trash cans.
GG noobs. Yeah, get wrecked. It's me after every Rocket League game that I get carried to. Win from, but hey, we take what we can get, and you talk shit whenever you can. So I don't win that much these days. So
Johnson versus Lang about to tee up for what, round 3, round 2, whatever we're
8
on,
maybe. Who knows?
Yeah,
Which one's gonna go down first?
This is all about bragging rights now, though. This championship is gonna fall the way of Payson Johnson after this moto, barring complete disaster of some kind either direction. But he just wants to go beat T-Lang, and he has that carrot dangling right in front of him. Lang in 3rd. Still a little ways back of Leclerc. Wait a minute. Oh no, Seth. Wait, what is timing and scoring showing me here? Did they just both go down? Or what just happened? Nope, nothing
Alan's
changed.
also having a stroke.
Yeah, do I smell
We're
toast?
just both stroking each other. We're stroking out.
Whoa, Johnson into your living room.
I think the line that he takes, just when you switch at a certain time, he just jumps so much more close to the camera, besides the one time he went past the camera way off the track. But he's giving us some scares right there. A couple jump scares for me when he hits that jump. But look how close he's getting right on the back of Tyler Lang right now.
Woo, look at him. Outside
So much
line
speed.
in that corner. Both these guys doing the Deegan line over the finish line jump. New fastest lap of the race. Pace and Johnson, 1:41.156. And if you look at this racetrack right now, you'd be like, how the F is he pulling that off? Because it is so deep and bumpy. Oh, that's probably how he's doing it as he pushes the front end over that rut and goes down. Hey, Partillo's hanging out right here, so this is going to be a potential pass. Now, someone in the chat, please remind me if it's the old point system that they're using, right, to determine the points. They determine the new point system is to determine overalls, which is, I don't know why we're using two different ones, but new point system for overalls, old point system for the actual point standings, right?
Wait, what?
Only reason I'm asking this is if he loses a spot to Partillo, that's a 2-point swing instead of 1. The new system is 4th place is 18 points, 5th place is 17 points. Old system, 5th place would be 16 points. So I'm just asking so we know what the actual differential split could be, especially if Lane can go get his teammate here late. Because if he has a crash and Partillo gets by him, they would be 25 points apart, but he needs to be 24 points or less, and Shirley might even let him go, right, to keep the championship alive.
So they give the 25, 22, 20, 18, 16, and then go single digits per moto score, but then once you get your overall...
Then it's...
Wait, what?
It's...
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Believe me.
And I listen to myself talk every day.
Mm-hmm. Gonna go ahead and zip my lip and throw the key out.
I can talk shit, though. Nah, we like to... I don't want to make you lose your job.
Anyway, point being, Lang still has a shot at keeping this championship alive, and it really kind of depends on this man right here. Now, I don't know what side of the fence Partillo might land on. He might just land on the side of the fence of, please give me the best result possible, and 4th place could still be on the table for him. As Johnson almost lands on a lapped rider right there.
He doesn't care.
But we still have minute and a half, 1 minute left. Oh my goodness, how did he not land on Brandon Larson right there going up the uphill? B-Lars Doolies? Oh, B-Lars, you...
Dweeb.
B-Lars, what are we doing
Canceled.
out here? Canceled. So Johnson's just got to not crash and let Partillo go by, because then that gives Lang at least the opportunity for his teammate to let him go and keep the title going all the way to the final race of the season. Right now, it's all Alexis Leclerc out front, though, and I think just like the 250 moto, they're going to cross with not much time left on the clock. We're looking at probably about 10 seconds left when they cross right here.
Yeah, we got 10, 15. It's gonna be close, though. It's a bummer when it works out that some races you barely clear it by a couple seconds. Let's see, he's coming across right now. 45-0 pretty much. So 15 seconds too early. Alexis Leclerc goes ahead and crosses. So he's got to do 3 laps, and so does everyone else. So that's 3 more laps. Tyler Lang needs to hold on, and Payson Johnson is pretty far back, but we've seen them both make mistakes.
Well, Johnson just made another mistake because now it's only 7 seconds back to Partillo. So Johnson, and off the track right there through a tough block, a little bit of a mistake there. It's very weird that this is happening. Like, how in the 250 class did it barely stay alive, and we're looking at it maybe barely ending right now? Like, this could go a multitude of different ways, but one way I feel like almost for sure is going to happen. Shirley's got to let Lang go, right?
Yeah, what was the points coming in? 28?
29.
29, so... Does it make a difference, though?
Well, the problem is no, because if he lets him go, it would only be a 25-point deficit, which, of course, he doesn't have the tiebreakers. So it would not keep the championship alive, technically speaking. He would still be points-wise.
Oh, Leclerc
was down. Leclerc was down with the lead. This opens a whole different can of worms, though, because Lang now has to pass his teammate to win this moto and keep the championship alive. So what is Shirley going to do coming to get the 2-lap board? What is about to happen. What would you do in this situation?
If it's half a lap to go and he's still behind me and third isn't right on his butt, I let him go. Why not? Like, it's a long shot, some would say, but it's like, why not? Why would you hurt your teammate 3 points when you could just be like, hey man, go ahead, what happens, right? What if he does fall 55 times or his PC starts crashing, right? And he can't, like, give him whatever edge that you can so that you can hopefully edge out Payson Johnson because he wants to get, well, we're not edging, we're just edging out. I honestly think just give him whatever. If he's close, and honestly, maybe he does a little fake slow up here or Tyler Lang is just going faster, but I don't think you need to do it right now. I would say just 3 turns before the finish. Who cares? Just be like, I'm just going to let off the gas.
Well, let's see what happens. 2 laps left to go here in 450 Moto 1 at Ironman. As it ends this second, 25 points between T-Lang and Payson Johnson if it were to stop right now, but it is not about to stop right now. Tyler Lang is trying to go to the race lead over his teammate Seth Shirley at the top of the hill. Big whips over the Godzilla jump, and Shirley going to funnel into this middle rut. Lang goes to the far outside. Mind you, Alexis Leclerc is also still hanging out in the background. He's only a few seconds behind these guys. He would like to have a shot at winning these motos as well. So here we go. The teammates to decide if this championship goes to the final moto or not. Johnson, 25 seconds back of this battle. He is completely out of it. And Partillo's another 20 seconds behind him. So Lang needs to win this moto to keep the championship alive into the final race of the season. As they go through this corner right here, Shirley jumping over lap traffic. Lap traffic trying to move out of the way. It's one of the field ski and snowboard riders. Don't see exactly who that is.
38?
Yeah.
New guy?
No idea. David Pulley? As they're jumping down the back straightaway together here. Leclerc is actually, I think, starting to close back up again.
Yeah, I was going to kind of point that out, Kellen. I think even if he does let him by, you still can't slow down off your race pace. You chased Alexis Leclerc in this moto for 20 minutes and had this crazy battle with him. Just because he made mistakes, he's still right there on you. So just slowing down and letting him by doesn't really do much. I guess Seth can get past, but Payson is also back there. So you really got to hold on to it. I guess so Shirley could slow up if you wanted to, but Tyler Lang cannot afford to take the pedal. I messed that up. Take his foot off the gas, trying to get as far as he can. Seth Shirley hasn't let him go. This will be an interesting last lap. I would say closer to the finish. We'll see what happens here. I mean, it's just, if you really are teammates or you do talk to each other like at all, like if you're in any way friends, you just let them go by. Like
I think so, but I don't know how they play this because it's such a long shot for Lang to win the title anyway.
Yeah, but
does it matter? I don't know.
Seth won enough. He's fine. They don't get bonuses.
Well, interesting dynamic for the JIBR.co Gas teammates to figure out with half a lap to go. If Shirley wins this moto and Johnson retains fourth, which it looks very likely he will do. Oh, Shirley's down. Lang is going to take over the lead whether Shirley wanted it or not. Whoa, D. Davis, I think that is, jumping back in front of T-Lang. Got to watch out for the race leader. Not letting him go just yet. Let's see what happens as they jump at the top of the hill. D. Davis is not letting Lang get by him as Leclerc has been hanging out behind him. Lang doesn't need to go right by him because he's got a little bit of an advantage. D. Davis still has not yielded to the blue flag just yet as they come into the final couple of corners, and Lang's just following him into this rut. Finally scoots by Davis, and then look at all the lap traffic still at play here. Up the inside, 2 turns left to go. Tyler Lang, I think, is going to keep this thing alive, barring any sort of weird penalties or mistakes. Final turn, Tyler Lang wins 450 Moto 1 here at Ironman, and it looks like Leclerc versus Shirley for second place coming to the flag. Let's see what happens here. Shirley's going to try to rush this outside line. Leclerc goes defensive. Middle rut for Shirley, not enough. He hits a lap rider and goes down. And let's make sure that Johnson doesn't get by him. That's going to be actually pretty close. Shirley's going to pick it up and almost get hit. He's going to cross only about, oh my gosh, 1.5 seconds in front. It actually doesn't matter anyway because it's a 5-point swing. So the championship will go to the final moto of the season. 22 points is the gap between Johnson and Leclerc now. So Partillo looks like he's going to get 5th. Jackson 6th. 7th for Cocroft. Caleb Hall in 8th. Eagland 9th. Jeremy Schiabro in P10. Killian Ortiz 11th. Kyle Boardman 12th. Spieth 13th, Pachone 14th, Austin Schaefer 15th, Sullivan in 16th, D. Davis, the man who we saw right there, 17th, Castellaneta, Parker, Pilsner, the points-paying positions. And look at that, it would somehow, some way, both title fights came down to the final moto.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, if you asked me this, I thought this championship was going to get clinched 2 motos early, or 2 full races, 4 motos, and it comes down to the final one. It's a very big long shot, but hey, Tyler Lang has done what he can, and barring a couple bad races, a couple bad starts, maybe a slow start to the season, whatever happened with Tyler Lang, this championship could look a lot different. But it's cool to see all of this coming down. No one clinching too early. We get to celebrate the last 2 motos of the year. We get to crown a champion, no matter how it ends up. Always crazy to see. It'll be fun to see the cuts, just to see what the points difference is. But basically, Payson Johnson has to not score a point next moto. Kind of the same in both classes. So interesting to see what kind of rides those guys bring out. Are they chilling with a slower time, or are they going to go out and try to win to secure the championship? Talking about Payson Johnson and Seth Carr, who we'll see coming up. Great rides by them, though, and man, bummer for Seth going down later. Devin Davis, too, man. He wanted to keep pushing for points. He's inside the points, but dude, it's a championship battle. You got to move up. Devin, come on.
And officially, after penalties, Johnson is still 4th behind Seth Shirley. So that was a 7-point swing in that moto, 29 down to 22. So if you're just joining us, we have 1 moto left to go in 250s, 1 moto left to go in 450s. Both championships are still alive, but they are near impossible long shots, as Seth Carr is 23 points up on Cade Matherly in 250s. And now Payson Johnson 22 points up on Tyler Lang in 450s. Basically, what needs to happen is Cade and T Lang winning the motos with DNFs from their championship counterparts, which is unlikely but not impossible.
Good thing Jesse Mullins is not here, I'll tell you that. Who knows what would happen. Yeah, I mean, it's cool, though, just to say they brought it down, right? They didn't let them clinch 2 races in the 450 class, potentially early. Not one race early. They brought it down to the final moto at each round here at Ironman. This has been an awesome season, awesome Supercross season, awesome outdoors, great racing, both classes. It started out with a lot of guys. We got some new rookies coming in, and it's been awesome. So use that word like 50 times in a row, but I don't know. I love it. We love Sim. We love everything. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. All you guys in the chat, YouTube and Twitch. Thank you guys all for being here, watching week in and week out. We appreciate you.
Yeah, and look, they've been here for the long haul. They've waited all season long, and now we really do get to crown champions, because there's nothing after this last moto of the year. It's do or die right here, right now. Seth Carr versus Cade Matherly. Final 250 race of 2024. Let's give you guys a rundown of who's going to the gate here in 250 moto number 2. Jax Lindsay, John Davis, don't know that name at all. Colin Holden, Wyatt Grant, Cody Wells, Max Wilczek, Alec Horn, Race Cobble, Tucker Zimmerman, Millie Soderblom, Ryan Swanson, Noah Jans, Evan Holt, Maverick Snyder, Evan Vanderkoy, Ryan Chowsey, Braden Tharp, Cade Matherly, Ben Nerona, Jack Mark, Adam Holm, Dylan Dallaire, Harrison Gafford, Jake Kazarian, Dylan Bollinger, Hayden Stevenson, Emmanuel Cepeda, Seth Carr, Tanner Rogers, Jeff Cooper, Lucas Brune, Jack Gatlin, Garrett Hollenbeck, Caden Speck, Sonny Spicer, J.R. Reyes, Jeremy Siebold, and Xander Brion make up the 38 riders that have made it into the final moto of 2024 for 250 racing in RaceFactory Gaming competition. All right, Awood, over to you for our Design Lab Co. whole shot pick. Who have you got in this 250 moto number 2? No pressure.
I'm thinking. Hold on. Let me look at this.
What the hell hat are you wearing?
This is my. I didn't see in the list.
Oh, we're gonna go webcam
Braden?
only here just to see.
This is my white knight.
I just look
crown.
over and this dapper man has appeared in my studio.
How do you do, my lady?
Well, I feel like you're like you gotta go like 1940s baseball announcer on us. Like, oh, we got a great race going on here today. Okay.
This is like a 2010s like Reddit moderator. Just tip my fedora to you. White Knight over here. Braden Tharp.
Tharp.
I was looking for his name. I didn't even see it. I was hoping something else would come out. Braden Tharp, thick boy BT is coming out, and he's coming out fast.
Okay. That's a pretty good pick. I'm gonna go Ryan Cheesecake Chelsea last moto of the year. You know what? I think we're gonna get a good.
Where'd he finish though?
I don't know, man. Does it matter?
Kinda.
This start,
okay.
This start is kind of mid as can be. So
if you look at the screen that everyone's looking at right now, is your cursor? Can you see it on there? Like 2 inside the box.
So
no.
Like here?
Yeah, that's prime gate. Maybe even first inside the box or first outside. Getting away from those. We saw Payson Johnson use it, and he almost got the start, got barely pushed out. Actually, somehow him and Leclerc swapped sides, so he was able to edge Leclerc and was able to get that. But I honestly think that's the best thing. That is a crazy inside right there, and as long as those guys let off and don't go barrel everyone, I think that's the prime time gate. So if I see someone there, I'm going to be really high on their chances of getting a good start.
Absolutely. All right. We have got the final moto of the year coming up. And you picked Tharp, right?
Yeah, little BT.
And I picked Chelsea. That's right. I already said who I was picking. So, yeah. Here we go. Do you think we're going to have drama?
In a way, no, you can't drama someone into not scoring points if they're as fast as Seth Carr.
I don't know, man. Remember when last year we thought Matherly had this easy, and he ended up like 30 seconds behind the field 2 corners in because everyone punted him? I don't know, man.
It's Seth Carr, though.
It is Seth Carr.
I was trying to say is
been pretty damn impressive.
Twitch channel tag.
Seth Carr.
Seth Carr.
Seth Carr.
Seth Carr. Caden Speck out here claiming lives on the warm-up lap. Just murdered 2 people.
I love it. All right. Well, here we go, man. It's championship decider time. 30 minutes plus 2 laps, 250. Moto 2 coming onto the gate right now. As we are about to drop the gate for the final moto of their season. 23 points in it. It is going to take an absolute miracle for this man right here, Cade Matherly, to win it. I mean, the heartbreak of 2 years in a row to not get this title, even though he had a shot going into the last moto both times, is going to be tough to swallow, but it certainly is something that he got over once. I think he'll be able to do it again, and he'll certainly still have a very strong career ahead of him. Got guys launching out.
Whoa!
Jeez, I never even seen that line.
That's my boy BT. He's going to whole shot and do that right now. Just you watch.
Okay.
Just you watch, everyone, all you non-believers in chat.
I'm watching.
All right. My YouTube chat's gone. I need it back.
Okay, here we go.
Man of the people, Kellen.
Man of the people.
Man of the people.
All right, here
Mr.
we
Worldwide.
go, ladies and gentlefish, boys and girls. Final moto of 2024 for the 250 class competition. We have 2 championships still on the line. One is about to be decided. Will it be Cade Matherly or will Seth Carr get it done right now? Here we go. Gate is down. Let's see who gets off the gate first. Carr's got a pretty good jump. He's going to get pushed wide in turn number 1. Couple guys laid it over. Seeing a lot of guys down in the first corner. Matherly and Carr both got through good. Jack Mark rips the Design Lab Co. hole shot. Where'd that come from for the number 100 machine using one of the PM bikes, but it's actually Carr that's trying to go into the race lead out of turn number 2. Is he going to do the same thing he did in the first moto and check out? Might be a foregone conclusion, trying to go to the lead at the top of Godzilla on lap number 1. But I'll tell you one thing, Cade Matherly's got a much better start, and he's trying to go with them as Carr takes over the race lead, jumping back down Godzilla. And could it be goodbye time?
I mean, I think everyone knows the answer to that, and I think the answer is absolutely Kellen. After another great start, he is looking to check out. Do we see over under a 60-second win here? I guess That's dumb. If Cade stays up this close, he might not be able to pull that big of a gap on him. But Seth Carr is going to go out and dominate, try to lap as much of the field as possible. He's got an even better start out front, even faster. And I think these guys have another thing coming to them right now. Jack Mark, Maverick Snyder, and there's Cade Matherly in fourth. Really close to these guys. I just don't know if he has enough to hold on to it. We'll see if he can make passes into second early on and then see how close he can keep this battle.
Well, you have to believe if you're Matherly in this situation, given that it's very unlikely you win the title with the situation that Carr is in, it's all about bragging rights now, right? Like, you just want to go actually beat him one more time and say, look, you may win the war, but I'm going to win the battle today. So I think he's going to do everything in his power to try to at least win this moto, right? Like, you want to go out, final moto of the year, and at least hoist the trophy one more time, even if it's not the biggest one that you can take home.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Cade too, as I'm passing, if I get up and I'm passing Seth Carr, I'm cleaning that front wheel out for sure. Put him on the ground. Hey, maybe that starts a chain reaction. If you pass him cleanly, that's one, that's no fun. Two, it doesn't change anything in the championship. You can't punt him, but I would love to see Cade catch up to him, try to say, hey, dude, you only won by that much because I got a bad start. I couldn't put it together, but this is what I can do. I'll see you next season. I'll see you in Supercross. I'll see you in Outdoors, and I'm going to try to take home these titles like you've done so far this year. And I think he wants to kind of put a – what do you say? How do you say?
Put a bow on it or what?
Put a bow on this thing. You're going to lose.
Throw some cheese on it or what?
Pride.
Throw
some D's on that B, you know?
Trying to go after Jack Mark for second, as it's now a 3.5 second, almost 4 second race lead already for Seth Carr. He definitely means business here today. I think regardless of the championship picture, he just wanted to go 1-1. He just wanted to leave with a big championship mark on this season. Matherly, little step on, step off auction right there. So he's not really getting around these guys as fast as possible, and that's allowing that gap to be established already. You can't even see Carr really on the screen anymore when we pan away. Ooh, Matherly, rear end kick coming into that corner right there. Very nice job to save it. That front end, it was barely about to grab a little bit of dirt on the backside of that inside rut, and if it didn't, he was going right to the ground.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here with Cade getting stuck behind Jack Mark is just the difference in high-end speed. Cade has had it at some races, but Seth Carr almost every round, or every single round, fastest qualifier. Almost every single race, fastest lap of the race. Cade really has only had better, I would say, speed in maybe 1 or 2 motos. From what I can remember, it's more been a consistency thing. He will get the pass done here as there's a mistake by Jack Mark going up the inside. He's got a little bit more speed, a little bit more power pulling up the hill. He secures that second place, but I just don't think he has the speed to even match Seth Carr. If they both just go, say, let's put down our heaters, I don't think he gains. I think he loses ground.
Well, we're about to find out, because finally he has clean air and he looks riled up to try to do something about it. But like I said, Seth Carr is gone at the front of the field. 143.234 last time by was the new fastest lap of the race. Everybody else 146 or above. So that just shows you the difference in time that Seth Carr's able to put down on this racetrack. But what he is not immune to, and we saw it in the first moto, he had a few crashes in him. He had a big enough lead through the entire moto that it didn't really matter. But hey, if he lays one down right now, it could go bad. Well, speaking of going down, Cade Matherly is down in the tunnel, and he gets up and clips someone. When he picks it back up, he's going to go from second all the way back to 7th, and that is a tough break for him. He is going to have to pick it up and try to pick the pieces up and try to get going once again. Here comes my daughter into the room. What do you got for us tonight, Holly?
I might change colors.
Wow, we got white and green and red and blue. So many colors in your nightlight. That's pretty cool, Holly. Can you say goodnight to the people?
And it goes like the colors by side. Night.
Hey, Holly, I love you. All right, Braden Tharp was just down up the inside there in P5, so that's going to move Evan Holt and Cade Matherly up a couple of spots. Tharp picks it up back behind these guys. Matherly's now 6th. Maverick Snyder, actually Matherly 5th, I should say. Maverick Snyder 4th. Alec Horn 3rd. Jack Mark back in a 2nd. Yeah, Carr went down. Carr did have a much bigger lead than that, and Jack Mark is right on him again. So after he went 143 on the first lap, goes 143 flat last time by, but the lead has been cut way down. Do you think this is a case of just pushing a little bit too hard? Doesn't need to, obviously, but maybe you're just a little bit overzealous trying to get that big lead established.
Yeah, I think he's for sure he was pushing too hard, right? Just looking at trying to make that gap as big as possible. But if he just rides his smooth, consistent lines, he's still faster than everyone else. Jack Mark did have really good qualifying. He has the time, top end time to be close. We've seen with how close those times were. But as we see Seth Carr blow a couple corners right there, I don't think he's going to have a problem with staying out front. I don't think he has any pressure to win this title. I think he does want to go 1-1 and win it. That would be awesome. But I think slowly but surely, not Seth, that we'll see this gap get pulled out again and just kind of easily, in a couple laps, it'll be 5-10 seconds and you won't really think about it too much anymore. Jack Mark riding great.
Yeah, Jack Mark is doing a very good job today of mixing it up with these guys. 4th in the first moto, 2nd right now. Almost looks like, based on the splits with everyone today, maybe even guaranteed to get on the box. We'll have to see how far Wilczek gets up with his 7th place running at the moment. Of course, Matherly was 3rd in the first moto, now runs in 5th. But Jack Mark has been steady up here from the get-go. Good start in the second moto certainly helps, but, I mean, he charged forward in the first one as well. And at the moment, he's the one putting the most heat on Seth Carr. He's not letting that championship leader get away from him and keeping it really about 1 to 2 seconds. And, look, we all know when that pressure stays applied on the race lead, it's tough to stay in your element that whole time and be able to charge and do the laps you want to because you're always kind of thinking about the guy that's right behind you.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a weird amounts of time gaps that make you feel comfortable as Jack Mark goes down hard behind him. I think that was him cartwheeling, jumping into that turning section, that little step up turn section right there. That's going to be no one.
Alec Horn went by.
Alec Horn.
Then Matherly up to 4th now, so he can see Jack Mark getting going just in front of him. Well, now the onus again is on Seth Carr to remain on 2 wheels for the first little stanza of this race because another crash, and he falls right back into the clutches of all those guys once again. 12-second lead now on Horn, Jack Mark, and then Matherly went down again, and it looks like same spot out of the tunnel. He's now all the way back into 9th. So this is, honestly, Matherly's race kind of going, albeit a better start, but going very similar to what we saw in the first moto where the speed is no question about it there for the taking. But the mistakes have just been coming through too much. Too many crashes, too many little bobbles. Almost had a big fall earlier in the race while in 3rd. Then crashes out of 2nd, crashes out of 4th this time. Just can't stay on 2 wheels, and it's probably been the death nail of him all season long.
Yeah, I do think that's it's been a lack of starts, I would say, was the biggest thing. And then just not being able to either work your way through or having that super high-end speed that Carr has had. I feel like Carr has just had the total package. Obviously not, man, that's a bummer. Gets into another rider there. I don't think that's a lapper. I think that maybe...
I think that was for position.
That was for position. So Dylan Delaire, that was not just going to roll over and give you that spot. So that's something you got to think when you're back in the pack there. You're on the outside. These guys are racing for position. They don't care where you are in the championship. You're just another guy on the track. They're still trying to score points, have best finishes of their career, whatever they can do. So Cade just running into it. I think he's just maybe mentally checked out of it by now and just...
Well, that's what I was going to ask is the first moto, look, it was a long shot regardless coming into the day, but the first moto, I think just the concept of like, man, can I keep it alive to the final moto? Like, I want to make sure that I get all the way to the final moto.
Yeah.
That gave him that little extra push, right, to focus up and get all the way back to 3rd in the race and obviously push it to the final moto of the year. Now that, we know this championship is going to be over after this, there's no shot really unless Carr's game crashes or something like that Matherly can still win this title. I think you're right. I think the mental focus gets lost a little bit because the realization is set in, man, this championship's not mine. I worked so hard for it, and it's just not going to happen this year.
And the crazy thing is, I completely agree with you, Kellen. The crazy thing is, if Seth Carr turns off his computer right now, Cade probably still won't win the championship.
Yeah, because he's got to
He's
pass
in
a lot
11th.
of guys. Yeah.
He has to go up and win. So I just don't know if he has it in him. And I think it wasn't his first crash, but probably his second, maybe his third crash of the race where he's like, it's done. It's over, right? Then you're just completely out. You're almost like, why am I still racing? Should I disconnect right now? Am I racing for pride? And I'm racing for a good finish to say I fought out hard. Like, what? Why is he still circulating on the racetrack and almost gets into it right there? The same exact line he took on the outside. Not that he's not motivated, but like, it's got to be hard. He's like, what's he doing, right? He's like, this is such a long shot. I'm just circulating.
Tripling out of the corner right
crazy.
there. That was crazy as he lands deep into the rollers, up to 9th now. So up ahead of him, we got Evan Holt. This is Braden Tharp coming over the hill right here. Seth Carr's teammate, obviously. Jack Gatlin still holding on to 6th. Then up into the top 5 we go. Alec Horn closing up that gap a little bit on Max Wilczek. I swear, these Yamaha guys, they find each other every damn week.
And
Maverick Snyder, Max Wilczek, Alec Horn, 3 different Yamahas.
Every race. Last week there was 4 of them at Buds. They're all on different teams, right? But they all look the exact same.
Dude,
They're
those
all
bikes
star
do not
Yamahas.
look that different. And it's 2 different teams.
And Snyder's barely different. He's only wears the same exact gear, so thank God I know who he is.
They all have the claw on the helmet, that's for sure.
Freaking Wilczek, dude, and Alec Horn. Get away from each
The
other.
only difference is Fox Gear versus TLD versus One Industries. But they're all wearing black. Black and blue here. But
Black and blue.
Dude.
Freaking. These guys are crazy.
I don't understand how it works like that because, look, every year there is actually
In real life?
Well, no, I'm saying in this game there's actually some variance between teams, right? Like some people, there's every year we start and we're like, oh, there's a nice looking Cowie team and a nice looking KTM team and a nice looking Suzuki team or whatever, and then somehow we always end up with like clusters of the same team on the same looking bikes. I don't get it. Like one year it's like, oh, there's 4 KTMs in a row off the start, or one year, oh, there's all the Cowies 5 deep on the first turn or whatever. And I know it's usually the best model that everyone wants to choose, but this year, how does this team? We have 3 different teams on Yamis, and they all end up racing each other for 4th every week.
It's honestly crazy because they do find each other, as Wilczek holds on to the spot here. They find each other every time, and it's not even like off the start. It's just mid-moto. Oh, who's anywhere from 4 to 8? And it's just these 3 Yamaha riders hanging out together. And, yeah, you always kind of say at the beginning of the year, there's the new model, right? Say it's the new Yamaha. Everyone wants the shiny new toy. People are like, there's 18 different Yamaha teams. But really there's not, because the rest of the track, or the fastest guys, it doesn't matter, are on different bikes in both classes. No one's really riding the same thing, but then you get this weird little pack. And I feel like it happens in real life though too. You're like, McElrath and Benny Bloss and Christian Craig are just riding nose to tail every single round, and people will say they have that, and that's been these 3 guys. It's funny. Wilczek blows his wheel over the corner and goes down and puts a rider in between. Thank God. Look at that little gas action.
Yeah, it's Jack Gatlin that has now split up the Yamaha trio.
TM?
No, it's a TM. Yeah, TM. Sorry, I thought you said KTM. Did I say gas?
I said gas.
Oh.
I normally anything red is just a Honda to me because they're the best.
Yeah.
But
well, it is Unity TM Factory Racing.
I saw
That's
that.
what TMFR is. So, yeah, update on Cade Matherly. It's not going well, folks. He went down again. He is all the way back to 14th now, I believe. Oh, he's up to 12th again. He made a couple quick passes since I last checked in, but yeah, not going the way he wanted to. And, you know, it is what it is. It's just not going to fall his way this time. He's had a very, very good season, and at this point, just charging forward, trying to get some sort of decent positioning to wrap this thing up. But they're all going to follow this man home. I mean, 15 minutes into the moto again, and for a brief second there, about 8 minutes in, we're like, wait a minute, we got a race? Psych, nope, we don't have a race at all. It's 20 seconds now over Jack Mark, and it continues to keep growing. 141.929. For reference, that's not far off of what Payson Johnson was doing on a 450 around this track. 141.1 for Johnson, fastest lap of the race on a 450. Yeah, no one else is sub 144, and he went 141.929 2 laps ago. I think he just laid in another half decent lap. I don't know. It's crazy, man. This guy's ridiculous.
I think the biggest thing for the difference that I see between him and everyone else is the way he flows his corners and his corner speed. He always, whatever he's got a stability, like getting into him and just being able to go wide open, riding along. You'll see in first person, he rides the top edge of every rut, which minimizes all those bumps that start deep down in those ruts, braking and acceleration bumps that start there at the beginning of the race and then form slowly. And he rides it so smooth. And honestly, man, when I was racing, even with bigger ruts, that would only happen one out of every couple, once or twice a lap. This dude does it almost every corner. He's just able to come into it, get a flow, and go wide open at the top of the rut, come out cleanly, just carries so much more corner speed, and that's the only way to get a 250 to go as fast as a 450 on these racetracks.
Yeah, you're right. It kind of all boils down to corner speed with these 250s, and he is flying in and out of these corners. I'm just going to stick on board of them because this lap, I mean, is it going to be another 141, maybe 142 or 143? But regardless of which, since we've been on board of them, he's opened up another almost 6 seconds on, the rest of the field. Look at this line that he's carrying, the speed.
He OJ'd it.
And just bounces out of it, no problem. Yeah, this man is in a different zip code right now as he goes down. As I say that, commentators curse, but doesn't matter. He's still going to get up with a fat lead on the rest of the field. And it's actually his not teammate, Jack Mark, but running the same bike as him, Maverick Snyder, Alec Horn, Jack Gatlin inside the top 5. Another crash for Wilczek. The second place overall is very up for grabs. That is BT. Yeah, Braden Tharp jumping over top of him, trying to mix it up with Wilczek. They just absolutely laid into each other in the corner. I don't know how. I wish you could have seen that because I know you weren't looking at the screen.
Sorry, I just looked away
too. That was hilarious, dude. Wilczek, he did one of those.
This tip?
Well, he did one of those things in sim where like the front tire just stops in the rut, but it keeps moving forward, so you just are like nose wheeling up the rut, and he's just bringing Tharp with him. Like the rear tire's caught, and they're just rolling up out of the corner together.
Somebody clip it, chat. So. Yeah, title it sleeping on each other or something, and I'll go watch it later.
Just like one of those like dumb connection JLV moments right there.
That's so I just didn't think anything was gonna happen right there. I'm like, let me finish this sentence typing, and then boom, we got people sleeping on each other. Don't sleep on BT. No. You won't sleep on you.
Ooh, look at him
whipping
flat right there. I like that there's a little knuckle those guys keep landing on it. It's very subtle, but if you look at Holtzy right here, jumping right to
this first
one right there. See those guys right launching out to that knuckle. That's pretty cool. Like it's like almost like a big step down if you get it good.
Wilczek is falling apart, by the way.
Yeah.
Every time we see him, he's on the ground. I'm sorry, Wilczek. You're my rookie of the year, I think. Like rookie of the year, Jax Lindsay's was my new favorite.
Hashtag for Gary.
Hashtag for Gary. I think you just got back around. BT. These guys are just, no one wants to race. They're all just here to throw whips. Championship's over. No one's throwing dualies. Ooh, BT's going crazy, though. Out here throwing whipper tails, as Kellen would say.
See, so this is where I'm confused. iMoto, our stat guy in chat, just says Max isn't a rookie. Max was literally in the chat room like just before this race saying, I am a rookie. I just turned pro 6 months ago. So I am confusion. I know there's Max Chwalik, who isn't racing anymore. He was definitely not a rookie last year. Wilczek was doing some races last year, I thought, but apparently, according to him, he was not.
He said, I am a rookie. I've only been in pro for 6 months now.
Okay.
Which would be Supercross, the most.
I don't know. I don't get it either.
Hang on. Lane's confusion. We're all confusion. Motohead, there might be SMX for Sim. There's not much going on. Everyone's crossing over.
So there will be SMX, but I don't think I can really say much about it yet because none of it's been announced. So please hold, but there will be some racing.
$100 to enter.
For Sim, so $100 to enter.
I get 50% of what the winner gets.
Yeah.
No one gets 40.
Jack Mark just went down.
Silky doing too much in that
Maverick
corner.
Snyder's taking it over. Maverick Snyder is going to get third in this championship. And as you said, you were talking about Max Wilczek being rookie of the year. I don't know, man.
Someone said Snyder's not a rookie, though.
Is he not? I don't get it.
That's why I asked you. Just because he's three-digit.
Triple digit, though, like, I don't know. Like, I guess, did you race, like, 3 races last year and didn't score points, or what?
Have you raced EU before this year? Have you raced EU, GPs, or...
For an extended period of time. If
maybe
you did,
not
like,
GPs.
A handful of races.
If you raced over half a season of GPs don't count. Of EU or Race Factory Gaming Nationals or Supercross before this year, like a West Coast, an East Coast, half of outdoors, something. Oh, Snyder's okay. Then he's rookie of the year.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, Snyder is definitely a rookie. So, yeah, P3 in the championship.
Jax Lindsay's my favorite. Snyder's a badass.
Nice setup. And, 332 is going to go to probably number 20-something next year.
And I appreciate the same gear all year, pretty much.
Yeah, he definitely made it easy every time we went to him. Like, oh, there's Maverick Snyder again.
Yeah, I just call him off of hole shots and crashes and behind people. Like, half the time I'm sitting here, I don't have control as riders going down behind him. I don't have control to switch between the riders that Kellen does. So I got to either he follows my conversation or I got to try to remember the gear. But people change gear every week. There's like 8 teammates. Don't get me started on Panini.
Got to remember the name.
Can't really see. 100% reason to remember the name.
Yep.
Is gear changes all the time.
Yes, if SMX does happen, I will stream it, Mantis, just so you are aware. And there was an Arena Cross series in Sim. It's kind of come and gone. I don't know. Like, there's been so many different series that I wish would come back, but I personally don't have the ability to run all of it myself, so I'm not going to take the time to organize all of it. But I do miss when we used to have
Winter Indoor,
remember,
Fall
like,
Cup.
Like off season was like Monday was Arena Cross, Tuesday was like freaking local cross, some dumb series. Wednesday would be Fall Cup or Winter Indoor. It's just all over the place. Like, we'd always have different races every single night of the week. It was certainly a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be the guy that, like, the good old days, but for sure, as far as the amount of races, the number of racers, we would have 300 entries in each class in outdoors, and then off season there would be a race, every other day with 20 classes, and you'd go and you'd hang out, right? And I feel like a lot of the people that started playing the game are between maybe our age of like 27 to 35, so a lot have kind of grown out of it, but it was really peak, right? There's more UIDs now, and it seems like they've blown up, but the racing scene has kind of disappeared, and I don't know why that is, because obviously this is the top tier, like, racing as far as what you can do between the games, right? Like, I get that there's so many players on bikes, but if you want to race and have full commentary and, like, really good stuff and good net code and all that, like, it's weird that this is not where all the action is. So,
well, it's been around for a while. I mean, it is unfortunately the reality of
maybe
this
ran
game
its course.
Is I don't want to say ran its course, but it's dated. It really
Pod's kind of running its course,
and it bummed me out that JLV in a forum thread recently said, I'll just keep updating the same game, like, no plans to make a new one. But, like, if he started over and did it with, one of the new game engines that has these unbelievable graphics that can run, and everyone can run, the game with low PC specs and everything like that and all that, God, it would be amazing. It'd be so good. But, yeah, it's tough.
Matt in chat says...
Matt in chat?
F22 Matt says, once you see what's going into making the tracks and objects, you'll see why there's not a lot of racing now. There's more tools, there's more help. As Seth Carr goes down in the lead, and absolutely
33-second lead,
nothing is going to happen to him.
Okay.
So it's like there's all these objects, all this stuff. Like, it's easier than ever to make tracks. People were making tracks with crazy tools and elevating stuff. Like, it's so easy to make them in Photoshop or Editor and all this stuff. But I don't think that's really anything has to do anything. But I don't know, man.
Yeah.
The good old days, dude. Freaking FamiMax Fall Cup and Primal and Winter Indoor and all these things, and me racing 125C on a keyboard and a laptop that I was too dumb to put on a table or a TV tray or something. I'd just burn my legs because that thing would overheat. Good old days.
Yeah.
I miss it.
Yep. All right. We have got just a little bit of time left on this championship. 5 minutes plus 2 laps still to go. Jack Gatlin and Maverick Snyder set to battle it out for second. This has quietly been building to a good little fight between the two of them. Snyder 6th in the first moto, second now. Definitely looking at having a good day. Jack Gatlin, he was 9th in the first moto. So they both turned it around quite well. These, honestly, we talked before the motos, before the racing got underway, about this cliff behind Cade Matherly and Seth Carr. They had 174 points on Maverick Snyder coming into tonight, for example. This is why. These guys have been very inconsistent all year. And Maverick Snyder might be doing, let's say, 6-2 on the day, 6-3. Jack Gatlin might go 9-2. That's how you get 15, 20 points gained every single week, and suddenly we almost have 200 points between first and third in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, Maverick Snyder's rookie year, right? So you come out, you do Supercross, and then you go into outdoors, and you haven't done it too much, and you're nervous, and you're scared, right? Qualifying in this. I would bet he's had some rounds from 15th to 25th place, as in moto scores. So guys like this, they are so back and forth, right? And there's no one. I would be curious to see, like, this is everyone in the 250 class as well. Maybe minus a few people, Pardlow going up and down, right? Maybe he saw he didn't have championship hope, so he changed things up. But if these two leave the class, if Cade and Seth Carr did move up, like, what's going to happen? I feel like maybe that opens the door for Pardlow to start dominating and Maverick Snyder to get into that championship mix. But he's learned some consistency throughout, but is there really, like, who's next up? And that's where, I don't know. You don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
Who is
crazy.
next up? I mean, honestly, I think the hope is that this man goes 450 racing sooner rather than later. Obviously, we saw Seth Shirley move up mid-season this year, race Supercross, and then moved up to outdoors. And look, he himself would echo that it hasn't gone the way that he had hoped. But it's always going to be that way for 250 guys moving up. Very rarely do you have a 250 dominator move up to the 450 class and immediately beat some of the best riders in the world. And Seth Shirley, after a season of outdoors, I think is pretty much there, and going into Supercross next year can factor in. So hopefully we see Seth Carr also probably take that plunge soon, because he's like Thanos, man. He's collecting all the infinity stones of the 250 class this year. He won the GP championship on Monday. He's going to win this championship tonight. Probably going to win another GP EU title, an NA EU title an EU title for nationals. I mean, he's dialed in,
and he can still defend, right? So
yep,
we'll see him here probably another year.
Doesn't even have a Supercross title on the mantle yet.
Oh yeah, because he
lost it
Shirley.
by about 5-6 points. So
and those Balzer and Shirley that won those.
Yeah, Balzer and Shirley.
Balzer over Carr, Shirley over Cade. Cade loves losing to Seths. Oh, wild ride for Cars. He's bringing this thing down. 28 and a half minutes to go. Good news is he cannot go fast enough. When he comes across the finish line this time, it will be the white flag. So 3 laps to go in this race right here. Or not the white flag, 2-lap board.
2-lap board will come out.
3 laps to go. So, yeah, Seth Carr, I mean, man, it's his turn, right? Seth Shirley was here, and there's different people. Snyder's going to come up and try to, maybe win a coast or try to battle. And hopefully Cade comes back and tries to see if he can step up. It's in a good spot, right? And he doesn't need to move up into 450s. I don't think you ever should have to. But I do think it's cool to see these guys. And Seth, yeah, it's fun. Only the best of the best in real life, huge whip. Will move up and start winning. Jet is a freak show, right? Villapoto and these guys even had to take time. So Shirley, yeah, did it in a different way. He's just now coming onto the scene. I think next year is going to be a problem. Seth Carr, give him one more year here, and then maybe he dominates 450s after that, or he runs right with those guys. But Seth Carr is an animal, and he has figured things out here.
Yep, and he is just cruising his way to look at that, dude. Just wheeling down the hills, rolling over the bumps, no problemo. This guy is on X Games mode right now. And by the way, while we were kind of watching him, he actually lowered his best lap time down to a 1:41.421. He's only 0.3 slower than what Payson Johnson was able to do, which is absolutely asinine. So Cade Matherly, we've already talked about it this moto. It's not going to go his way tonight. He is going to, of course, wrap up second in the championship, no problem. So talking about him a little bit before this thing is all said and done. Look, Matherly, 2 years in a row, just fell a little bit short of the title. But hey, you, me, a lot of people, we never even sniffed a title in this game, and he took 2 titles down to the last moto in back-to-back years. So I feel like you can't hang your head low if you're Cade Matherly in this situation. You're one of the best dudes in the world on a 250 in this game.
I mean, it's gonna suck for like a little bit, and you go, oh, I'm taking the break, I'm gonna take time out, whatever. But I would, he's still young. I would guess he comes back, and he's a contender next year, right? Like, there's all this, if he gets slapped, if he loses, whatever. Like, it's nothing, dude. Yeah, you're so close. That just means you're next up. what do you say in real life when someone, especially in the 250 class, is just short? Those guys are moving up. You are now the guy with the most experience. You were second best. And once they disappear, go to race a different coast. Be a little bit better than you were last year, and you now have a title. Like, to bring it down to the last moto is, you're good enough to win. I would not be surprised to see one of the 3 250 titles that we give out in indoors and outdoors in NARF racing. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cade Matherly end up with one of those.
I mean, he's been on the doorstep many times already in his career, and like you said, I think those opportunities will keep presenting themselves. He's going to keep fighting for wins, and at the moment, he, like I said, can definitively say he's one of the best players in the world at this game, and just doesn't quite get the job done in 2024. But these guys are all still battling with each other, trying to get on the box, and this man is about to watch his championship dreams come true. He is going to get the white flag this time by, I believe, and have one more victory lap around this Ironman circuit. And all the hard work, all the rebound that he had as well from a tough season in Supercross where he just narrowly lost the championship, to come back. And I mean, this feels like Adam C. and Cerullo in 2019, you know, just didn't get the job done in Supercross with that crash. Dylan Ferrandis wins the title. And then it was like the revenge tour for AC. Like, he just came outdoors and absolutely put a hurting on the field. And yes, this did come down to the final moto, but I feel like Carr made it feel like it wasn't that way, you know? Like, he was very good all year long and deserves this title, no question about it.
Yeah, chip on the shoulder. I mean, you can see, I feel like I'm not wrong in how I used to describe Seth Carr, and it was Seth Carr goes really fast, but crashes a lot. He will almost always set the fastest lap of the race, Supercross and motocross, but he's going to crash too much, and he's going to end up 2nd to 7th. Like, you never knew, because he would just crash a lot. And you know he's the fastest because he has qualified, fastest qualifier, pole position every single round this outdoors, something that's never been done before. And this year, yeah, he has a chip on his shoulder from Supercross. He came out outdoors, fastest qualifier. Guess what, guys? I also figured out how to not fall. Keep it on the ground. I win a bunch of overalls. I'm the best guy here. And yeah, it came down to the last round, but I'm going to take this thing home. And it's been a great season by Seth Carr. Really pumped for him and proud of him and everything, all the improvements he's made. I'll let you bring this thing home, Kellen.
Here it is, folks. We have waited all season long for this moment, and he has waited much more time than that to see this checkered flag. It is going to be a dominant 1-1 day. Doesn't matter how he got there. In the end, it is only going to matter that he got it, and Seth Carr is the 2024 Race Factory Gaming 250 National Motocross Champion. What a season, what a ride, and the 15 plates turn to number 1 in 2025. Many congratulations, Seth Carr. You stand alone.
And he did it, man. He did it looking good, too. Brings out one of the most fire kits of the year. One of the most dominating performances we've seen. Won by over 70 seconds in the first moto. Comes out, wins by 20 seconds. Cade comes up just short in the championship. But, man, look at this. 2:15. We got people celebrating with him, hanging out after the podium. He's in or after the finish line. He's in a bad spot. Getting nailed right here. But you are looking at a man that had something to prove. He wanted to be better than all the people. He was the guy coming up just short. And now he is came out and he has dominated this outdoor season. And he has earned it, man. Great ride, great race, great season for Seth Carr here. And what an awesome end to this 250 championship.
Now, Cade Matherly has crossed the line in P8. The championship is over for him. He's going to wait off to the side right here. I'm sure he and Carr will congratulate each other at some point, maybe in Discord or something along the lines later. And, yeah, Seth Carr, amazing stuff. I just will say, you know, real quickly, we will be doing a championship interview in the 450 class. I asked Seth if he wishes to speak about it, and he politely declined, which is totally fair. I know some people don't necessarily like being, you know, talked to in public and stuff like that, but regardless of which, we we very much congratulate him here at Start Your Systems for a tremendous championship season and extremely, extremely well deserved.
Yeah, man, he crushed it, and we just talked about it so much this season. I don't even know what more there is to say besides congratulations and great ride. He's so fast, dude. 141.4.
I know.
Might be faster than 450s. Throwing a little stoppy through the fans, over the bars. He has got to be elated. So excited. Good for him.
All right, well, we are going to celebrate Seth Carr's championship, and we'll be right back on the other side of this one with more Race Factory Gaming's motocross action and crown a 450 winner in just a moment. Many congratulations, Seth Carr, your 2024 Race Factory Gaming National Champion. All right, many congratulations to Seth Carr on that 2024 Race Factory Gaming National Championship in the 250 division. W's in the chat all around. Everyone's stoked for Seth, and rightfully so. That is tremendous to get it done. We all start this game on some level with a dream that we can win a championship, and now Seth Carr gets to celebrate it because it's a reality.
Yeah, it's pretty cool getting your first one. I mean, some guys get multiple, and I think the trajectory that Seth Carr is on, I think that he might be one of those guys that's able to lock up a couple more. And who knows, whenever he does move up, if he does, or when he has to, I think we got a good kind of class moving up to the 450s in the next year or two. So I think we'll see some good racing in both classes, and excited to crown another champion here tonight as we move on into 450 Moto 2. It's going to be a good one. I'm going to give you early because I want it so bad. I want Alexis Leclerc for my Design Lab Co. whole shot.
Do you? Because didn't you pick him Moto 1?
Didn't I?
You did, yeah.
Yeah. I want it bad, and he barely lost. He lost it by a knobby.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, what do I have to do then? I can't pick. Who got the whole shot?
Whatever you want.
Who got the whole shot? Payson Johnson first
Yeah.
Moto? Damn. I think I might run it with him, no?
Run it.
Well, iMoto says it was Payson's first whole shot of the season. So I don't know if I want to run it back with him. I might be a little skeptical
You
about
won't.
that.
No balls.
Yeah, no balls. I picked T-Lang first moto. He was pretty good, but not exactly what we had hoped for off the gate for him. it's so inside dependent, and Leclerc's so good off the gate, and he's going to be second gate pick, so it'd be tough to bet against that. I am going to go, just to be off the wall, though, I'm going to go Seth Shirley because he got out front early as well. He didn't get the whole shot, but he was right up there from the get-go. So my Design Lab Co. whole shot pick for the final moto of 2024, Seth Shirley.
That's a great pick, Kellen. He's had some great starts here recently, been running up front the last couple rounds, and been getting off the gate good. So I wish you the best of luck. I just hope that number 1 comes out in front of the number 2 as we go into the second corner here.
Indeed. All right, final moto of the year coming up. If you're just joining us for this final 450 race of the year, yes, the championship is still alive, but it is a massive long shot for Tyler Lang to get his second 450 national championship, 22 points back of Payson Johnson with 1 moto to go. Again, basically needs Payson to not finish or score points, and he get the win. Has to win. Second place won't be enough. He has to win and hope Payson finishes 19th or worse, I think is how the math checks out. So it's a long shot. It's not impossible, but it is a massive long shot. Either way, we're going to crown a champion in just a minute. Someone was getting absolutely
you just missed the biggest.
I did, yeah. I was trying to look at Lick Kit for a second. I just wanted to see if we saw anyone good.
That's true. Well, maybe, this one's close to foregone conclusion,
honestly,
so
Dr.
it might get
Dude's
silly.
Just bringing out heat every single
He looks like
dude.
Spider-Man.
A little bit, man.
I think he's got Spider-Man gear. 2013 A-Wood with a whole shot this race.
Yeah.
Hundo P. 8 of 24 whole shots?
Yeah, something crazy like that.
Pretty
Leclerc been up there in the mix a lot this year. All right, here we go. It is time for the final race of 2024 RaceFactoryGaming National Competition. A championship is about to be decided. Payson Johnson versus Tyler Lang. Final moto. Here we go. Off and running.
Whoa.
Johnson gets sideways immediately and puts Eaglin down. He's taking a couple people with him, and Leclerc gets to the corner first. Shirley's trying to square it back off. He's side by side. It's going to be Leclerc by a nose. Seth Shirley to the outside. Is that Hubbard right there in the mix? No, it's Belars on the 76 coming out in P2, but Leclerc gets the whole shot this time. A-Wood, you called it. You nailed it.
I did, but Seth Shirley was really close. There was 3 guys coming across, basically tied for second, coming across that white stripe. So good picks for us all around today in the 450 class. Alexis Clare does lead the field. His teammate, Brandon Larson, behind him with another great start. He's gotten a lot of them. Hubbard said 78 wasn't getting them, so 76 going to take over with getting some really good starts. These 2 out front, we'll see if Alexis Leclerc can figure things out and hold on to a win today. Payson Johnson doesn't need to win, so I think we might see Leclerc just go for this thing and a good battle again between him and Seth.
Payson Johnson, P14, or actually P13 now on the racetrack as they run T-Lang in 5th. So obviously so much racing left to go, but as it runs, Lang actually in a pretty good opportune position right here as he tucks in right behind Jeremy Schiabro. He had to come from much further back than this in Moto 1, and he still won the moto, albeit from a mistake out of his teammate Seth Shirley near the end of the race. And Shirley's going to work on Brandon Larson already for second on the racetrack as Leclerc starts to sprint away, open up a little bit of a gap. Johnson working his way backwards. He just went down, actually, ladies and gentlemen. He is now outside of the top 20. He is sliding down the order. I'm watching his name go all the way back now to 27th place for Payson Johnson as Seth Shirley makes that pass on Brandon Larson. T-Lang is trying to get up alongside Jeremy Schiabro as they launch the wall jump together. 4 riders on your screen together, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the racetrack as Leclerc holds the lead. But wow, we got some spiciness going on. Johnson's got his work cut out for him as he's now back into 20th place.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to stay there, right? So I don't know if I see it happening, but if you're Tyler Lang, you're a good start. You're inside the top 5. You can see the leader right away. You're absolutely sending it. And, hey, Payson is in a position where there's a chance, a way bigger chance. Yeah, I'm telling you there's a chance right now. And I think if you never want to maybe prey on the downfall of someone else, but Tyler Lang is praying something crazy happens and he's able to win what would be second championship.
Oh
my.
Schiabro and Belars.
What a sicko.
Just having a toss fest up here right now as they're getting together, battling each other for 3rd place on the track. Shirley's starting to squeak away from these guys a little bit as Leclerc only has a 1.9 second race lead. We're all watching this battle, though, intently to see if Lang can get around these guys without having too much damage. Johnson's back to 23rd again, so another mistake for him. I want to go back there and see this, but I also don't want to get away from Lang. You know what, let's go figure it out. What is going on with Payson Johnson back here? It is not going well as he's back here with Dr. Do getting pushed wide, and now he's having to try to make some passes down the inside. He's down again. Payson Johnson is off the bike. He is fully imploding as he falls down outside of the top 30. He's all the way back to 35th place and still getting thrown around as guys get up from the ground. Wow, what is happening to our championship leader? He's getting passed right now by Chase Blakely. That was a pass for 36th place.
I'm almost speechless right now. He's riding crazy, the things he's doing right now, but when he is on the bike, but man, like, this can't get much better for us, right? And for Tyler Lang. Tyler Lang is going out and trying to win this race, and Payson Johnson is right where he needs. Luckily, though, so all of the trouble that he's going to get himself into, whether himself running into people, these guys back here are going to crash. I still don't see a way he can't end up scoring a point at the moto. 35 minutes is a long time, and you see how hectic it is back here. I don't think these people are trying to take him out. I think that's just how the racing goes when you're back in these positions. If you've never been there before, you can't explain it. It looks shady. Unless someone starts actually punting him, no one's, I don't think, doing any of this sketchy riding on purpose. Payson needs to watch himself, just put together some smooth laps, stay away from the other racers, and work his way forward.
T. Lang has made it up to 3rd place, so he has his eyes set on trying to go into the race lead. If he moves into the lead with Johnson still outside of the points, he would provisionally take over the championship lead if it were to happen at this very moment. But Johnson slicing and dicing his way forward. He's already up to 28th. He has basically another 10 seconds or so to get up to points, but he's just sliding through people, no problem. 27th place now, and just working his way forward. Now the question is, can he settle down? Because clearly I feel like he's a little bit ruffled right now. He's made a lot of mistakes. Even just watching him here, he's been able to get through these guys pretty well. But again, like, this is the pressure we talk about with this championship. These guys want it badly, but that's part of the problem. They want it so badly that it starts getting to you even when you have it nearly wrapped up.
Yeah, I mean, he's not slowing down with his crazy lines, still sending everything. And I think this just comes with the territory of, we talk about it, or I talk about it every single race, is the crazy Payson Johnson. Go as fast as you can. If you fall, you get back up. You go as fast as you can again. There's not really a limiter on Payson Johnson's riding. I think he's going to have enough, but I don't know, man. If this starts to go really south and he just can't stay on the bike as we see him down again, trying to do a big line he doesn't have to do for a half a second. All you have to do is get up into 18th, 19th, past these guys that are nowhere near your level. You don't need to be running qualifying pace. I would hope that maybe if the 15-minute, if he's still out of points, he slows it down, but I don't know, man. This is crazy. I don't even know what to think right now, Kellen.
Well, he's trying to get that settled down to some degree. He's 30th place on the track right now. He's got to go another 16, 17 seconds to get all the way up to points and even get into a points-paying position. But he really needs to be, I believe, 18th or better for it to matter, to get those 3 points that he needs to win the title. And 18th place right now on the track is this man, Kyle Boardman, going over the Goliath jump, whereas Payson Johnson's still not even at Godzilla right now. That's how far the gap has already been established. Let's go back up front because there was a change for the lead. Seth Shirley has taken it over from Alexis Leclerc. Tyler Lang is 6 seconds back of these two. Honestly, feels like a rerun of Moto 1. These two out front trying to put a gap on the field, but they worked their way back into the field the first time. Does this matter any different this time? Are they going to actually race each other clean and try to get away, or are we about to see a chaotic battle between these two?
I think they'll race themselves clean, but I do think they want to go and win. Seth wants to take this thing home right here. Leclerc wants to win as well, put a little stamp on the season of finishing strong. And, I mean, you can see just by the way they're doing it, they're going to be side by side coming up this jump, just a little bit behind. Leclerc not throwing as big a whip right there. Wanted some dualies, just didn't get it. But,
they're together.
Look at that mistake by Seth, and Leclerc runs into him, knocks him off to finish the deal, and that's going to allow Tyler Lang to go by into second.
Wow, Lang into second. As it stands, this very second, they are tied on the championship table. 22 points have been gained by Tyler Lang in this moto alone, and they are dead even as it runs. But of course, the tiebreaker still goes to Payson, we believe, because it goes to moto wins, and Payson has quite a few of those in his back pocket as Giabro gets tossed upside down. So look at all these guys and how fast a lot of these guys are that he still has to pass. I mean, Castellaneta is back here. Obviously, Pilsner, no slouch. I don't know where Pachone's going. He's just looping around, going back to Jake Spieth over here. And they're linked up together. So where is Payson? He is still behind all
There's
these
no way he's
guys.
crashed
There
again.
he is, just in front of... oh, my goodness. And then look at, there's still more chaos. Guys getting in front of him collected together. He's now 28th place on the track. 8.5, almost 9 minutes into this moto. I mean, it's crazy to me that he's still not even in the points. And I'm going to go away from this because we got a battle for the lead brewing. Leclerc is starting to deal with some heat. T-Lang is right on him, and Lang wants to go get this win and put the pressure on Payson Johnson to respond to this.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, if he needs to get in the first to say, I did everything I could. I fought down all the way to the last moto, and the cards were just not in my favor if it doesn't work. But right now, he's got a bigger chance than I think either of us thought he was going to have. I thought this thing was going to get wrapped up before Budds Creek at Unadilla. The fact that it's gone this far, and the fact that this is how the first 9 minutes of this race have gone with Payson Johnson still out of the points. Tyler Lang is going to be pushing. But I think he knows his limits, right? He's been around in this game so long. I think he knows not to ride over his head. He wants to eliminate mistakes and figure out how to ride this track fast when he gets the flow down. But man, this is, I'm like at a loss for words with what's happening on the racetrack right now. I hope we see Tyler Lang pull up a little bit closer to Leclerc right now. And I don't even know what's happening back with Payson.
Well, Payson still is in 26th place right now. He's got another, let's say, 15 seconds to gain to get up to 20th, so the status quo hasn't really changed there, which is why I'm sticking with this lead battle. I feel like Lang has a keen eye to go after Leclerc and just try to get into the lead. I mean, if you're Lang here, the best case scenario, of course, is to get the lead and get a big enough gap established so you don't have to think about it. Seth Surley just went down again, so he's now 9 seconds behind these two. And Leclerc is the one that stands in the way of Tyler Lang as it sits right now. Johnson has moved up to 25th place, still not even in the points. Crazy, crazy stuff. This is unbelievable how this has unfolded in this moto so far. 10 minutes in, 20 minutes plus 2 laps left to go. Dead tie atop the standings at the moment. I just can't believe it.
It's absolutely insane. I mean, you couldn't... If
And
you told me
Leclerc is down. I think that was Leclerc. Yes, it was. He's down in turn number 1. Alexis Leclerc lays it over after the finish line jump. Tyler Lang is provisionally leading the championship points as it runs. And of course, there's so much racing left to go, but unbelievable the turnaround that this season has, where he maybe has a shot to still win this title.
I don't even want to know how sweaty Tyler Lang's hands are right now, what his heart rate's like. He's got to be so nervous. Like, there's no way this could be happening. He knows where Payson is. He's getting around lappers cleanly right now. This is absolutely crazy, Kellen. Our stats guy in chat, said Tyler Lang went 7-10 at Fox Raceway and 7-6 at High Point. So 2 of your first 5 rounds, he's finished outside the top 5. Other than that, he's been pretty dang good. I feel like he started turning it on once we got to round 3 at Lakewood, Colorado. Payson Johnson still outside of P26, but what could have been 2 early races in the championship. If he had just had slightly different results, we could be seeing something way different here, but he still has a chance.
Payson 25th place now and just got a little bit of help because Joseph Pilsner, who was in the points, just went down again. 20th place is 59 seconds off the lead. Payson Johnson is 1 minute and 17 seconds off, so he's basically 18 seconds back of points still. A reminder, though, he needs to get to 18th place, which right now is Luke Sullivan. Luke Sullivan, no slouch, of course. We know the skill set that he possesses. 18 minutes plus 2 laps left to go. It's all on this guy to figure it out. I don't know what's been really going wrong with him because it's just been the weirdest little crashes, very uncharacteristic mistakes out of Payson Johnson. But as you said, I think it just boils down to settling down and knowing that you are Payson Johnson. You can go faster than these guys almost in your sleep and just let it come to you at that point.
I think this is the one time where you have to divert from your go as fast as possible every second possible in these races and just cruise. His cruising speed, you're going to be faster than every single person, probably up to 5th. Like, I don't, he's got to figure it out, right? Tyler Lang should be more nervous than Payson Johnson right now, in my opinion. and I don't know. And I think there's a way for him to easily win this championship still, but he's got to settle down and he's got to just do it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point, right? Settle down,
Like,
just figure it out, because it's crazy that it's gotten to this point in the first place.
look at the gap ahead of this rider.
I
There's
know.
no one around.
There's nobody in front of him. He's trying to pass Jay-Z on the 138 machine, which I believe is Jacob Arnbrister, who's won a lot of amateur races this year, making his pro debut tonight. Good ride for him so far, getting close to the points, not quite in him yet, as Johnson checks into P24 now. So 18th place is now Anthony Pachone. Sully went down. Pachone is 58 seconds off the lead. Johnson a minute and 17, so he is 19 seconds behind the position that he needs to get to win this championship still. Jake Spiess, Joseph Pilsner, Brandon Cocroft, Luke Sullivan, Austin Schaefer, and Anthony Pachone alongside of, I don't even know who that is, a lapped rider, I guess, causing a bit of mayhem. Those are the guys that he's got to go get. This is where he needs to get to. I don't even, is he going the other way, going up? Yeah, so he is at the top of Godzilla. So he's not that far back, but he still actually has to get there. It's not as though, oh, it'll just start coming to him eventually, right? I mean, he has to go straight up, catch all these guys, and get to this position in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, like I keep saying, it should happen if he does not fall off. But that's what he needs to prevent. I feel like that's the whole reason we're watching. Tyler Lang now 5 seconds out front of Leclerc, 5 more to Shirley. This is it, right? Watching him, does he stay on 2 wheels? If he has another fall off, I'm going to get really worried for his championship hopes. I don't know, dude, this is crazy.
Dude.
I'm like sitting here like nervous. Like I have anxiety of just like, is he going to fall off the bike? Like what's he going to do? Because he should just keep going, but we don't know, man. I feel like I'm holding my breath just as much as maybe all you guys along watching in chat.
I think nobody could have predicted that we'd make it 15 minutes into the moto and he still wouldn't be in the points, but here we are. Payson Johnson, 23rd on the track. He still has to make up about 15 seconds to get to 18th place. We're talking about 18th place. Payson Johnson needs to get 18th to win this championship. How have we gotten here? I don't even understand, but it's crazy what is unfolding right here. And yeah, now he's made another pass. He just got around. That was Jake Spiess that he passed. Next up, Joseph Pilsner is going over the jump in front of him. That is another position right there, I think. No, it's not. Excuse me. The Spiess goes down and behind him. Pilsner next up in front of him. That's a position as well to try to get into 22nd place, as Lang still leads by 6 seconds. Shirley 18 seconds back. I mean, unless something drastic happens at the front of the field, we have to believe Lang is going to win this thing, as there goes Pilsner sliding out. So Johnson's made it up into 22nd place. He's getting closer. He's only 10 seconds off of where he needs to get to. But like you said, another fall-off crash, and it is very nervous situation at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking 10 seconds faster than the guy in. That's just a 20th. He needs to get 18th. 10 seconds is nothing for Payson Johnson, but with one more fall off and then the nerves, then the anxiety, then everything, the stress that he's going to be going through, it also could not be his problem. I just saw yellow flags right there. I think the rider was up, so he didn't make a position. There's a spot, though, he's going to get by.
I think that's a lapper.
Never mind, that's a lapper who's having a really bad time out here today. But he could have someone just fall in front of him in 20th place, and you have nothing to do. Oh, my God.
Well, he is about to finally catch points. This man right here, Noah Bindis, is in 20th place. He's 2 seconds up the road. Austin Schaefer. And then this man right here is a position he needs to get. Brandon Cocroft, Precision Printworks, number 54 machine, or number 54, holding on to 18th place, which is what Payson needs to get to. He's starting to wind it up a little bit. He finally laid in one of his better laps at 143.328. I mean, we're hoping that we get to talk to him after this race, regardless of which, but I mean, I have so many questions about the first 15 minutes of this race for Payson Johnson. What was going through his head, and how has he been able to recover? Because it's finally almost back to where he can win this title.
Yeah, I mean, we had an interview lined up for him post-race for winning the championship if he does, but we might have to do Tyler Lang first, and then if Payson's still down for it, give us his thoughts on this, no matter which way this goes. I'm hoping we'll be talking to Payson tonight after the race, but This is just absolutely unbelievable. But look, it seems like he has settled down. I don't think his lap times are more. He's just too fast. I don't think his lap times are really on par with what he was doing maybe first
Another
moto.
position right there. Schaefer just went down. He's now into the points.
19? No,
Nope,
20th. So
place.
2 spots away from taking this championship back over and just keeping it on 2. And I do feel like he has slowed down a lot.
Yeah.
Deep breaths.
I agree. I mean, 43 is very fast still, but he was doing 41s the first moto. We know he's capable of that at this point in time, but he's just like, please get me in a position to win this thing in the first place. He's still got to go get Dre Smith now as the man in 18th place that he'll need to go past. Bendis just goes down right in front of him. That's now 19th place for Johnson. 1 position away. As it runs right now, 1 point between Tyler Lang and Payson Johnson. Lang has 1 point to the good in this championship over Payson Johnson, and Johnson is trying to flip the script and take over the championship lead. Was that position right there? No, that was a lapper, and that lapper is still in the way here. See if he allows Johnson to go by. Yeah, that's not for position. Johnson trying to not be upheld by that lapper, and the lapper flies off the track to get out of the way. So now Dre Smith is the man that stands between Payson Johnson and a second national championship.
Yeah, it's crazy. Payson Johnson, I guess he went 4:13 here last year, so maybe not his favorite or best track, but his worst finishes of the year are 6th at Unadilla and Buds in the moto and 5 fifths. So he has been kind of win or a little bit further back with a lot of those finishes, but nowhere near what we're seeing right now. And he might still end up close to that depending on the gaps of the field, but it's just crazy to think that there's a chance that he might not finish top 18 here tonight.
Yeah, well, he's actually getting heat from Noah Bendis. Bendis is not letting him really get away here. Nails that double over the top, and he's going to close right up behind Dre Smith here as he lands in transition, trying to get to the inside and take over 18th place. This could be the pass that does it. Let's see if this inside line works. He's going far inside, going to rip that rut. Bendis crashes in the background. Dre Smith has been passed, and Payson Johnson is now dead tied with T. Lang in points, and down right in front of him. Very narrow escape right there to not hit Brandon Cockcroft. Now he's got 1 point to the good. He's up to 17th place. He has done what he needed to do. This has been the wildest 20 minutes probably of his career thus far. I think that was another position right there. Yeah, Caden Penkow just went down. He's now 16th, and I think now maybe he can start breathing a bit of a sigh of relief.
Yeah, it's crazy. My heart rate's up, man. I'm like, I don't know what's happening. I'm just so nervous for everything. This is crazy. I mean, it's like 95, but I'm just sitting here watching. It's crazy, man, to see what Payson has done, and this is all just contingent on him keeping it up. We got 10 minutes and 2 laps to go. I mean, there's still time for something, but it looks like Payson has changed his approach. He looks a lot different than he did in the first 10 minutes of this race.
Yeah, this may be the most like steady, tranquil riding I've ever seen out of Payson Johnson. Normally, it's just it's bottled chaos. He embodies that number 51 on his bike very often, but right now he is, I don't know, dare I say it, riding like a normal rider, just very mundane approach, not really pushing the envelope in a lot of areas. And yeah, this is exactly what he needed to do to get this thing back in his favor.
Yeah, he looks like he's riding like Seth Shirley right now. Smooth, flowy, still fast enough to win a race, but he's not jumping into faces as crazy as he was and doing ridiculous lines. He's like slowing down when he gets around people and kind of picking his pace where he needs to go. And I think he realized he was probably stressed to get back into this position. He did seem to slow it down before he was in 18th, but now I think he's riding like, okay, I can take a deep breath. All I got to do. And now he's in this field of Yamahas. Looks like the 250 class cloned itself.
Yeah, I mean, look, another thing you have to consider with all these guys is if they go down in front of him or if he gets into them or something weird like that, that could present problems as he now goes into 15th place. So Pachon gets past Dre Smith. Cockcroft and Pankow are still hanging tough, and that's the problem that Johnson has, because if he falls behind both of them, that's where he would be losing this championship once more. He needs another couple good laps, I think, to establish this gap and get away. One thing I need to consider here, Pankow is the last guy on the lead lap right now. Johnson is maybe 3 corners ahead of T-Lang at the moment, and he's going to get another free spot right there as Kyle Boardman goes down. But, man, just like we saw with Matherly trying to just hang on for keeping the championship alive in the first 250 moto, Johnson somehow is going to maybe win this title and get lapped at the same time, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, or I mean, Tyler Lang could be up front, and you can't slow down because Leclerc's within 5 seconds of you. Yeah, Seth Shirley's way back, but Leclerc's right there. He can't slow down. He has to keep going and getting as many points as possible. He could potentially, lap up far enough to where it's impossible for him to lose it. So it's kind of, or impossible for him to win it. It's kind of crazy. Small mistake from Payson right there. Still doing big lines, but being a little bit more mindful about them. I think we might have seen him kind of power through that maybe 10 minutes ago, but he's slowed it down a lot. And 7 minutes, 6.5 minutes, and 2 laps to go. Payson Johnson right now currently will be your championship title winner here in the 450 class.
Yeah, as it runs, for those wondering about live points update, he is 4 points up on Tyler Lang as it sits right now, holding on to 14th place. He's got a lot of guys right in front of him. He's going to get a bunch of free spots right here. A bunch of guys just ran into each other. Actually going to only gain 1 position up to 13th, but he's trying to work on Joey Carter. You know, you've seen one Joey Carter, Payson Johnson. You've seen them all. I mean, classic battle. When I think of the old school, good old days, you know, like the Bob Hanna level, I think Joey Carter and Payson Johnson absolutely dogfight for 12th place. Happens all the time, as he's going to go around another Yamaha rider, but that was not for a position. So he and Joey Carter still going at it. Let's go back up to Lang and just see how he's been handling in this situation. 16-second lead on Alexis Leclerc. And again, to the point, he just does what he needs to do. This is Tyler Lang coming to life in the final 4 or 5 races of the year. And yeah, you look back at that tough race at Fox Raceway. High Point didn't go his way. Of course, you can slice it so many different ways, but the reality is that Lang, when he really needed to and was down and out more often than not, actually did bring this thing back to almost win this title.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of instances of people showing up tonight. Tyler Lang the last couple rounds and then doing a damn good job here. Woo, jumps over that guy. Seth Shirley, dominant first moto. Cade Matherly fighting back first moto to keep it alive. Both of these titles thought they would be wrapped up so early, especially in this 450 class, and we're seeing it get so much closer than we thought we ever would. That's just people stepping up when they need to, Kellen, and you're exactly right. I think it shows a lot of heart from these guys and fight and not giving up until the very end. They're doing whatever they can. Tyler Lang was preying on a dream, and it almost happened, but right now I think Payson Johnson is going to be able to take this thing home.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, we're thinking Unadilla, maybe Johnson could almost wrap this thing up. He probably could have or should have wrapped it up at Budds Creek. The fact that we've made it to the final moto of the year and this thing might end up only single digits apart in the championship fight is just a testament to Tyler Lang pulling this thing back of his own volition and winning motos, putting the pressure on Johnson to respond, and Johnson has had his ups and downs. He has had very strong motos amidst all this as well, no question about it. But yeah, Tyler Lang has been consistently putting in the threat and been the one single man that has broken through to shine above the rest. We've seen good rides out of Seth Shirley. Of course, Colby Eaglin's won some motos and stuff like that, but Tyler Lang proving that 2021 championship was deservedly so put on his mantle, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I just love watching good racing here, right? It's crazy that we even saw something in this race, because I assumed Payson would start top 5, and we wouldn't even have been talking about it for a second of which way this championship could go. It's crazy what we were kind of blessed with the craziness right here, but just a bummer. I wish this thing came down to like mono-e-mono, right? That's what we always want to see. Best rider wins. Whoever has the better day gets it. Tyler Lang is having a great day today, but just a little too late, and it's a bummer because he's been riding great this whole end of the season, and it's just, yeah, it sucks, but still got time. You never know. Payson Johnson up to 12th, but he's gonna need a lot now.
Well, I was gonna say, if you're Lang in this situation, are you just gonna be pissed that you came so close and didn't get it, or is there gonna be a little bit of like, I did that?
I think he's pissed.
I came back from, I don't even know. I think he was 60, 70 points down at one point, and to get back to 7 points down is probably what it's going to end up being about. is incredible.
I
So,
thought he was like 81. That's why I was like,
Yeah.
dude, he gets a couple more thirds and it's over by Unadilla. He's going to be more than 100 points back. So just capitalizing on these last couple weeks. But I think he's pissed for a little while. And then maybe in a week or two, he's like, you know what? That was pretty sick. Like, I got close. I tried. I hope we see him next year, and I hope he starts strong because I love watching Tyler Lang up front. Like I said, he's such a veteran. He's been around this game for so long. Almost gets a double whip of death right there, able to hold on to her 20-second lead over Alexis Leclerc in this moto. 31 over Seth Shirley in third, Eaglin in fourth, Jackson in fifth. We're 28 and a half minutes into this race. So he's going to come across. There's going to be 3 laps to go. And that's going to be the title. And as you see scrolling across the top of your screen, Payson Johnson, 51, number 51 in 12th, 89 seconds back. But if he has 2 fall-offs, and that puts him 109, it's only 15th place. So I think the rest of the field is too spread out. I think this might be a foregone conclusion here. Tyler Lang, man, battled hard to the end, though. He's got some heart.
Yeah, he certainly does, and we give him a lot of props for that. Alexis Leclerc, like you said, Seth Shirley. Everyone's pretty spread out. Colby Eaglin sneaking in a pretty good ride here late in the season as well. Frank Jackson, P5. Partolo, 6th. Schiabro, 7th. Castellaneta, 8th. Vilars, nice quiet 9th, just ahead of Killian Ortiz, Joey Carter, and Johnson. Amazingly, I think Carter pulled away from Payson, and Payson maybe is just kind of cruising at this point. Just please don't go down. But still pretty funny that Joey Carter is actually just pulling away from Payson Johnson right now. That's awesome.
Pulled 2 seconds last lap. You never knew that the title might come down to Payson versus Joey, but Dr. Dew's doing it right now, and Payson sending it. Payson, you got to get Joey. You know what? No, I don't want him to. I want Joey to hang his hat on this one. Hard-fought battle. You got the champ right on your heels, and you were able to hold him off for multiple. It's been like 10 minutes he's been back here. That's crazy.
I know. He's just been hanging out right behind him. I mean, who knew Dr. Dew Racing would tow the champ to victory this year?
When I saw a semi-truck throw a whip
over a volcano, I'm like, that man is taking Payson Johnson to the top.
On Instagram Reels, I did not think that person was going to blow Payson's doors off in the final moto of the season, but we may just see it. We've seen a hard fight from him. Seen like a fat man, a train, semi-truck, bringing your Jimmy Johns in through the no free ads.
Yeah.
Squidward, but man, Dr. Dude, Joey Carter, hold on to it. I want Payson to just, maybe it one fall off just to spice it up a little bit. Let Dr. Do. I think he's wearing Spider-Man gear. Can we get I know you're typing.
No, you're good.
Can we get a little quick
liquid
chat check? Jesus.
All right, let's check it out real quick. We got the Dr. Do kit going on.
I think he's got Spider-Man.
I think it is too. It's something.
Hell yeah. Okay.
That's actually a very sweet kit. I would
with the fin on the helmet.
Yeah, the helmet fin pleats it. The teal boots with the teal helmet to kind of just tie it all together is pretty crispy. Yeah, a lot of standard stuff. I actually like Schiabro's kit today. It's
very clean. The Cowies just are almost too basic. Like they kind of hurt. Partolo, Seth Carr already won that. Sorry.
Yep.
Boring.
This black and white stuff for a while. T Lang brought out the red boots, just trying to will the red plates onto his bike. It's not going to work, but effort attempted. I like it. And
we got something.
I mean,
behind.
obviously the Panini stuff is pretty crispy, but to be honest, I like that they all went with this kit. But I kind of wish that they would have just let Seth have it. Just Seth Carr gets to run the gold kit, right?
That would be crazy. I mean, is it supposed to be gold? I was just thinking cheetah.
Yeah, maybe not. Payson Johnson's trying to knock into the top 10.
Oh, he got Seth. He got Joey.
Yeah, he did get Joey.
All right.
And now Killian Ortiz is getting dog fought right here by someone who's a lap down.
Belars
gives it a little bit of a ride right there as Johnson's up into the top 10 now. So this championship is all but locked up for him. Fielded some of our other guys. I like that.
I like
that kid goes pretty well.
I like it. Helmet goes along with it good too. Likes a little playing. Can't always go with that. This is almost
Dr. Dude just
it is this Venom? Is this
No, man.
Or it's like Dr. Dew with webs, but it's different because the other one, I swear it has webs. Someone just died.
Yeah, this.
I like the gear on the name on the back of the gear.
I didn't even
It
notice
says
that.
like
What does it say?
demon or something. I don't know. He's got his paint cow.
Thank you. Yeah, just-
This is fire though. Dr. Dude, go follow him. Check him out on the forums. They
like.
make gear. He's a designer. Oh, Butters Ash, bro.
Dude.
That's sexy. It's Dr. Do. I didn't even know.
Yeah, the gold numbers.
That's
with the blue
hot.
and whites. Yeah, that actually goes together really well. Like that on like a Yamaha would
Yeah.
just absolutely clap
Without the
cheeks, dude.
gas, that might be setup of the year as Schaefer is about to land on his head. No, he's not. Schaefer's kit. It's all right.
It'll work.
Caleb Hall,
Hall,
clean.
Canvas stuff, not
That's
bad.
our stuff. That's what we're
Jay
doing.
Z back here. Tommy DeLaire. Devin Davis is not having a good time. Hate to see it. JT George quietly
Legend.
back here. Mortberg. So Mortberg was that guy who was trying to get out of the way. And then everyone else has pretty much called it a moto. They have thrown
All right.
in the towel on this season, and they know what we already knew. Payson Johnson is about to be a champion once again in this class. Very up and down seasons for him. But first, credit to this man, bike humps galore. He's having a good time out here, and like we said, he did absolutely everything in his power to get it as close as he possibly can, and gonna come up short, but it was one hell of a ride.
Yeah, shout out Tyler Lang. Absolutely crushed it. Just nothing but good things to say for these guys kind of going down these title contenders. Dude, I cannot talk today. I did have a lot of coffee today, but a lot of water. I don't know. Maybe didn't eat enough. I'm just in a really good mood. Shout out Tyler Lang. You're a legend.
This guy's going to be in a good mood, I think, for about 5 seconds until he looks back and sees where Payson actually ended up in this moto. Regardless of which, he did everything he possibly could today, and that deserves the credit in its own right. Tyler Lang sweeps the Ironman National to go 1-1. He put all the pressure on Payson Johnson to deliver, and Payson almost didn't deliver, but he will end up delivering in the end. And that actually locks down the championship regardless of which, because 10th place is the last man on the lead lap. Johnson can no longer get anything worse than 10th. So this is now a victory lap. He gets to roll around and know that this championship is his. Are we gonna see some fun stuff? What does Johnson deliver for us here on this final lap?
I mean, I hope if he's not upside down and backwards right here, I'm going to be upset.
Little just normal whip, not
Some
too
clean
bad.
whips. Do something cool. Do a flip.
Do a kick flip.
Do a flip.
No, he's out here just celebrating this thing.
He has one mode and one mode only, and that's fast.
What do you think this feels like right now? Just, it's done. Like, all you're
So
doing
sick.
is just bringing it home. And you don't need another position. You're not going to lose any more positions. Like, what does this have to feel like? This is crazy.
I would be like doing backflips off the ruts, just in the corners, just bike humping, just going like 2 miles an hour around the track, just celebrating, because to have it locked in that you won, you're the 450 champion, is crazy. But man, awesome for him. Still doing Bobby Big Lines out here. Look at him. He's just saying, I don't stop.
Dude, he's feeling it, man. And it's been a treat to watch him do his business this year, because when Payson Johnson is on, he is arguably the best rider this game has ever seen. And now he gets to add his name to the pantheon of two-time national champions in this game. For the second time in his career, Payson Johnson is a national champion in RaceFactory Gaming Competition. Your 2024 RFG 450 national champion is Payson Johnson. Well done, sir. Many congratulations to him. Immediately disconnects. He's out of here.
Yeah, I mean, not too much to say. This just came a lot closer than we ever thought it was going to. Congratulations, Payson Johnson, on the win, on the championship. It's awesome for him, and his go as fast as possible. And maybe I'll crash, but I'll probably win more often than not. It worked, and he was able to take this thing home. It got a little bit closer than anyone thought, but worked his way back up all the way into 10th this last final moto. And he takes it home, takes the title, and impressive, man. He is, I think I can say he's the fastest person we've ever seen in this game. I don't think anyone would really argue that.
Yeah,
at their peak. But dude, there's nothing. No one has done the things that this man can do.
tough to argue that. Many congratulations, of course, to Tyler Lang, second in the championship. All right, let's start celebrating Payson Johnson's championship and see if we can't get the man himself in with us here to talk about this championship and hear what he has to say about it. But of course, like we said, big congratulations to Payson on winning this title, and very, very well deserved. And now we hopefully get to hear his thoughts on this. So let's go ahead and chat it up with the man that just claimed this 450 national title for the second time in his career, Payson Johnson. Hey, man, congratulations. You're a two-time national champion. Take me through the feelings of crossing the line and getting it done again, man.
It was solid. It was solid. The racing hasn't been the greatest, but it is what it is.
Yeah, take me through, first of all, beginning of the race. You have a couple fall-off crashes the first couple laps, and we're watching your name tumble down the order. You looked like you did a good job to settle yourself down again by the midpoint of the race, but were you kind of freaking out at the beginning?
After I was like in like 36, definitely, but it was chill.
Yeah. Hey, Payson, A-Wood here. Congratulations on the title. You made me such a big fan of your racing. I feel like you've cleaned it up a lot in the last year or so. And I love your just balls to the wall, go as fast as possible. And if I crash, I can still get up and pass you and win mentality. Yeah, I do feel like you had to turn that off for maybe 5 to 10 minutes this race to be able to actually get to the spot you needed to be.
Yeah, definitely. I had to lock in really quick for sure.
But then you kind of just let it go. I noticed the last maybe 10 minutes of that. Once you were kind of in a secure spot, you went right back to your roots.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Awesome.
I know we kind of talked about it during the race as well. You spent a little bit of time behind Joey Carter. We made fun as like, classic battle. We see Payson and Joey battle all the time. But was that like a moment where you're like, you know what? I'm just going to stick behind these guys. I'm going to win this championship anyway. There's no need to make another crazy pass or whatever. Let's just hang out right here.
If I'm being honest, I just felt like trash. I wasn't riding good at all. But
all right, fair enough.
So I just played it safe and just rode my consistent pace, I guess. And that's what it was.
Going back to the first moto, of course, you were up there and there was a chance for you to clinch it. It didn't quite happen the way that you wanted. Were you frustrated after the first moto that you didn't put it to bed then and just make it easier on yourself?
Definitely. I haven't been playing much, so I try not to put much pressure on myself. So
fair enough.
I've been playing bikes a little bit, so we'll see.
Oh, you're going over to the dark side. The sim people won't like hearing that.
I think there's a lot of people that will be happy if you go over to the bike side, Tyler Lang included.
Yeah, I'll be lining up first.
I don't think he likes me very much, but
it's right. So we were talking as well. You're one of we believe just 3 two-time or multi-time 450 national champions in this game. It is a game at the end of the day, but does it kind of mean something to you that you now have a second one to your name? Like instead of just being a one-time champion, like two-time champion probably means a little bit more, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's cool for sure. And especially because I lost that one last year.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely rebounded and came out firing. Did you come into nationals? I know you didn't race like a ton of Supercross this year. Did you come into nationals like kind of fully believing this was possible again, or did you even kind of think like, let's see what happens?
No, I believed I could still do it. I played a little bit through Supercross, so I didn't like lose anything.
Yeah, I want to ask also, coming into next year, what do you think your goals are? I mean, you're pretty much the 450 Supercross Championship is going to be difficult. I feel like there's a lot, maybe more close players in that, but even 450 outdoors as well. Do you think you'll kind of slow down a little bit with your full send mentality, or is that the most fun way for you to play the game? And if it wins you a championship, it does, but you like to just be the fastest one on the racetrack and doing big lines.
Yeah, I like to enjoy myself and just do whatever, but this is probably it for me, if I'm being honest.
Oh, retirement?
Yeah. Maybe
whoa, Payson Johnson. walking away from the sport after his second championship. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess what, just going to bikes then?
Um, Not really. I just haven't really been happy with the way RF is handling everything. They don't like care about track feedback or anything.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's pretty biased towards me, as some people know. I'm
Yeah.
not the nicest. But
Well, well, actually, to that point though, I kind of wanted to ask you, as towards the end of the season, you weren't getting as good a starts as you had gotten and getting away early or as often. Do you
yeah.
feel that you were still raced pretty fairly? Like, let's say Unadilla Buds in this round with your other competitors?
Yeah, I'd say I was raced fairly for sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's good. Do you feel like that I don't know, maybe the guys are giving you a little bit more respect this year than your first year? I don't know if there's any difference you can compare to it, being that you're like a rookie 450 champion versus this year you're kind of the veteran, I guess.
Yeah, there's definitely some respect, and there's a ton of people. Shout out to all of them that like move or whatever. But and then it's like we have fair battles. Teeling and I, we always battle fair for sure. But it's also scary because it is his series, so I can't really touch him.
Fair enough. Well, last thing we want to give you is the opportunity to, thank anybody that was in the discords with you throughout the year, or obviously, the team that's backed you to get to this championship. Who do you want to thank for this second 450 national title?
Yeah, I'll thank Tyson Johnson. He made our skins, and Cade for getting me on, and then just all my boys. We just like to have fun.
That is awesome, dude. Well, many congratulations. If we don't see you racing anymore, hell of a career for sure. Definitely up there as one of the legends of the game. And we said it, I think, right at the end of the broadcast, arguably the fastest person to ever do it. So,
I appreciate it.
congratulations. Congratulations on the second title. And yeah, right off to the sunset. Go have some fun tonight. Celebrate.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Congratulations, Payson.
Thank you.
All right, that is Payson Johnson. Thanks so much to him for giving us the time to chat and hear his thoughts on winning a second 450 national championship. And hey, breaking news: we might not have Payson on the gate anymore after this, which is a little sad, but we'll see when the gate drops in 2025.
I think we may need to check back in. I mean, if there's SMX, does he do it? And then maybe check back in December and kind of see where it goes. Because maybe you're like, dude, you know how it is sitting in a hot room with your computer through summer. Like we do it here and it's a struggle. These guys are locked in, and I think sometimes you're just over it and you're burnt out, and then he might start to get that itch. So I do think that it may change. I don't know. I'm not 100% believing everything he's saying right now.
Well,
But
I mean, look, the thing
his
is
feelings for sure.
look, even in 2014, when I retired or whatever you want to call it from racing, I did it because I was so done playing the game at the end of 2014. And I'm sure that Payson, to a degree, probably feels that a little bit himself. I mean, he had to work his ass off to get this championship again. So maybe, after a couple weeks sits on it, he may be back to playing again. I want to jump in real quick because we're going to go ahead and call up the second place man in this championship on the evening, and the overall winner here from tonight at the Ironman National, Tyler Lang. Great to have you on with us. Obviously fall just a bit short on this championship, but golly, you gave it one hell of a run here tonight, going 1-1. You did every damn thing you possibly could to win this title.
Yeah, it was definitely hard fought. Payson is definitely no slouch, and he's clearly obviously the best in the game for now. We'll see next year, but all the respect to him. I mean, he does claim, it's not technically my series. I just kind of host it and run a little bit of the back end stuff, but he's very fair. We never kind of hit each other, so obviously all the respect to him for that.
Yeah, like we said, you go 1-1 on the day. In that second moto, can you take me through some of the discussions that were maybe going on with people in Discord? Did you know how far back he was? Like, was there added pressure then when you got into the lead, knowing that at that point in time you were actually winning the championship? Like, did that change your mentality at all?
To be honest, like obviously it did slightly, but I was in the same situation when I battled Leclerc in 21. so I was kind of familiar with the territory that I was in, and my spotter, was pretty quiet for the most part. I knew he was buried at the beginning, but like I said, Payson is no slouch, so I knew he would get back up there. So I was just trying to manage the race, and obviously, had to go 1-1 to give myself the best shot, and we were able to pull that off at least.
Yeah, Awood here. I appreciate your efforts going through there and holding on to first and kind of pulling away from those guys. I just want to ask how old are you now, and when was your first year racing? Because I feel like you've been around forever now.
Yeah, I've definitely been around a minute. I'm only 24, so I'm not that old yet. Technically, my first ever series was 2017 Supercross, and I only did Supercross. But I didn't start taking it serious until 2018 when I was on the Relax Attire team with Jack Haley. He's pretty much the one that kind of turned my sim career around with setups and pointers and stuff like that. So it was pretty much, that was the turning point. From there on, I just kind of grinded, and then kind of had to stop grinding as of recently because I just work too much. So I don't get a lot of time to play the game. So it's actually very surprising with how well I was able to do in the end of the series.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It has been a while, right? And life kind of can get in the way as you go. So it's really cool to see that as you get older, you're still able to kind of compete for these titles. And I do think next year, especially if Payson isn't showing up like he just told us, that you would be a pretty good favorite. And I just always like your racecraft. You seem to be smooth and flowy, and you race everyone pretty respectfully from what I see. So just want to shout you out on that and congratulate you on a good series. And sad that you came up just a little bit short, but man, it was awesome watching you race all year.
Yeah. Tyler Lang on the line here, talking about finishing P2 in the 450 National Championship. Just real quick, T Lang, I wanted to ask you, there's some people in the chat saying you went, 7-10 or 10-7 at Fox Raceway. You've had a couple rough motos to start the year, and you ended up pretty far back in points. Was there ever even really a thought in your mind like, this probably isn't going to happen the way I want to. I'm probably not going to win this championship? Or did you actually kind of believe, hey, things fall my way, I might still have a shot?
So to be completely honest with everybody here, obviously my teammate and good friend Seth Shirley, coming off of the 250 championships, I actually had zero goals of winning. I didn't think I had a chance at all. So actually the first round, there were some team orders, and I was actually pulling over for Shirley.
Okay, fair enough.
And I just, something just ended up clicking about halfway. Unfortunately, it was too late. I would have loved to take Payson off the pedestal, but he deserved it. I mean, he's deserved every championship he's gotten. So I'm just glad I'm still in the fight at least.
What was it like racing Payson this year versus your championship year where you fought Leclerc? Because now you've really gone toe to toe with, two of MX Simulator's greatest, especially when it comes to national championships. Can you compare the two? Can you give us an insight on what it felt like to battle Payson and have to deal with his raw speed versus Leclerc and his veteran presence?
If I were to compare the two, I would definitely rather race Payson for sure. Nothing against Leclerc, just Payson tends to be cleaner. I don't really have to worry about him just yard sailing into my shrouds. So I would pick him if I had to choose.
I like that. I was gonna ask you. I forget what it was, but I feel like it was over 70 coming into Unadilla. Were you just like, heck yeah, I'm gonna ride good and get second in this championship? Like, how much did things change? I guess, how were you feeling coming into Unadilla, and how did they change through that round, Budds Creek, and into today?
So at that point, obviously being way back in points, my main goal was just to beat Colby. At that point, I'd already pretty much not given up on the championship, but I knew it was going to be a stretch. So my goal was just to beat Colby, really.
Got it. I like that. Yeah. And you guys, I feel like, I don't know if you guys are close friends. I feel like you are, but you guys remind me the same when you race, just how you race, your riding style, kind of the cleanliness I feel like that I see you ride with. And you guys seem very similar. So I like that you just had that one goal of just beating him.
Yeah, Colby's always a great competitor. He's very clean, very respectable on the track. So when we get into battles, you can kind of let it hang loose and get real close, because I know he's not going to try to take me out. So obviously respect for him too.
Absolutely. Well, Tyler Lang, before we let you go, just anybody you'd like to thank for obviously not a championship for you this year, very close to the end, but P2, and yeah, who do you want to thank for getting you up to getting all these wins and finishing second overall?
Definitely, probably Seth Shirley, number one. Obviously he's very talented at the game. He's given me a lot of pointers, setups, and just kind of playing with him. And then obviously Eric Lange with Jibber, with obviously creating the great skins every year. And then obviously Kellen and A Wood for streaming it.
Oh, you
Jeremy
don't need to thank
Cohenauer.
us.
Oh,
It's a very small circle that I have, so I'd like to thank the boys. And that's pretty much it.
Well, like we said, many congratulations to you for even making this thing close in the first place, because Payson had you guys, I think, almost in the graveyard by Unadilla, and you somehow came up from the dead to make this thing very interesting at the end. So congratulations, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your night, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was Tyler Lang talking about finishing second in the championship. Seth Surley also wants to jump in the booth. How many people should we have on tonight? Should we also talk to Seth Surley? He didn't finish third in the championship. That, of course, went to Colby Eaglin. You want to talk to Seth too? Should we
go
talk
grab
to
a
Seth?
beer. We'll hang out here
Yeah,
all
we'll just
night.
Hang out here all night. Talk to Seth.
Yeah,
Why
bring
not?
him in here.
Hubbard wants in, so let's go ahead. Let's call Seth Surley and see how his night went here at Ironman. What's up, Seth? I think you get second overall. I think right 2-2 on the night. But yeah, take me through your experience here, being in the midst of this weird championship dynamic with your teammate.
It was fun. I enjoyed it. It started out good. Felt like mid-season. I definitely train fell off the tracks for a bit, but it feels like as of late I've slowly been picking it back up.
You obviously started winning a little bit more often towards the end, where you won the second or the third to last moto of the year. For you building up this season, did you feel like the 450 class took you by surprise in that sense, that you didn't gel with it right away and it took a little bit of time to get your feet planted?
I wouldn't really say that. I've always felt comfortable on a 450. The class is stacked, don't get me wrong, but I felt like it was more so of me trying to find that happy medium of like comfort, pace, and on the edge of keeping the bike and controlling up under me.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of guys. I've always gelled with the 450. I think I raced like one East Coast of 250 SX and kind of gave up on that and just went 450. Some people really gel with a certain bike. I feel like you had mastered the 250 coming out of that class and into 450. Yeah, saw you struggle, but I honestly, watching you now, you, Leclerc, Tyler Lang, and Payson at the end of this year, I feel like you have figured it out. Leclerc might be back, and I think we've already seen what you can do on the 450 and Supercross. I think next year is going to be crazy, and you're easily a title favorite for at least top 2 title favorite in both disciplines. Is that where you want to kind of be? Sorry. Or is that where you think see yourself as?
I mean, I'd say even at the end of the series, I still feel like I could have been there if I could have just kept the train on the tracks and tried not to go as fast in the beginning to middle part. But for sure, I'd like to go into off season, play around, play some more bikes, have some fun, focus on riding IRL, and just, I don't know, it's just a hobby to me. So I just like to play and have fun with the boys.
I think it's a hobby for all of us, but you aliens have risen the game of late and made it a lot more dynamic in terms of a championship. Is it kind of, I don't know, I guess crazy to be like a part of the top level of the game now? Not that the 250 class wasn't, but you see it firsthand this year, your first full season on a 450, of what these guys are capable of and what someone like Payson Johnson, who's now a 2-time champion, is capable of. Like, did you feel like you learned a lot seeing it all unfold from your perspective all season?
Yeah, I definitely learned. I'm really glad I decided to move up for outdoors instead of waiting until Supercross, just so that way I could have gotten my head caved in like I did a little bit there in the middle, just to learn from it like I did.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it's definitely cool to be considered one of the top guys, even in the 450 class too.
well, we were talking, Awood and I, even just talking about Payson Johnson winning his championship. like all you guys start the game, we all started playing the game because at some level we wanted to be at this point, right? You're at right now and competing and trying to battle for a win and championships. Um, does it give you, I guess, a little sense of hope then that towards the end of the year you were pretty much not necessarily the guy, but definitely one of the guys that could go out and win basically any moto the last maybe 3 or 4 rounds?
Yeah, it for sure gave me hope. I mean, I feel like 85% of the motos since Unadilla, I've been pretty much right there competing. Even on GPs, getting the 1-1 at the French GP, I felt like helped me a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I guess you kind of answered it right there. Did you feel it click a certain time, or maybe away from the GPs? What round do you feel or track that everything kind of clicked on the 450 for you in outdoors?
I feel like the 2.5 week break that I had from Loretta's, because shortly before there, I pretty much wasn't playing at all. I'd just show up to races because I was kind of fed up with it, and I was just worried about training and riding IRL. And then, I don't know, I just got back from the break, enjoyed playing the game a lot more, and I don't know, things just started clicking again.
Back to the tonight, just real quick about your dynamic with being T-Lang's teammate. He needs obviously points to stay alive for the championship, and then in the second moto there was a point in time where you were ahead of him and Leclerc was obviously leading, but there was the potential that you may have still been ahead of him when you needed to win the race. Was there any thought in either of you guys' minds or any discussion about like, hey, if I'm leading and I need to give you the win, what's going to happen with that or anything along those lines?
Not really. Like I said, or even like he said, he didn't really expect to win it. We were kind of just out doing our thing. I was trying to hopefully get an overall, and I just came up short, and he ended up getting the 1-1 and giving himself the best shot anyway. So it all worked out in the end, I think.
So if you didn't talk about it, do you think if you were in that position like last lap, and I know you kind of threw it away with like a lap or two to go, tipped over a rut, do you think if you were there in the last couple sections, do you think you would have just given him the extra couple points just to say go get him?
If we knew that Payson was still buried, yeah, for sure, I would have tried to help out because I mean, I've pretty much been by myself in fourth in the standings, so I knew that there. I mean, I was just trying to get an overall, but if it came down to it, I probably would have helped him out.
Yeah, I respect that.
What I thought was interesting about tonight is we even said it in the second moto. It felt like the first and second moto, there's the first 10, 15 minutes was basically a replay of each other, you and Leclerc getting a gap on the rest of the field and kind of working together. Did you like almost think, hey, let's just kind of work together and get away, or did you actually want to try to attack Leclerc for the lead? Like, how were you shaping up that battle to try to get in the lead in the first place in your own mind?
The first moto, I was trying to keep up with him. I'm gonna be honest, and the lap he crashed, I told Emmanuel Cepeda, that I guess you could consider him my spotter, but who I was talking to, I felt like I couldn't keep up, so I was actually gonna back off my pace, and he handed me the lead. And then second moto, like I said, just actually setting myself up for an overall somewhat in the first moto. I was kind of just going for it and hoping that I could catch him or he could mistake again or something and I could run away with it.
Definitely all good. All right, well, we're going to let you go. We got another guest coming up, but congratulations on a very good rookie 450 season. I guess, technically speaking, 450 rookie of the year outdoors because you were the highest finishing 450 rookie, so golf claps for that. I know you probably hope to battle for the championship a little bit more, but many congratulations on that. Anybody that you'd like to thank for getting you up to fourth in the championship?
Yeah, thank you for sure for the award. One, like T-Lang said, Jibber and Eric Lang, thanks for the skins and everything. Thanks to T-Lang, longtime friend for a couple of years now, and Maverick Snyder, Emmanuel Cepeda, just all the boys. Can't thank them enough for having my back and whatnot.
Awesome.
And thanks you guys for streaming and RF for hosting.
Yep, absolutely, man. Well, it was great to see your progress through the year, and we look forward to seeing you going after a title in 2025. Good, sir. So thanks, Seth. We'll send you on your way. That was Seth Shirley talking about finishing P4 in 450 Nationals. Let's give a call up to the man that finished P2 in 250 Nationals this year, and it is, of course, Cade Matherly for Team Twizzy. So on one hand, Cade could be a little bit excited tonight. Teammate Payson Johnson gets the dub, but I think, of course, Cade, you came in here tonight really wanting to win this championship, and So close again, yet so far. How do you kind of soak this one up this time around?
Yeah, this one was definitely different from last year. I still feel like, yeah, I'm not gonna stir the pot. I still feel like I got robbed last year, but this year, coming in the last round, like I kind of knew it was a long shot to begin with. So, yeah, I wasn't, too down, and I was kind of trolling a little bit both motos, to be completely honest with you. And yeah, no, I was stoked to see Payson. I got off like right after the moto, took a shower, and then I was eating, and then I saw like your guys' stream popped up my recommended. I clicked on it. Payson was in like 30th place, and I was like, oh gosh, that is, if he sells this, I'm never letting him live that one down. But happy that he was able to bring it home.
Yeah, like you said, it was a long shot for you tonight, so you're kind of just, you knew your own fate a little bit. But I feel like 10 minutes to go, first moto, you're like, damn it, I don't want to let this thing end right here. Did you click into another gear or like go full Cade focus mode, or what was it? Because you went from pretty damn far back to get on the podium late.
Yeah, I honestly I don't recall completely. I think I was kind of just pushing like the whole moto because I was like, I got nothing to lose. I honestly didn't even know what place I needed in the title. I just wanted to like keep it to the next moto. I just wanted to get up as far as I could. And I think I was just crashing on my own for my own dumb little mistakes. But yeah, I was trying to make my way through, and my some of my buddies in the call were telling me like, hey, podium's still available. And I kind of had like a bit of a podium streak going this year, so I was like, I'll push it for the end. And we ended up getting third on that last lap. And yeah, no, and then I found out, oh yeah, that's championship. But yeah, no, it's tough because Seth this year was just getting great starts every moto, so it was like I had like, I don't know, 10th place start in the first moto, and a few riders crashed in front of me and ended up going down, and he was, I think, maybe in second or third at that point, and I was like, yeah, this championship's cooked. And then he got the whole shot, I think, again the second moto. So I knew it was a long shot, and I got done dirty last year, so I didn't play any shooting games this year, so kept it legit.
Hey, Cade. I feel like besides this round right now, was there something? I feel like you might have struggled with your starts in maybe the mid section of this series. A couple rounds just not getting off the gate to where you needed to be, and then you were fighting, had to fight through the field, and you guys both seem to be the class of the field, but I feel like you might have hurt yourself maybe with a couple bad starts throughout the series. Is that something, would that be maybe the biggest weakness that you feel like you had, or something you would have changed, or is there something else? Because I feel like you had the speed, you just weren't always able to start up front when Carr did.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That was my Achilles heel this year. And the thing was, like last year when I was battling the other Seth, like it's kind of just like in this game for the whole time I've been playing this game, it's like get a decent start and just don't crash the first lap and you'll be fine. And it is a little bit of luck, but it's also a lot of patience. But this year it was like, dude, Seth was getting like every hole shot. So it was like, even if I was 15th off the start, which usually is fine for the first few laps, it's like he's already 15 seconds out front by the time I get into second. So, yeah, and I'll let you guys in on a little secret. I run a lower RMD rider mass distribution, so I basically lean all the way back on the start. And the problem with that is it hurts when you're trying to wheelie off the start. And so I kind of lose out on the drive down the start straight, but I feel like it's better in E-Road and throughout the track. And I just like playing with that rider mass distribution more to begin with. So, yes, at the end of the day, the starts were the biggest problem. I was buried outside the top 30. Like, I think like literally 8 motos in a row after I think it was after High Point or something like that. And it was a struggle. I definitely was looking at that Alt F4 button pretty. It was looking pretty good to me a few times.
I feel like maybe you set a record for most passes in a single season, like
It's,
borderline probably, because of like you said, the starts weren't there this year. And honestly, it wasn't necessarily that your starts were terrible, but you crashed on the first lap so many times, and so you'd have to come from like 30th a lot. Do you take like any pride in the fact that every single time late in the moto we could count on you coming from 10th to a podium, like almost no problem, 10 minutes to go?
Yeah, honestly, no, because it's like first few times you do it, you're like, oh yeah, that was a great ride, and then you're like, you can do it, and you're just like, dude, this is not like I do not want to freaking be back here anymore. Like this just sucks. Um, so yeah, I think so the best, I still think like the best moto of the year for me was Southwick when I was dead last to first. That one was satisfying because I ended up winning that, obviously,
Yeah,
but.
sick.
Getting back to second and third, yeah, I felt like me, Seth, and Logan, for a majority of the season, were kind of levels above everyone else, and so it was. No, I wouldn't say, but maybe the first couple times, like I said, it might have felt good, but at the end, it was like honestly, I didn't really care that much because it was like if I had done it and beaten Seth and he got like fifth or something, yeah, that'd be worth it. But just yeah, I mean, I'm proud that I didn't alt F4, obviously, because that would have been a bummer, but. Definitely a lot of stressful moments this year, and also going back to what you were saying, Kellen. Yeah, I was a lot of this game is luck, and I don't feel like I was doing anything different this year to last year. I felt like I was just as patient in those first couple laps, but I was just getting unlucky, getting taken out, and then a couple times it was on me, going for dumb lines or whatever. Like second photo, I was trying to do that double over, and it got me like 3 times, and everyone was like, "Stop hitting it," and I was like, "No, dude, I gotta keep hitting this thing." But yeah, no, and so it's funny because like 3 dudes in my call are like, "You gotta stop hitting it," and then one guy in my call was like, "You're a freaking goon if you don't hit that." So I was like, "Well, William's calling me a goon, guys. Like I have to freaking hit it, bro."
You can't give it
You
any
have
peer
to.
pressure, man. There's a
Yeah,
championship on the
so-
line, Cade.
I would have
Yeah.
done
But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what I would need. I just need to get better like starts. Honestly, it's you can't rely on those first laps around all those people in this game. It's not really like IRL. Obviously, people crash a ton on the first laps in this game.
Can you talk a little bit about battling with Seth Carr for a championship this year? You mentioned it with you, Logan, Seth. You guys were all pretty much the class of the field from almost the start of the season, and definitely by the midpoint, you guys had hit another level. What was it like racing Seth this year? I don't know how much like history or experience you have with battling him with him before, but was it cool? Was it unique? Like, how was it to battle with someone of his skill sets, I guess?
Yeah, no, I think he started racing like it was around the same time as me. I think we both started in I started at 2021 outdoors. I think he might have been 2021 SX. I'm not really sure. So I've been seeing him a while, and the thing, he was always really fast, but he'd crash a ton, and that's what he changed this year. Like and then also his starts, but his consistency took a step up, like big time. And because he was always fast, like he could always go that fast, but he wasn't crashing anymore. So that made it pretty frustrating. And but yeah, it was fun. Him and Logan. I still want to give some credit to Logan. He ended up he didn't race after I think Washougal or whatever, but those boys kept me on my toes the whole year, and I feel like pushed me harder than I would have been going otherwise. I probably would have just been cruising throughout most of the year. But yeah, no, if you want me to be honest, it was annoying. Seth was unreal. Like genuinely, he was unreal this year. I felt like last year I was the guy of the field. Like no one, if I was riding the way I could ride, no one could beat me, no one could pass me. But this year it was like, it's actually a pretty funny moment. I think it was I want to say Unadilla, like second moto. I got like a 20-second lead at the very end, and I was like, "You guys need to let me know if I need to pick it up." And they're like, "Dude, he's like 20 seconds back." And I'm like, "Dude, he's been almost slipped up there. He's been like God this year. Like I don't know, he's gonna run 5 seconds a lap quicker the last 4 laps and catch me." So, yeah, no, he's unreal. He deserved the title for sure. He was the better dude this year. So I'm not bummed like I was last year. That's for sure.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I know that you mentioned it a little bit at the beginning of this, how frustrated you were with how things went at the end of last year. You took a little bit of time away from the game, and honestly, I thought after the way things were going in Supercross that you maybe wouldn't come back again. And to be honest, I even talked to Jed about it at like Dallas Supercross, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I think he's kind of over it. Like I haven't really talked to him much, but all this." And so I was like, "Damn, man, Cade, was always fun to have him around." So honestly, I just want to thank you for coming back in the first place because you gave us a hell of a championship this year, and I think the series is better when you're on the track, and it's cool to see that you came back and were kind of your old self again. So I said this to Awood late in the second moto of the 250 class, like, yeah, you get second 2 years in a row, but God, we would have loved to have that in our careers. There's no way you could hang your head low about that. So, thanks for coming back and congrats, man.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's actually funny. I got second 3 years in a row because I was second in 22 also.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
But that one wasn't even a title chase. Logan clinched that like way before. I kind of turned it on at the end. But yeah, no, I was actually playing bikes a lot because I was just I got bored of sim, and then I started playing it again. And Supercross is like first lap of outdoors on steroids. Like if you don't get through clean, you just can't do well in Supercross, and I just never seemed to get through the first few laps clean in Supercross. So I was like, screw this. I'm not gonna get all frustrated. But I had planned to race outdoors the whole time. I actually thought I was gonna do 450 for the majority of that time. I was playing 01 on a 450, and then like I don't know, it just randomly I was like, I'm gonna try it, give another shot at this 250 thing. And
Sweet.
yeah.
Is there a plan then moving forward for a 450, or is that too soon to ask?
That is the question. So for me, I graduated college this year in June, and we're on the hunt for a job, and so with me being on the West Coast, it's making that 5:30 time slot can be tough. So I honestly have no idea what the future entails for sim, but I definitely, if I'm racing Supercross, it'll be 250 for sure. And then, outdoors is all up in the air. I'm probably leaning 450 if I were to do outdoors. And the reason I would do 250 Supercross is I just don't want to do 17 rounds in a row. Like by the end of the season, like even I just did outdoors, dude, and by the end of the season, I'm so hooked off of this game.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. I think I'd probably lean 450, but you never know.
Well, shoot, man. If you do 250s again and you only do half a year, I feel like we got to coordinate and have you in the studio at one point. I know that you're not that close to us, but close enough to maybe make something happen.
Yeah, for sure. You guys are, I think, north of me, if I'm not mistaken, right?
So, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I want to give away where I'm living, but we could talk about it.
Well, I'll say I'm San Diego. That's broad enough.
Oh, then you're hella close.
Okay,
well, it's still north, but I like some off weeks too. So you know,
we'll fill the gaps a little bit. But yeah, I mean, people would love to have Cade in studio, giving his tips and hints about how to do freaking ridiculous backflips and barrel rolls and stuff in this game.
I may be able to provide a little bit of insight, but we'll see.
Oh man. Anyway, again, like I said, it was great to have you back, and congratulations. Obviously, congratulations to Seth on winning the title, but to you made it a good, interesting championship all the way to the end. You guys absolutely clapped the field otherwise. I mean, we were, before the race even started, kind of looking at the points gap, like, not laughing, but like, damn, you guys really did that to everybody else. Seriously, class of the field in 2024, and congrats to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks you guys again for streaming. I think A-Wood was a little bit, not on my side of things most of the time, so I may have a bone to pick with you in the future, A-Wood. But nah, I'm just playing.
I think I'm mad at you last round for something else. We'll talk about it off air, but
last round. Oh, buds.
It's okay. It's nothing else. I'll tell you later. I think I just wanted more. I think I wanted more. I'm actually sad that Lightsol kind of stopped showing up, because I feel like that was your chance to get those points back, right? You start getting your starts and you have a little bit of a buffer between you two. I felt like I wanted more. Seth bumped up his consistency and had the speed. You had the speed, but not the starts. So it was, I don't know. I was
no, you're good.
Sometimes I pick favorites too. I'm sorry, I do.
Well, I'm just messing with you. But Logan, it would have been nice for Logan to be there to be a bit of a buffer, because I think things started to turn my way those last 3 motos before this round, and if Logan could have been there, but shoulda, coulda, woulda,
Well, I mean, like you said, I think you hit the nail on the head. If you could have had like a couple more starts, and Seth didn't have those starts, or had maybe some of your starts, that maybe the whole thing's a bit of a different story. But in the end, I mean, you brought it all the way to the final moto and gave him a hell of a run, and gave us a lot of fun to chat about it. Do you want to thank anybody? I know we asked a couple other people. Do you want to thank some people for helping you this year?
Yeah, it's same group as last year, more or less. Tyson, Tyson Johnson, he does all the Twizy bikes, and then Ezra Lewis, both of those guys race pro IRL. I think Ezra's not doing it anymore, and Tyson's been injured, but yeah, Ezra makes all the gear for all of us. He puts up with all. We got a whole amateur side of things with all my IRL friends, so he's got to make all them kits and stuff outside of the people who are racing pro. So huge shout out to those guys because they've been doing that for me literally since I got the game, and the amount that they've improved in their skin building and skin making, it rivals my improvement in the game. In my opinion, I think they're some of the best in the game right now at it. So huge shout out to them. And then, like I said, all the AM boys, Cole, William, Gavin, Tristan, all the lads that watched the races with me. And yeah, no, it was a good season for the most part, and we'll see what happens next. But thank you guys again. Shout out to you two for streaming the races, and the RF crew definitely had a little bit of complaints on some of the one-lineness of the tracks, but that was also because I was coming through the pack the whole year. Not sure it would have been any different with any other tracks, but yeah, no, shout out to everyone that keeps this sim thing going.
Well, shout out to you for giving us one hell of a ride this season, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you in either SMX or some 2025 stuff. Either way, appreciate the time, Cade, and yeah, go have a good evening, sir.
Thank you. You guys too.
All right, that was Cade Matherly, P2 in the 250 championship. Before we sign off, I just wanted to pull up one more thing. We got all the stats from the season from our boy Lane Burks, and just showing some stuff off. Of course, I wanted to look at our 250 qualifying, if we have anything from that, and talk about the fact that Seth Carr set a record for 250 qualifying. Look at the laps. Fastest lap,
my goodness.
250 Moto 1. Seth Carr was all of it. Wilczek, Holt, Matherly, and Matherly again. Cepeda in there. Otherwise, it was all Seth Carr with fastest laps. More fastest lap stuff. Look at Leclerc actually putting his name in there
Leclerc
quite a
and
bit.
Thielen,
Yeah. Top 5 most improved. Qualifying 38th, overall 5th for Jack Gatlin. That's pretty funny. And there's our final top 20 in points, 498 to 463 and 440 to 432. 8 points, man. 8 points in the end of this thing. How the hell did T-Lane get it to 8 points?
If you told me that at round 7, I would have told you you're crazy, but it's awesome. The fastest qualifiers, as well as you just showed the fastest lap, which, yeah, you can show right there, set a record every single round. 11 in a row. Seth Carr, fastest qualifier, pole position. It's crazy.
He's like Porcel.
Yeah, that's where I love that Cade, he basically said he was like, he had to give him props. He said he figured out the consistency. And I feel like that's what I've been saying all year. And if you go back to 2 years or last year, I was like, Seth Carr is awesome because he's really fast. He just crashes too much. And he never was a championship threat, maybe a race winner, even in Supercross. And then now he figured it out. So when Cade was not getting good starts and then having to work his way through, and Seth was, it was almost like a foregone conclusion. And I felt like there wasn't a Logan Leitzel to play spoiler, right? He was always getting at least plus 3 points because you can go 15th to 2nd. Didn't matter. Seth Carr is an animal, and he just improved so much this year. It's crazy.
Well, and he always could go to the gate P1, right? Because had fast qualifiers, so he could pick
wherever
wherever
you
he
wanna be.
wanted to go. So every single time he lined up on the gate and did what he wanted to do. Quick shout out in the YouTube chat for KRob944, throwing us some little cash there, $13.99 Canadian dollars. Says shout out to you, Kellen and SYS. Great work as always. And honestly, a huge thank you to everybody that tunes in for these broadcasts every single week. You guys mean a ton to me for even getting me to this point in the first place, to have a freaking stream and bring it all
100K?
year round and stuff like that. Huh?
100K plaque over there too.
Yeah, the 100K plaque here in the background. That's all from you guys and the support that you guys show to us every single week. So I just hope that we can return even the slightest bit of favor that they've given back to me by broadcasting these races. And yeah, we very, very much appreciate you guys and all the support.
Yeah, I think we try to make it entertaining. You look at that, you're probably going to highlight right now Seth Carr, 6 hole
Well, I was
shots.
gonna highlight Seth Carr with all the hole shots, and then Matherly with all the damn consistency awards
Yeah.
he's coming from the back every time.
I mean, he's just been clocking in stuff and just a little bit, fighting from the back. You're never going to get it. They talk about that the years when, even Eli Tomac wasn't getting starts. It's like, yeah, cool, you're the fastest guy, but you're starting 5th, 6th, 7th. It's the same here, guys. It's all racing and a couple hard chargers here we're seeing, but yeah, I think there's a...
Honestly, how is Cade not on here more? That's crazy, actually. Seth Carr is one of them, and then Matherly, Redbud, 33rd to 3rd.
I mean, 2 motos back-to-back, 25 to 1, then 33rd to 3rd, then 36 to 4th, Unadilla. Like, that's just the things that he did, right? In Unadilla, if you're 4th and Carr was 1st, he's just losing those couple points, right? If he started and got 2nd, if all of those were 2nd places, he might have won the championship.
You guys are saying Seth Carr wants to talk. I asked Seth if he wanted to, and he said no. So I didn't want to force him to if he doesn't want to. But I mean, we would certainly love to talk to him, but I totally get it.
If he wants to, we could do one more.
Yeah, Seabolt's trolling. I don't know.
I do want to say, thank you everyone else for coming. You always thank them too, but I feel like they deserve it from someone else. Like, it means so much to both of us.
You saying mine doesn't matter?
Kellen's here. No, but I feel like you're too humble. I'm like, Kellen's a badass. He does this week in and week out. If you guys aren't, we're on a new YouTube channel, right? So SYS TV.
Yep.
YouTube
SYS
channel.
TV, the Kellen
If you want to
YouTube account. Yep.
subscribe, that's where we do the live streams on YouTube, Twitch. Thank you guys for following. If you don't already follow, we appreciate that. Just showing up. Kellen's still doing 2 more rounds of GPs on Mondays.
We are.
We still probably going to be here for 3 more rounds of SMX if that happens. At least Kellen probably will, but I'll do my best to make it. Just thank you, each and every one of you, from showing up every week in and week out. It's been 28 rounds so far this year, and you guys are still here. So
you solo streamed one of them. I've solo streamed a couple of them.
I've also missed a couple. Yeah, so you do a lot of solo streams though. It's you bust your ass. It's not easy. So.
Yeah, I'm used to it. For you doing it, I think that's a whole nother level, man.
It's fun. I like it. You can go on
it.
more chips. It's just scary leading into it once my mic's on, and
Awood even had he sneakily had a couple like the, hey, look at this cam that Kellen never uses. I'm gonna do this thing and I'm gonna float through the track. You did like a free cam thing a couple times. Like,
I was just trying to fly around.
You brought ideas to the table too,
I also just didn't know your controls, so sometimes I was pressing buttons and we ended up in weird spots.
Oh man. Yeah, I guess that's gonna do it for us here in 2024 Race Factory Gaming National Competition. What a ride, what a day, and many, many congratulations to both Seth Carr and Payson Johnson on their titles in 2024. And SMX coming up, GPs, all that stuff like we said. So we're not done for the year just yet, but very thankful for everybody who backs these streams and makes it possible. Design Lab Co. for their support. Obviously, Race Factory Gaming for all the work they do. Awood for always coming down every week and making it so I don't have to blow my voice out and not be able to talk by the end of the night. All of you guys, it's the best. Wouldn't do it any other way.
It's fun. Me neither. It feels weird looking at old races where I wasn't here. There were other voices, and I'm like, get out of there. That's not me. Once I retired, it should have just been me all the time. But
he's talking about you, Doc. Just so you're aware.
No, Doc. No, like we got Mark. There's other people. You know. It's weird seeing different people. I feel like I've been on this ride for a while with you, not maybe consistently. Sometimes I had to work Wednesday nights and I just couldn't make races, but I try to block it out at all my jobs and say this is time I need off so I can be here every week.
Well, look, you're a part of history here because we still have SMX, like I said, but that was a full decade of Start Your Systems broadcasts for Supercross and motocross streams. We started, our first race was Anaheim 1 2015 for Start Your Systems. Obviously, I'd broadcasted for Race Factory and a couple other entities before that, but Start Your Systems 2015 A1 was the first broadcast, and now we made it a full decade of racing. I don't even want to know how many races that is. It's probably like 300 races or something that we've broadcast. So
we talk about how many hours do we have playing this game? How many hours do you have broadcasting it? Because I know I've got a lot. Like, I'd like to see, it would be cool to see how many actual broadcasts we've done, together, because there were years we did all of them, years that were sporadical. So, but you never miss, bro.
Yeah, well, I miss sometimes.
Yes,
I've had to do apologies on the stream. You know that.
it's
So,
all right.
Hubbo wants to call us real quick. So let's call up Jacob Hubbard and hear what he has to say. What does Jacob Hubbard have for us? What do you got for us, Hubbo? What's going on?
Hey, man.
Hi, is that it, caller?
He
Yeah,
said,
yeah,
let me
yeah,
hop in. So,
No,
yeah.
Okay. So SMX, right?
Yep.
We are looking for 3D modelers for hire. So if anyone wants to take their 3D modeling skills and help us out,
Have you
shoot me a
tried calling
DM.
Pista?
Pista?
He's out of the.
Patusta? I
He
know.
might be out of the
Patusta?
price
Oh,
range.
yeah.
Is
No,
that
he's
too-
He's too big time now.
probably. Yeah, he's way big time. He's too big time.
He's got deals.
Hey,
Yeah, but
we are definitely willing to compensate, but I don't know if we can afford two-step.
Well, his first love was always Sim. He might cut you a deal.
I mean, so we're looking for what speedways, and what do we need here from these people?
Yeah. So I've already got the drag strip. We just need someone to help out with the speedway and maybe the Vegas strip. But
Well, if you do the Speedway, can't you just reuse a lot of the assets on the Vegas Strip? Oh no, you're thinking Texas Motor Speedway. I thought you were talking about Z-Max.
Texas Motor Speedway. Yeah.
Fair enough.
There is a Vegas track that's got a lot of really good stuff. I can maybe from Checkers, but anyone else, watching on YouTube afterwards, if you're rewatching and you've gotten this far, what's the best way for them to contact you? Discord or
Yeah,
forums?
just Discord. Yeah, at Jacob Hubbard, JAKOB Hubbard.
Yeah, you're in the Race Factory one, which I think most people would probably go through. So you'll just find Hubbard there. Can we officially talk about SMX? Because I didn't know if that was something we're supposed to be like letting people know.
It's not like officially announced yet, but it is in
That's
the
what I'm
works, and we need some people to help out, and we're getting it all together, and we have a whole system that we're gonna go through, so it should work
Okay.
out.
I'll
pretty
do timing gates and tough blocks.
I mean, honestly, yeah. If you
That's
want
my
to
specialty and my biggest gripe, so I would love to lock it in.
hey, I mean, we can have you help out if you want to help out. So
Hit me up. I'm down. I'll help wherever I can.
Hubbard, what's the whole shot record at? What are we looking at?
He tied Leclerc.
my whole shots
Well, I'm talking about you
or
versus
this-
Leclerc.
this season or like overall.
I thought there's an overall record.
Yeah, there's an overall record. I don't know what it's sitting at right now. All I know is that through outdoors we tied, so it's exactly the same after we left Supercross.
So did it
So,
piss you
yeah.
off just a little bit that he got that second moto whole shot tonight?
I didn't even watch the race tonight, to be honest, but seeing it, yeah, a little bit.
Weren't you absent for a couple of the last rounds? Or were
Yeah, I
you
don't think I
starting and quitting?
I don't think I showed up. I showed up to a couple of the last rounds, like just out of the blue, and had like horrible gate picks. So I was just like kind of trolling and wasn't actually trying. But yeah, if I would have sat there and qualified, got a good gate pick, and was actually trying for the record, I bet I could go for it. But we'll be back in Supercross, so
Oh, will you?
Need more
I
dedication.
thought that the real world had taken my Jacob Hubbard away from me.
no. So Supercross I can do because it's 1
Okay.
hour qualifying. Like I can practice for Supercross and get dialed for Supercross. I just don't have time for outdoors.
All right, fair enough. And yes, for those asking, which is basically just B-Lars in chat right now, if SMX does happen, I am streaming it. I've already told my wife and she knows. So bring it on. We're doing this thing.
Let's go.
Yeah.
We won't have an official announcement until later, but we are trying to get everyone together and hopefully make an announcement within the next couple weeks.
Okay, a couple weeks. Yeah, that's where I was gonna ask, maybe timeline wise. So a couple weeks, be looking out for that. And thanks for coming on and asking for help. Hopefully we'll get you some, and
Yes, sir.
excited to keep seeing it.
Yeah, and thanks for making
Some
us
whole
look good on
shots.
whole shots all year too. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you were so good. We had to like basically make a rule that we couldn't pick you. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that I kind of didn't show up for the second half of the season to kind of make it a little bit more interesting, but
Yeah, but then we sucked, so it wasn't fun anymore.
you need to make it a game for Supercross next year. Take a shot, trying to get a whole
Oh,
shot.
I don't know about that, sir.
I'll do it.
It's
take
it's
one
like
for the
one
team.
shot a night, you know.
You haven't
Or
seen
two
how
if you're
wrong I've
counting
gotten
heats.
it. Oh man. Bilar says don't count him out from the shots apparently. So if you get
No,
all the whole shots
Beeler's
next
is
year,
good. Beeler's is good for the starts.
yeah,
I've
he
been
is.
training
Did you
him.
Did you teach him in your ways?
I've been training him.
Mm-hmm.
I expect to see 78 and I see 76 all the time. And I'm like, what's going? Oh, Bilar's. Okay, yeah, he's also really good at starts. So
Yeah.
he's
He won't
filling in
be
your shoes when you're
76
gone.
next year though, so he'll probably be a different number than 76. So we hopefully won't be super close.
Yeah.
in numbers
Can you
to make
guys
it
like wear
confusing.
different gear then? If he is like 76 or something close again,
Here,
if he's number
let's
70,
see.
I swear to God, wear different gear.
Let's see where he's at right now. He's sitting at 67 for next year.
Okay, 67. So
You better
it's
hope
just
he gets
basically the same
2
number
words.
backwards. It's your number flipped upside down, pretty much. It's fantastic. All right, Jacob Hubbard here, post race at Ironman. Anything else, buddy?
Nope, that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, boss. Well, we'll get you some help with SMX, and we'll be racing in a couple weeks, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a good night, Hubbo.
Thanks, you too.
All right, Jacob Hubbard, chatting with him just a little bit. Yeah, I see a couple people in chat talking about MX bikes. My plan still is to stream MX bikes. For those of you that don't know, the AOMX series, which is starting October 4th, I think, that will be me. I will be streaming pretty much every round of that I can. My second child is supposed to be born in the middle of that, so I have to take a couple weeks off, but I'm going to plan to stream that. And then I do want to stream ARL, but I also do not want to walk on the toes of Navo, so I need to actually message him tonight after that. But maybe this Friday I will stream Bud's Creek. Yeah, Bud's Creek will be this Friday. So bikes.
I might be able to get in on some bikes action when the baby's
Bikes.
here. Whew.
Yeah,
These
you're
guys-
going to roll on
These
down to
guys
the studio
don't
and
want
stream
me
bikes?
for a bike stream. Maybe
Do you even play bikes?
every once in a while I can
Mm.
go decent.
Well, you don't need to go fast. You just need to know what you're talking about.
No, yeah, I mean it's the same thing as dirt bikes.
This Friday I will call in for sure.
Be like, oh look, that guy's flying through the air. That guy's flying through the air.
I feel like I
That guy
announced that
bounced.
I feel like I announced that I might be interested in doing bikes, and like Navo and Cupcake stepped up again. Is this a thing? Like I don't want to create like this weird inter bikes rivalry with them. So, but yes, I would like to stream Friday. So, anyway, yeah, bikes, sim, nationals, done. Good stuff all around. A-Wood, thank you so much for joining me in the studio. We are going to be outie for a little bit, or you will at least, and then I'll stream these last couple GPs, and
Yeah, I'll see you for SMX, I'm sure, unless
Yeah.
anything drastic changes with my schedule, which
well,
see.
I do want to get this podcast off the ground, so I'm going to need you to come by a little bit more often so we can do it.
Just gotta, you let me know when.
Well, we'll talk afterwards. we got to get a podcast rolling. I tried to like loose program it tonight, but I think if we actually sat down and did it, we'd have a lot of fun with it. So
Talking to people?
yeah, we could talk to people on Discord, or I could have people over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think for sure, yeah, all about gaming, or
Yeah, guest number
Inside,
1, Brandon
outside.
Larson.
he is the closest.
Wow, there's a lot of people that are close that we could have.
I
Travis
also-
Hoffman.
There was also, yeah, he's further, but there was like
Not
5
really.
minutes before the moto. Oh, is he back here?
He works at KTM. I think he's pretty damn
I
close.
thought he was back down there. I do like that B-Lars was like 5 minutes before the race. Let me get in. And I'm like, you can come. And then he's like, it says 26 minutes. And I was like, no, dude, no, no, stay
B-Lars.
home.
Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
We'd
Should
have
we
some
bring
fun.
D-Mills in too as well and just rehash old sim races?
He can come. Yeah, he can come. If I can get him to drive over the hill.
Honestly, what I kind of want to do
We could do a
is
golf video. I would like to do
Well,
like vlogs.
no, here's
days
what
at
I
the
wanna
track
do.
and golf.
here's what I want to do, and all these people that are still, all 70 of you that are still here talking. Steve Mathis does what's called the Re-Raceables podcast, and he used to do classic commentary, which is
Yeah.
he would talk over old races.
I watch those.
Kind of want to do the same thing with our old sim broadcasts.
Oh, I got some demos.
You and me deep diving into like 2013 races and talking just mad shit on Brina, probably.
I think I have Utah, don't even get me started. I think I have every race I was in from 2012 to 2015 or 16 demo saved. Heat, LCQ, main, a lot of LCQs.
Okay, I might need some. Were you, so you raced 2014 Buds with me? I don't have that demo.
I
anymore.
might have just missed that race. I'll look when I get home.
Well, let's look on the servers right now. Let's do it. I want to find out and see if you raced.
I'm gonna
Buds.
feel really bad. 2013 Southwick, who you guys don't want to see Moto 1.
Oh God!
I
don't
fell
even-
twice. I won.
The absolute Daytona.
I was going
disappointment
slow,
of
but
it
I
all.
scrubbed the hell out of the little every
Yeah.
lap, and no one else would even turn bar because they were scared. And I was all about doing whips, having fun, flowing. So slow,
Flowing.
dude. Watching
Um,
Tyson
No, I freaking clicked off like a
Control
moron.
Shift T
Control Shift T. No,
again.
further than that. No.
Well, you can go back to the tab and then you can click back. There you go.
Results. Moto 1.
Look at that.
You were out there.
I should have it then.
Yeah, I need that.
16th, baby,
I
right
need
behind
that.
Tyson Fresquez.
Hold on. Let's
Beat
pull
D
this-
Davis.
Let's pull this up on the
Oh my
screen.
God,
We'll
Barrington
relive
beat
my
me by
glory one more time here.
Barrington beat me by 6 spots. Look
Here
at
it
these
is.
legends.
This was, God damn, over 10 years ago. 3,695 days ago. My lone moto win. Sad. Yeah, I need this demo, please.
I should have it. I hope I have it because I still have that folder with all of them. So
Remember
look at those
Stocksy,
names:
Tom
Cody
Patterson?
Penwell, Zach Dupuis with the #1 plate, 3rd. Jesse Mullins, cheater. Leclerc still here. 10 years
Bobby
later.
Bonds, Chris Riesenberg, Carson Tickle. Remember that?
Yeah, Brock's brother.
I
And
feel like
Burkeen's
all
best
these
friend.
names, like I feel like all these names, I'm like, yeah, they still race now. No, they don't.
They're so in
None
my
of
head.
them are here.
Monty tried a couple this year. Robert Wilson.
He did?
I think he was with I'm pretty sure Monty tried to do 1 or 2 at the beginning of the year. Maybe. I don't know. I need to talk to Monty. He looks like a caveman now. He's got a beard. So D Davis,
D Davis still races.
who I beat, still
Polyak
races.
did a race or two this year, didn't he? I think so.
Polyak, I do think so. Leclerc and
Eduardo Simos still races. Dude who's been around.
yeah,
Mutumbinho.
Mutumbinho. Where is he?
Oh,
Edward. Yeah.
9th.
Wow.
Who else? No Kyle Robb.
I want to
for a
see
long
your
time.
lap times. What are you running? Were you just running
Dude,
slow
I was
and
running
steady?
dog shit laps. Look at this lap chart.
Good start.
First 4 laps is Jack Patterson leading.
No.
3 laps. Then I took the lead.
2-1.
Then Cody Penwell led for fucking ever.
That's a perfect race.
Yeah, I crashed on the last lap. I was freaking out.
I want to see your best lap because I'm sure it was like you were like me, just slowish.
152.1, which the actual best lap was 149.1.
So you 3 seconds. Oh, I beat your lap time.
What's my standard deviation? I don't think I had the best one for this race. Oh, I did. Well, individual worst lap. Yep, consistency 1.9. Look at that.
You had the
fucking-
best worst lap.
Honestly, dude, if consistency was you know what, I crushed it this race, dude.
Might be late enough to say
Absolutely
it.
Crushed it.
You did crush it. I mean,
Yeah.
I love Barrington being there too in consistency because
Yeah.
he was just started 10th and just rode 10th.
Yeah.
But that's how my win was. It's funny because I fell twice, but I legit got a good start, and I was scared to run my fast lap pace.
Yep.
So
Yeah, Seabolt was in this race.
it was different. We'll do
24th.
some stuff, man.
Remember when dynos were new? 2013 dynos a year later. Remember when they were new?
Isn't that the one we still?
We're about
we
to be
race
7 years on with dynos.
We race 18s, right?
Yes. Oh,
I'm done
jeez.
defending JLV.
Yeah.
I said this
don't
last
know.
night. I was in chat. The models that were supposed to come out, all the things.
It's fine, dude. He's made millions of dollars off this game.
Literally
Kudos to him.
millions.
Yep. All right, we've had enough fun. We're gonna send you guys on.
I
your
gotta
way.
go
We-
home.
We
I'm
spent
tired.
over an hour talking about this race and rehashing stuff, and yeah, just generally hanging out. But again, thank you so much, everyone who tunes in. RaceFactoryGaming.com, RaceFactory Gaming Track Crew, Design Lab Co., A-Wood, everybody that's involved in this series. You guys are the absolute best, and hopefully you enjoyed our post-race show from
All my friends.
Ironman. Round 11 of Nationals is done and dusted. Congratulations again to Seth Carr and Payson Johnson, your champions in 2024. And we'll see you guys in a little while for more action, GPs, SMX, and all that stuff. But for now, we're going to send you on your way, and we hope to see you again soon. So long for now.
Another day, another beer. DT still runs, so round 2. Hey, your taquitos are done.
Why are we treating this like a fucking race practice?
Shredding.